veins on pale skin. "That doesn't prove anything," Gentry had reminded her. Sunday, they had talked of other things. Gentry made dinner for the two of them at his home. Natalie had loved his house, an aging Victorian structure about 10 minutes from the old section. The neighborhood was in transition, some homes fading into disrepair, others being renovated to full beauty. Gentry's block was populated with young couples, black and white, with tricycles on front walks, jump ropes lying on the small front lawns, and the sounds of laughter from backyards. 3 rooms on the first floor had been filled with books, lovely built-in bookshelves in the library study off the entrance hall, handmade wooden shelves on either side of the bay windows in the dining room, and inexpensive metal shelves along a blank brick wall of the kitchen. While Gentry had been preparing the salad, Natalie had, with the sheriff's blessing, wandered from room to room, admiring the aged leather-bound volumes, noticing the shelves of hardback books dealing with history, sociology, psychology, and a dozen other topics, and smiling at the row upon row of espionage, mystery, and suspense paperbacks. Gentry's study made her want to curl up with a book immediately. She compared the huge roll-top desk littered with papers and documents, the overstuffed leather club chair and couch, and the walls with built-in and overflowing bookshelves to her Spartan workroom back in St. Louis. Sheriff Bobby Joe Gentry's study had the lived-in, center-of-everything feel to it that her father's darkroom had always imparted to her. The salad tossed, the lasagna cooking, she and Gentry had sat in the study, enjoyed a premium, unblended Scotch whiskey, and talked again, their conversation circling back to Saul Lasky's reliability and their own reaction to his story. "The whole thing has the classic feel of paranoia to it," Gentry had said. "But then, if a European Jew had predicted the details of the Holocaust a decade before it was set in motion, any good psychiatrist, even a Jewish one, would have diagnosed him as a probable paranoid schizophrenic." They had watched the last light fade out the bay windows as they ate a leisurely dinner. Gentry had rummaged around in a basement well stocked with wine bottles, and had almost blushed with embarrassment at her suggestion that he owned a wine cellar before coming up with 2 bottles of excellent BV Cabernet Sauvignon to go with dinner. She had thought the dinner excellent, had complimented him on being a gourmet chef. He had riposted with the comment that women who could cook were known as good cooks. Old bachelors who could get by in the kitchen had to be gourmet cooks. She had laughed and promised to cross that particular stereotype off her list. Stereotypes. Alone on Christmas Eve, sitting in a rapidly chilling car near St. Michael's Episcopal, Natalie thought about stereotypes. Saul Lasky had seemed a wonderful example of a stereotype to Natalie, a New York Polish Jew complete with a beard, sad Semitic eyes that seemed to stare out at her from some European darkness that Natalie could not even conceive of, much less understand. A professor, a psychiatrist, with a soft foreign accent that might as well be Freud's Viennese dialect for all Natalie's untrained ear could detect. The man wore glasses held together by adhesive tape, for heaven's sake, like Natalie's Aunt Ellen, who had suffered from senility, Alzheimer's they called it now, for 11 years, most of Natalie's life at the time, until she finally died. Saul Lasky looked different, sounded different, acted different, was different from most of the people, black or white, whom Natalie had ever known. Even though Natalie's stereotype of Jews was sketchy, dark clothes, strange customs, an ethnic look, a closeness to money and power at the expense of her own people's proximity to money and power, there should be no problem letting Saul Lasky's basic strangeness fall into those stereotypes. But it did not. Natalie did not delude herself into thinking that she was too intelligent to reduce people to stereotypes. She was only 21 years old, but she had seen intelligent people such as her father and Frederick, intelligent people, simply shift the stereotypes they chose to apply to people. Her father, as sensitive and generous as he had been, as ferociously proud of race and heritage as he was, had seen the rise of the so-called New South as a dangerous experiment, a manipulation by radicals of both colors to change a system that had finally changed enough in its own framework to allow some success and dignity for hard-working men of color such as himself. Frederick saw people as dupes of the system, managers of the system, or victims of the system. The system was very clear to Frederick. It was the political structure that had made the Vietnam War inevitable, the power structure that had maintained it, and the social structure that had fed him into that waiting maw. Frederick's response had been twofold: to step outside of the system into something as irrelevant and invisible as research mathematics, and to make himself so good at it that he would have the power to stay there and elude the system for the rest of his life. In the meantime, Frederick lived for the hours he spent interfaced with his computers, avoided human complications, made love to Natalie as fiercely and competently as he fought anyone who gave the appearance of offense, and taught Natalie how to fire the .38 revolver he kept in his cluttered apartment. Natalie shivered and turned on the engine so the heater would work. She drove past St. Michael's, noticed the people arriving for some sort of early Christmas Eve service, and turned toward Broad Street. She thought of the Christmas morning church services she had attended with her father for so many years at the Baptist church 3 blocks from home. She had resolved not to accompany him this Christmas, not to be hypocritical about it all. She had known that her refusal would hurt him, anger him, but she had been prepared to insist on her point of view. Natalie felt the emptiness in her seem to grow in a lurch of sorrow that was physically painful. She would give anything at this moment to lose the argument and attend church tomorrow morning with her father. Her mother had died in an accident during the summer when Natalie was 9 years old. It was a freak accident, her father told her that evening, kneeling next to the couch, holding Natalie's hands in both of his. Her mother had been walking home from work, crossing through a small park 100 feet from the street, when a convertible filled with 5 white college boys, all drunk, had cut across the lawn on a lark. They swerved around a fountain, lost traction in the loose sod of the park lawn, and struck the 32-year-old woman walking home to join husband and daughter for a Friday afternoon picnic, not seeing the vehicle until the last second, according to witnesses, looking up at the onrushing car with an expression that one bystander described as containing only surprise, no shock or horror. On the first day of 4th grade, Natalie's teacher had had them write an essay on what had happened during their summer vacation. Natalie had looked at the blue-lined paper for 10 minutes, and then written, very carefully, using her best handwriting and her new fountain pen purchased the day before at Keener's Drugs, "This summer I went to my mother's funeral. My mother was very sweet and kind. She loved me very much. She was too young to die this summer. Some people who should not have been driving a car ran over her and killed her. They did not go to jail or anything. After my mother's funeral, my father and I went to see my Aunt Leah for 3 days, but then we came back. I miss my mother very much." After finishing the essay, Natalie had requested permission to go to the bathroom, walked quickly down the familiar strange halls, and had quietly and repeatedly thrown up in the 3rd stall of the girls' restroom. Stereotypes. Natalie turned off Broad Street toward Melanie Fuller's home. She drove by it every day, feeling the familiar pain and anger, knowing that it was the same instinct that sent one's tongue searching out the painful tooth, but driving by all the same. Each day she looked at the house, as dark as its neighbor now that the woman next door, Mrs. Hodges, had moved away, and thought of last Tuesday when she had followed the man with the beard into that house. Saul Lasky. He should be easy to stereotype, but he was not. Natalie thought of his sad eyes and soft voice, and wondered where Saul was. What was going on? He had agreed to call every other day, but neither she nor Gentry had heard from Saul since they had seen him off at the Charleston airport on Friday. Yesterday, Tuesday, Gentry had called Saul's home in university numbers. No one answered at home, and a secretary in Columbia's psychology department said that Dr. Lasky was on vacation until January 6th. No, Dr. Lasky had not been in touch with his office since he left for Charleston on December 16th, but he would definitely be back by January 6th. His classes resumed at that time. On Sunday, as she and Gentry had sat in his study talking, Natalie had shown the sheriff a news story from Washington, D.C., about an explosion in a senator's office the night before. 4 people had been killed. Could it have anything to do with Saul's mysterious meeting on the same day? Gentry had smiled and reminded her that an executive office building guard had been killed in the same incident, that both Washington police and the FBI were sure that it had been an isolated terrorist incident, that none of the 4 confirmed dead had been identified as Saul Lasky, and that some of the world's mindless violence was separate from the nightmare Saul had described. Natalie had smiled in agreement and sipped her scotch. 3 days later, there was still no word from Saul. On Monday morning, Gentry had called her from work. Would you like to help us out in the official investigation into the Mansard House murders? He had asked. Of course, said Natalie. How can I do that? Well, it's a matter of trying to find a photograph of Ms. Melanie Fuller, said Gentry. According to the city homicide fellows and the local branch of the FBI, no pictures of the lady exist. They couldn't find any relatives. The neighbors said they didn't have any pictures of her, and a search of her house didn't turn up any. The bulletin they sent out just carried a description of her, but I think it might be sort of useful to have a picture, don't you think? How can I help? Asked Natalie. Meet me in front of the Fuller house in 15 minutes, said Gentry. You'll know me, 'cause I'll be the one wearing a rose in my lapel. Gentry arrived, wearing a rose tucked into the buttonhole of his uniform shirt. He offered it to her with a flourish as they approached the locked courtyard gate in front of the Fuller house. How do I deserve this? Asked Natalie, sniffing the pale pink flower. It may be the only payment you'll receive for a long, frustrating, and possibly fruitless search, said Gentry. He pulled out a huge ring of keys, found a heavy old-fashioned one, and unlocked the gate. Are we going to search the Fuller house again? Asked Natalie. She felt a strong reluctance to enter that place another time. She remembered following Saul into the house 5 days earlier. Natalie shivered in spite of the day's warmth. Nope, said Gentry, and led her across the small space to the other old brick home that shared the courtyard. He looked on the ring for another key and unlocked the carved wooden door. After her husband and granddaughter were killed, Ruth Hodges went to stay with her daughter out in the Sherwood Forest development on the west end of town, got her permission to pick up this stuff. The interior was dark, oiled wood and old furniture, but it did not have the musty, unlived-in feel to it that Natalie had sensed in the Fuller house. On the second floor, Gentry turned on a table lamp in a small room with a work table, couch, and large framed prints of racehorses on the wall. This was George Hodges' den, said Gentry. The sheriff touched a book holding a stamp collection, gently turned the stiff pages, and lifted a magnifying glass. Poor old guy never hurt anybody. 30 years clerking in the post office, and the last 9 years as a night watchman down at the marina. Then this stuff comes along. Gentry shook his head. Anyway, Mrs. Hodges says that until about 3 years ago, George had a camera and used to use it on a regular basis. She was sure that Miss Fuller never let him take her picture, said the old lady absolutely refused to be in photographs. But George took a lot of slides, and Mrs. Hodges couldn't swear that there might not be a snap of Melanie Fuller somewhere. "So you want me to look through the slides and see if she's there?" said Natalie. "Sure, but I've never seen Melanie Fuller." "Yeah," said Gentry, "but I'll give you a copy of the description we sent out. Basically, pull any photos of ladies in their 70s or thereabouts." He paused. "Did you or your daddy have a light board or some sort of slide sorter?" "Down at the studio," said Natalie. "A big light table about 5 feet long. But couldn't I just use a projector?" "It might be faster with the light table," said Gentry, and opened the closet door. "Good heavens," said Natalie. The closet was large and layered with handmade shelves. The shelves on the left side held books and boxes labeled stamps, but the rear and right side, from floor to ceiling, were lined with long, open boxes filled with yellow Kodak slide containers. Natalie did a slow double-take and looked at Gentry. "There are thousands here," she said, "maybe tens of thousands." Gentry raised his hands, palms upward, and gave her his widest, most boyish grin. "I said it was a job for volunteers," he said. "I'd put a deputy on it, but the only deputy I got with free time is Lester, and he's sort of a nitwit. Real nice fella, but about as sharp as the blunt end of a hog, and I'm afraid he wouldn't hold his concentration." Said Natalie. "Strong recommendation of Charleston's finest." Gentry continued to grin at her. "Oh, what the hell," said Natalie. "I'm not doing anything else, and the studio's free until Lorne Jessup, my father's lawyer, either finalizes the sale of the whole thing to the Shutterbug Shop's franchise people or sells the building. Okay, let's get started." "I'll help you carry these boxes out to your car," said Gentry. "Thanks heaps," said Natalie. She sniffed at the rose and sighed. There were thousands of slides, and every single one of them was on the level of amateur snapshot, or below. Natalie knew how hard it was to take a really good photograph. She had spent years trying to please her father after he had given her her first camera, an inexpensive manual Yashica, on her 9th birthday. But good heavens, anyone who shot thousands of photographs over what looked to be 2 or 3 decades must have produced 1 or 2 interesting slides. George Hodges had not. There were family pictures, vacationing family pictures, pictures of houses and boats, pictures of houseboats, special event pictures, holiday pictures. Natalie eventually saw every Hodges Christmas tree from 1948 to 1977, and everyday pictures. But every single one of them was of snapshot quality or less. In 18 years of picture-taking, George Hodges had never learned not to shoot into the sun, not to have his subjects squint into the sun, not to place his subjects in front of trees, poles, or other objects that seemed to grow out of ears, and obsolete haircuts and perms, not to let the horizon tilt, not to stiffly pose his human subjects, nor to photograph his inanimate objects from what seemed like miles away, not to depend on his flash for objects or people very close or very far from the lens, and not to include all of the person in his portraits. It was this final amateur habit that led to Natalie's discovery of Melanie Fuller. It was past 7 p.m. Gentry had come by the studio with Chinese carryout the two had eaten while standing by the light table, and Natalie showed him her small stack of possibles. "I don't think she's any of those elderly ladies," she said. "They're all posing voluntarily, and most seem too young or too old. At least, Mr. Hodges marked the boxes by year." "Yeah," said Gentry, holding the slides over the table for a quick scan. "None of these quite fit the description. Hair's not right. Mrs. Hodges said Miss Fuller's had that same hairstyle since the late 60s at least. Sort of short and curled up and blue. Kind of the way you look like you feel right now." "Thanks," said Natalie. but smiled as she set down the white carton of sweet and sour pork and took the rubber band off yet another yellow box. She began setting the slides out in order. "The hard part is not just sweeping each batch onto the floor when you're through looking," she said. "Do you think Mrs. Hodges will go through these someday?" "Probably not," said Gentry. "She said one of the reasons George finally gave up photography was that she was never interested in looking at his slides." "I don't know why not," said Natalie, and set out the 300th set of photographs of son Lawrence and daughter-in-law Nadine, most of the slides were labeled, standing in the courtyard, squinting into bright sunlight, holding up a squinting baby Laurel, while 3-year-old Kathleen tugged at her mother's too-short skirt and also squinted. Lawrence was wearing white socks with his black shoes. "Wait just a minute," Natalie said. Reacting to the sudden excitement in her voice, Gentry set down the other slides and leaned forward. "What?" Natalie stabbed a finger at the 10th slide in the series. "There. See that? 2 of them. The tall man with no hair. Wouldn't that be, what was his name?" "Mr. Thorne," said Gentry, a.k.a. Oscar Felix Haupt. Yes. And this lady with the dumpy dress and short blue curls? Well, hello, Miss Fuller." They both leaned closer and used a large magnifying lens to study the image. "She didn't notice the group was being photographed," Natalie said softly. Agreed Gentry. "I wonder why not." "Based on the number of slides of this particular family tableau," said Natalie, "I would estimate that Mr. Hodges had them standing out there about 200 days of each year. Miss Fuller probably thought they were statuary for the courtyard." "Yeah," said Gentry with a huge grin. "Hey, will these print up okay? Just her, I mean?" "It should," said Natalie in a much different tone. "It looks like he was using Kodachrome 64 daylight, and it can take a lot of enlargement before the grain gets too bad. Get an inner negative cut for the best quality print. Crop right here and here and here, and you've got a good 3/4 profile." "Great," said Gentry. "You did a wonderful job. We're going to—" "Hey, what's wrong?" Natalie looked at him and gripped her upper arms more tightly to stop the shivering. It would not stop. "She doesn't look old enough to be 70 or 80, she said. Gentry looked back at the slide. "It was taken, let's see, about 5 years ago, but no, you're right. She looks maybe 60 or so. But the courthouse has records of her owning the house back in the late 20s. But that's not what's bothering you, is it?" "No," said Natalie. "I've seen so many pictures of little Kathleen, I keep forgetting that the child is dead, and her grandfather who took the photos, he's dead." Gentry nodded. He looked at Natalie as she stared down at the slide. His left hand rose, moved toward her shoulder, and then dropped. Natalie did not notice. She leaned even closer to the slide. "And this is the monster that probably killed them," she said. "This harmless little old lady, harmless like a big black widow spider that kills anything that enters its lair, and when it comes out, other people die, including my father." Natalie turned off the light table, handed the slide to Gentry, and said, "Here, I'll go through the remaining slides in the morning to see if there's another one. In the meantime, get that printed and put it out on your warrants or memos or all-points bulletins or whatever the hell you call them." Gentry had nodded and held the slide gingerly at arm's length, as if it were a spider, and still alive, and still very, very deadly. Natalie parked the car across from the Fuller house, glanced at the old building as part of her ritual, shifted into gear to drive somewhere to call Gentry about dinner that night, and then suddenly froze. She put the car in park and turned off the engine. With shaking hands, she lifted the Nikon and looked through the viewfinder, propping the 135mm lens against the partially opened window on the driver's side to steady it. There was a light on in the Fuller house, on the second floor, not in one of the rooms facing the street, but close enough to let light leak into the second-floor hall and through the shutters there. Natalie had driven by on each of the past 3 evenings after dark. There had been no light. She lowered the camera and took a deep breath. Her heart was pounding at a ridiculous rate. There had to be a rational explanation. The old woman could not just have come home and set up housekeeping again in her old house when the police in a dozen states and the FBI were searching everywhere for her. Why not? No, thought Natalie. There's an explanation. Perhaps Gentry or some of the other investigators were there today. It could have been the city people. Gentry had told her that they were considering storing the old lady's goods until the hearings and inquiries were completed. It could have been 100 rational explanations. The light went out. Natalie jumped as if someone had touched her on the back of the neck. She fumbled for the camera, raised it. The second-story window filled the viewfinder. The light was gone from between the pale shutters. Natalie set the camera carefully on the passenger seat and sat back, took a few calming breaths, and pulled her purse from the center console and set it on her lap. Without taking her eyes off the dark front of the house, she felt in the purse, removed the .32 Lama automatic, and set the purse back. She sat there with the barrel of the small gun resting on the lower curve of the steering wheel. The pressure of her hand automatically released the grip safety. There was still the second safety, but it would take less than a second to slide it off. On Tuesday evening, Gentry had taken her to a private firing range and shown her how to load, handle, and fire the weapon. It was loaded now with all 7 shells tight as metal eggs in their spring-loaded nest. The loaded indicator showed red as blood. Natalie's thoughts scurried like laboratory mice searching for the maze entrance. What the hell to do? Why do anything? There had been prowlers before. Saul had been a prowler. Where the hell was Saul? Could it be him again? Natalie rejected that as absurd even before the thought was fully formed. Who then? Natalie had an image of Melanie Fuller and her Mr. Thorne from the slide. No, Thorne is dead. Melanie Fuller might well be dead also. Who then? Natalie clenched the grip of the gun, careful to keep her finger away from the trigger, and looked at the dark house. Her breathing was rapid but controlled. Get away. Call Gentry. Where? At his office or home? Either. Talk to a deputy if you have to. 7 o'clock on a Christmas Eve. How fast would the sheriff's office or the city police respond? And where was the nearest phone? Natalie tried to visualize one and came up only with the darkened shops and restaurants which she had been driving past. So, drive to the city-county building or Gentry's home. It's only 10 minutes away. Whoever is in the house will be gone in 10 minutes. Good. One thing that Natalie knew she would not do is go into the house herself. The first time had been stupid, but she had been driven by anger, grief, and a bravado born of ignorance. Going in there tonight would be criminally stupid, gun or no gun. When Natalie was a little girl, she had loved to stay up late on Friday or Saturday nights to watch the Creature feature. Her father would let her roll out the hide-a-bed so she could go to sleep right after the show was over, or, more often, while the image was still flickering. Sometimes he would join her, he in his blue and white striped pajamas, she in her flannel PJs, and they would recline and eat popcorn and comment on the improbable gore and action. One thing they agreed upon wholeheartedly: never pity the heroine who acted stupidly. The young woman in the lacy nightgown who would be warned repeatedly, "Do not open the locked door at the end of the dark hallway." And what would she do as soon as everyone was out of sight? As soon as their Friday night heroine unlocked the locked door, Natalie and her father would begin rooting for whatever monster lay in wait. Natalie's father had a saying for that behavior: "Stupidity has a price, and it always gets paid." Natalie opened the car door and stepped out into the street. The automatic pistol was a strange weight in her right hand. She stood there a second, gazing at the two dark houses and adjoining courtyard. A street light 30 feet away illuminated brick and tree shadow. Just to the gate, thought Natalie. If someone came out, she could always run. The gate would be locked anyway. She crossed the quiet street and approached the gate. It was unlocked, slightly open. She touched the cool metal with her left hand and stared at the dark windows of the house. Adrenaline had her heart pounding at her ribs, but also made her feel strong, light, quick. It was a real pistol in her hand. She clicked off the safety the way Gentry had shown her. She would shoot only if attacked in any way, but shoot she would. She knew it was time to go back to the car, drive away, call Gentry. She pushed the gate open and stepped into the courtyard. The large old fountain threw a deep shadow that sheltered her for a long minute. Natalie stood there and watched the windows and front door of the Fuller house. She felt like a 10-year-old who had been dared to touch the front door of the local haunted house. There had been a light. If someone had been in there, they could have gone out the back, the way she and Saul had come and gone. They would not come out the front door in plain sight of the sidewalk. In any case, she had come far enough. Time to get in the goddamn car and drive the hell away from there. Natalie walked slowly to the small stoop, lifting the pistol slightly. Standing there, she could see what the shadows from the small porch roof had concealed. The front door was partially opened. Natalie was panting, almost gasping, but still could not get enough air in her lungs. She took 3 deep breaths and held the third one. Her breathing and pulse steadied. She reached out with the automatic and gave the door a gentle push. It swung inward noiselessly, as if on frictionless hinges, revealing the wood of the entrance hall and a glimpse of the lower steps of the staircase. Natalie imagined that she could see the stains where Kathleen Hodges and the Kramer woman had died. Someone descending the staircase now would come into view as 2 feet, then dark legs. "Fuck this," thought Natalie, and turned and ran. The heel of her shoe caught on a loose cobblestone, and she almost stumbled just before reaching the gate. She caught her balance, threw a frightened glance over her shoulder at the open door, dark fountain, shadows on brick, glass, and stone, and then was out the gate and across the street, fumbling at the latch on her car door, opening it, and in. She slammed the door latch down, had the presence of mind to set the safety on the pistol before dropping it onto the passenger seat, and reached for the key, praying that she had left it in the ignition. She had. The engine started immediately. Natalie reached for the stick shift just as 2 arms came over and around from the back seat, one hand closing over her mouth as the other clamped on her throat with expert force. She screamed and then screamed again as the fierce pressure of the hand on her mouth stifled the sound and forced the burst of breath back into her constricted throat. Both of her hands were free, and she clawed at a thick coat, heavy gloves against her face and throat. She pushed up high in the driver's seat in a desperate attempt to relieve the pressure, to reach her assailant with hands and nails. The gun! Natalie thrust out with her right hand, but could not reach the passenger seat. She batted at the stick shift for a second, then clawed behind her again. Her body was rigid now, pulled half out of her seat, her knees above the bottom of the steering wheel. Someone's face was heavy and damp against her neck and right cheek. The fingers of her left hand clawed at some sort of heavy cap. The hand on her mouth released its pressure, caught her throat. Her assailant's long right arm shot out toward the passenger seat, and Natalie heard the pistol thud to the rubber floor mat. She clawed at heavy gloves as the hand returned to her throat. She tried to rip at the face against her neck, but her attacker easily slapped her arm away. Her mouth was free now, but she had no air left with which to scream. Bright dots leaped in the corner of her vision, and there was a roaring of blood in her ears. "This is what it's like to be strangled," she thought, even as she clawed at fabric, kicked at the dash, and tried to raise her knees high enough to strike the horn ring on the steering wheel. She caught a glimpse in the rear-view mirror of blood-red eyes against her neck, a red slab of cheek, and then realized that her own skin was red, the light was red, as red dots filled her vision. Flesh scraped against her cheek, breath was hot against her face, a thick voice whispered in her ear, "You want to find the woman? Look in Germantown." Natalie arched high and snapped her head back and to the side as fast as she could, feeling the satisfying pain of her skull butting flesh and bone. The pressure released for a split second. Natalie collapsed forward, forced a painful breath into her aching throat and lungs, took another and leaned right, falling forward now, fumbling past the stick shift and seat for the automatic pistol. The fingers closed on her throat, more painfully this time, feeling for some crucial spot. She was dragged upright again. There was a flash of red spots, a searing pain in her neck. Then there was nothing at all. Book 2, Middle Game. Oh, the mind has mountains, cliffs of fall, frightful, sheer, no man fathomed. Gerard Manley Hopkins.
14. Melanie. Time is all a jumble to me now. I remember those final hours in Charleston so clearly, and the days and weeks which followed so poorly. Other memories push to the forefront. I remember the glass eyes and missing tufts of hair on the life-size boy in the haunted nursery in Grumblethorpe. Odd that I should recall that. I spent so little time in there. I remember the children playing and the young girls singing in the winter twilight on that hillside above the forest on the morning the helicopter struck the bridge. I remember the white bed, of course, that strange, imprisoning landscape which held the actual prison of my body. I remember Nina awakening from her death sleep, blue lips pulled back from yellow teeth, blue eyes floating up into their sockets on a rising crest of maggots, the blood flowing once again from the dime-sized hole in her pale forehead. But that is not a true memory. I do not think it is. When I attempt to recall those hours and days immediately following that final reunion in Charleston, I think first of a sense of exhilaration, of buoyance, of youth restored. I thought then that the worst was over. How foolish I was. I was free. Free of Willie, free of Nina, free of the game and all of its accompanying nightmares. I left the noise and confusion of the Mansard house and walked slowly through the silence of the night. In spite of the aches and pains suffered that day, I felt younger than I had in many, many years. Free! I stepped lightly, savoring the darkness and the cool night air. Somewhere sirens were screaming their mournful tune, but I paid no attention to them. I was free. I paused at the crosswalk of a very busy intersection. The light turned red and a long blue car, a Chrysler, I believe, pulled to a stop. I stepped off the curb and tapped at the window on the passenger side. The driver, a heavy-set middle-aged man with only a fringe of hair, leaned over to peer suspiciously at me. Then he smiled and touched a button to lower the window. "Yes, ma'am. Something wrong?" I nodded and let myself in. The cushions were of some artificial velvet and very soft. "Drive," I said. A few minutes later we were on the interstate and leaving town. I spoke only to give directions. As exhausted as I was, it took almost no effort to maintain control. With my buoyant sense of regained youth had come a sure strength of power I had not known in years. I settled back in the cushions and watched the lights of Charleston pass by and recede. We were miles from town when I realized that the driver was smoking a cigar. I loathed cigars. He rolled down the window and threw it out. I had him adjust the heater a bit, and then we continued on in silence, driving northwest. Sometime before midnight, we passed the dark stretch of swamp where Willie's aircraft had gone down. I closed my eyes and called back memories of those early days in Vienna. The gaiety of the beer gardens, lit with strings of yellow bulbs, the late-night walks along the Danube, the excitement the three of us shared in each other's company, the thrill of those first conscious feedings. In those first few summers we had met Willie in various capitals and spas. I had thought that perhaps I was falling in love with him. Only my dedication to the memory of my dear Charles had kept me from considering any feelings for our dashing young fellow-traveler in the night. I opened my eyes to peer out at the dark wall of trees and undergrowth to the right of the road. I thought of Willie's mutilated body lying out there somewhere amid the mud and insects and reptiles. I felt nothing. We stopped to fill the gas tank in Columbia and drove on. After the driver had paid, I took his billfold and went through it. He had only $30 left, along with the usual clutter of cards and photographs. His name was unimportant, so I glanced over the driver's license but did not bother remembering it. Driving is almost a reflex action. It took very little concentration for me to keep him on task. I actually dozed briefly as we continued along I-20 past Augusta into Georgia. He was stirring when I awoke, beginning to mumble and shake his head in confusion, but I tightened my hold and he returned his gaze to the road. Filtered images of headlights and reflectors came to me as I closed my eyes once again. We arrived in Atlanta at a little after 3 in the morning. I had never liked Atlanta. It lacked all of the grace and charm which typified Tidewater culture, and, as if to show its continued disregard for Southern style, it sprawled now in all directions, an endless series of industrial parks and formless housing developments. We exited the interstate near a large stadium. The downtown streets were deserted. I had my driver take me by the bank, which was my destination, but its dark glass front only intensified my frustration. It had seemed like a good idea to keep the documents of my new identity in a safe deposit box. How could I have known that I would need them at 3:30 on a Sunday morning? I wished that I had not lost my purse to the day's violence. The pockets of my tan raincoat were bulging with all of the things I had transferred from my ruined coat. I looked in my billfold to make sure the safe deposit key and my bank card were still there. They were. I had my driver circle the downtown area several times, but it seemed a useless act. Amber lights were blinking at most intersections, and an occasional police car moved past slowly, exhaust curling up like steam in the cool air. There were several decent hotels downtown, near my bank, but my disheveled appearance and lack of luggage eliminated these as possible havens for the night. I ordered my driver, without verbalizing this time, to take us out another expressway toward the suburbs. It took another 40 minutes before we found a motel with a vacancy sign still lit. We exited after a green sign which said Sandy Springs, and approached one of those dreary establishments with a name like Super 8 or Motel 6 or some such nonsense, as if people were too cretinous to remember the name without a number attached. I debated sending my driver in to register, but it would have been difficult. There might have been conversation, and I was too tired to use him that smoothly. I was sorry that I had not had the time to condition him properly, but such was the case. In the end, I brushed my hair as well as I could while peering in the rearview mirror, and then went in and registered us myself. The clerk was a sleepy-eyed woman in shorts and a stained Mercer U T-shirt. I invented our names, address, and license number, but the woman made no effort to even glance outside at the idling Chrysler. As was usually the case with such puerile establishments, she asked for payment in advance. "One night?" she asked. "Two," I said. "My husband will be out all day tomorrow. He's a salesman for Coca-Cola and will be visiting the plant. I plan to." $63.85, she said. There was a time when my family could have stayed at a fine hotel in Maine for an entire week for that amount. I paid the woman. She handed me a key attached to a plastic pine tree. 2116, drive all the way around and park near the dumpsters. We drove all the way around and parked near the dumpsters. The parking lot was absurdly filled. There were even several semi-trailers parked near the rear fence. I unlocked the room and returned to the car. The driver was hunched over the wheel and shaking. Sweat covered his forehead and his jowls quivered as he struggled to escape the small space in which I had left his wheel. I was very tired, but my control remained firm. I missed Mr. Thorne. For years I had not needed to speak my wishes aloud for them to be realized. Using this heavy little man was most frustrating, like dealing with dross when one was used to shaping the finest metals. I hesitated. There were advantages to keeping him with me until Monday, not the least of which was the automobile. But the risks outweighed the advantages. His absence might already have been noted. The police might already have been alerted to watch for his car. All this was relevant, but what finally decided me was the terrible fatigue which had taken the place of my earlier exhilaration. I had to sleep, to recover from the injuries and tensions of that nightmarish day. Without proper conditioning, the driver could not be trusted to remain passive while I slept. I leaned close to him and touched his neck lightly with my hand. "You will return to the interstate," I whispered. "Circle the city. Each time you pass an exit, increase your speed by 10 miles per hour. When you pass the 4th exit, close your eyes and do not open them until I tell you to do so. Nod if you understand." The man nodded. His eyes were glazed and staring. It would not have been a proper feeding with this one, even if I had wished it. "Go," I said. I watched the Chrysler leave the parking lot and turn left toward the expressway. By closing my eyes, I could see the long hood, the glare of oncoming lights and the reflectors passing as the car accelerated to highway speed. I could feel the hum of the heater and the scratch of a wool sweater against his bare forearms. There was the stale taste of cigar in my mouth. I shuddered and withdrew my awareness somewhat. The driver smoothly increased his speed to 65 miles per hour as he passed the first exit. He was several miles away now, and my perceptions were growing fainter, mixing with the sounds of the parking lot and the breeze against my face. I only dimly sensed the moment when the car reached 95 miles per hour and the driver closed his eyes. The motel room was as drearily utilitarian as I had imagined. It did not matter. I took off my raincoat and torn print dress. The cut on my left side was the thinnest of scratches, but my dress and slip were ruined. The cut on my little finger throbbed much more painfully than my side. I held sleep off long enough to take a hot bath and to wash my hair. Afterward I sat wrapped in 2 towels and sobbed. I did not have even a nightgown or change of underwear. I did not have a toothbrush. The bank would not open until Monday morning, more than 24 hours away. I sat and wept, feeling old and forgotten and forlorn. I wanted to go home and sleep in my own bed and have Mr. Thorne bring me my coffee and croissant in the morning, as always. But there was no going back. My sobs were more like those of an abandoned child than of a woman my age. After a while, still wrapped in towels, I lay on my side, pulled the sheet and covered it up, and slept. I awakened briefly around noon when a maid attempted to enter the room. I went to the bathroom to get a drink of water, carefully avoiding the reflection in the mirror, and then returned to bed. The room was dark behind thick drapes. The ventilator was purring softly, and I returned to sleep the way a wounded animal returns to the dark protection of its den. I do not remember any dreams. That evening I arose, still groggy and aching more than the previous day, and attempted to improve my appearance. There was little I could do. The print dress was ruined. I would have to leave the raincoat on whenever possible. I was in desperate need of a hairdresser. Despite all this, there was a certain glow to my skin, a previously unnoticed firmness of flesh under my chin, and a smoothness where wrinkles had earlier carved time's claim. I felt younger. In spite of the horror of the previous day, the feeding had served me well. There was a restaurant across the endless expanse of parking lot. It was an inhuman place, lights bright enough for an operating room, red-checked plastic tablecloths still damp from their last wipe with the busboy's filthy sponge, and huge plastic menus with color photographs of the establishment's special platters. I assumed the photographs were provided for illiterate clientele who could not decode the inflated prose touting delectable crispy brown home fries and those all-time Southern favorites, delicious hominy and grits, just like Grandma used to make. The menu was dense with asides and breathless exclamations. A sidebar explained what these strange Southern delicacies were and urged the Yankee tourist to be daring. I thought of how strange it was that the tiresome subsistence diet of a people too poor or too ignorant to eat well inevitably becomes the traditional soul food of the next generation. I ordered tea and an English muffin and waited half an hour for it to arrive, all the while suffering the bickering and feeding noises of a huge family of northern boors at the next table. I speculated, not for the first time, that the sanity of the nation would be much improved if children and adults were required by law to eat in separate public establishments. It was dark when I returned to the motel. For want of anything better to do, I turned on the television. It had been over a decade since I had watched TV, but little had changed. The mindless collisions of football occupied one channel. The educational channel offered to tell me more than I wanted to know about the aesthetics of sumo wrestling. My third try brought me a frequently interrupted made-for-TV movie about a teenage prostitute ring and a young male social worker who dedicated his life to saving the heroine from such a life of degradation. The idiotic program reminded me of the scandalous pulp detective gazettes popular when I was young, in decrying the outrages of taboo behavior. Then it was free love, now what I believe the media call kiddie porn. They allow us to wallow in the titillating details. The local news was on the last channel. The young colored female newscaster was smiling the entire time she spent reading the report on what they called the Charleston murders. Police were hunting for suspects and motives. Witnesses had described the carnage in a well-known Charleston hotel. State police and the FBI were interested in the whereabouts of a Mrs. Fuller, a long-time Charleston resident and employer of one of the victims. There were no photographs of the lady. The entire report lasted less than 45 seconds. I turned off the television, switched off the lights, and lay shivering in the dark. Within 48 hours, I told myself, I would be safe and warm at my villa in the south of France. I closed my eyes and tried to picture the small white flowers which grew up between the flagstones leading to the well. For a second, I could almost smell the salt sea freshness which came in with the summer storms blowing up from the south. I thought of the tiled roofs of the nearby village, red and orange trapezoids visible above the green rectangles of the orchards which filled the valley. These pleasant images were suddenly superimposed over my last view of Nina, her blue eyes wide with disbelief, her mouth slightly open, the hole in her forehead no more terrifying than a temporary smudge, which she would soon brush away with a pass of her long, perfectly manicured fingers. Then, in my pre-sleep dreaming, the blood welled up and began to flow, not only from the wound, but also from Nina's mouth and nose and wide, accusing eyes. I pulled the covers up tightly under my chin and concentrated on thinking of nothing. I simply had to have a purse. However, if I was to pay for a taxi to take me downtown to the bank, I would not have enough money left to buy a purse. But I could not go to the bank without a purse. I again counted the cash in my billfold, but even taking change into account, I would not have enough. As I stood there in the motel room, the taxi I had summoned began honking impatiently from the parking lot. I solved the problem by having the driver stop at a discount drugstore on the way into town. I purchased a perfectly atrocious straw tote bag for $7. The cab ride, including the metered time while I had shopped for my treasure, cost just over $13. I tipped the driver $1 and kept the remaining $1 as mad money. I must have been aside as I stood on the sidewalk waiting for the bank to open. My hairdo was beyond repair. I was wearing no makeup. My tan raincoat, still smelling slightly of gunpowder, was buttoned tightly to my throat. In my right hand I clutched my stiff new straw bag. Only the tennis shoes were lacking in order to complete the image of what I believe people now refer to as a shopping bag lady. Then I realized that I was still wearing the low-heeled deck shoes, which did somewhat resemble sneakers. Incredibly, the assistant manager recognized me and seemed delighted to see me. "Ah, Mrs. Strong," he said as I diffidently approached his desk. "A pleasure to see you again." I was astounded. It had been almost 2 years since my last visit to this bank. My savings account was not so large that I should earn such courtesy from an assistant manager. For a few panicked seconds I was sure that the police had already been there and that it was a trap. I was glancing at the customers and clerks, trying to decide which were the plainclothes officers, when I took notice of the assistant manager's relaxed manner and satisfied grin. I let out a long breath. I was dealing with a man who took pride in remembering his customers' names. Nothing more. "It's been a long time," he said affably and glanced quickly at my ensemble. 2 years, I said. "Is your husband well?" My husband? I desperately tried to recall what story I had given in previous visits. I had not mentioned. With a start, I realized that he was speaking of the tall, bald gentleman who had stood silently by my side each time I had come. "Ah," I said, "you mean Mr. Thorne, my secretary. I am afraid that Mr. Thorne is no longer in my employ. As for Mr. Strong, he died of cancer in 1956. "Oh," said the assistant manager, his florid face becoming even more flushed. "I'm sorry." I nodded, and we both observed a few seconds of silence for the mythical Mr. Strong. "Well, how can we help you today, Mrs. Strong? A deposit, I hope." "A withdrawal, I fear," I said. "But first I would like to see my safe deposit box." I presented the proper card, being careful not to confuse it with the half-dozen other bank identification cards I had carried for so long in my billfold. We went through the solemn ritual of the double keys. Then I was alone in a small confessional of a space and lifting the lid to my new life. The passport was 4 years old, but still valid. It was a bicentennial passport, the one with the red and blue background to the paper, and the gentleman at the Atlanta post office had told me that those would be worth something someday. The cash, $12,000 of it in various denominations, was also still valid, and heavy. I stuffed the sheaths of bills into my bulging tote bag and prayed that the cheap straw would not give way. The stocks and bonds made out to Mrs. Strong were not relevant to my present purposes, but they fit nicely over the heavy lump of bills. I ignored the keys to the Ford Granada. I had no wish to go through the effort of getting the automobile out of storage, and there would be questions if it were discovered at the airport parking lot. The final thing in the box was the tiny Beretta pistol, meant for Mr. Thorne's use if events had called for it, but I would not need it where I was going. Where I thought I was going. After returning the box with the same funereal solemnity as in the earlier ritual, I stood in line for the teller. "Y'all want all 10,000 out today?" asked the gum-chewing girl behind the bars. "Yes, as it says on the slip." "This means you'll be closing out your account with us, then?" "Yes, it does." It was amazing how years of training could produce such paragons of efficiency. The girl glanced over to where the assistant manager was standing with his fingers folded across his stomach like a paid mourner. He nodded curtly, and the girl popped her gum in a faster rhythm. "Yes, ma'am. How do y'all want it?" "In Peruvian nickels," I was tempted to say. "Traveler's checks, please," I smiled. $1,000 in 50s, 1,000 in hundreds, the rest in 500s. "There's a charge for those," said the girl with a slight frown as if the prospect would make me change my mind. "That's fine, dear," I said. The day was still young. I felt young. It would be cool in southern France, but the light would be as rich as melted butter. "Take your time, dear. There's no rush." The Atlanta Sheraton was 2 blocks from the bank. I took a room there. They asked for an imprint of my credit card. Instead, I paid with a $500 traveler's check and put the change in my billfold. The room was a bit less plebeian than the one at the motel with the number, but no less sterile. I used the room phone to contact a downtown travel agency. After several moments of consulting with their resident computer, the young lady gave me a choice of leaving Atlanta at 6 that same day on a TWA flight, which had a 40-minute layover at Heathrow before going on to Paris, or a 10 p.m. Pan Am flight direct to Paris. In each case, I would catch the same late-afternoon flight from Paris to Marseille. She recommended the later flight because it was slightly cheaper. I chose to go first class on the earlier one. There were 3 respectable department stores within a short cab ride of the hotel. I called all 3 and found the one least shocked by the idea of actually delivering items to their customer's hotel. Then I called a cab and went shopping. I purchased 8 dresses with a label by Albert Nippon, 4 skirts, one a delightful green wool designed by Cardin, a complete set of 10 Gucci luggage, 2 Evan Picon suits, including one which a few days earlier I would have thought appropriate for a much younger woman, adequate amounts of underwear, 2 handbags, 3 nightgowns, a comfortable blue robe, 5 pairs of shoes, including a pair of high-heeled black pumps by Bali, a half-dozen wool sweaters, 2 hats, one a wide-brimmed straw hat which went rather well with my $7 tote bag, a dozen blouses, toiletries, a bottle of Jean Patou perfume, which claimed to be the most expensive perfume in the world, and well could have been, a digital alarm clock and a calculator for only $19, makeup, nylons, neither support hose nor those awkward pantyhose, but actual nylon stockings, half a dozen paperback bestsellers from the book department, a Michelin tour guide of France, a larger billfold, a variety of chocolates and English biscuits, and a small metal trunk. Then, while the clerk hunted for an employee to deliver the goods to my hotel, I went next door to an Elizabeth Arden salon for a complete makeover. Later, refreshed, relaxed, my skin and scalp still tingling, dressed in a comfortable skirt and white blouse, I returned to the Sheraton. I ordered lunch, coffee, a cold roast beef sandwich with Dijon mustard, potato salad, vanilla ice cream, and tipped the young bellboy $5 when he brought it. There was a noon television news program, but it did not mention Saturday's events in Charleston. I went in and took a long, hot bath. For traveling, I laid out the dark blue suit. Then, still in my slip, I set about packing. I put a change of clothes, a nightgown, toiletries, snacks, 2 paperbacks, and most of my cash in the small carry-on bag. I had to send down to room service again for a scissors to snip off tags and strings. By 2 o'clock, I was finished, although the small trunk was only half filled and had to be packed down with a blanket I found in the closet to keep things from shifting, and I lay down to take a nap before the 4:15 limousine would take me to the airport. I found it pleasing to watch the black digit shift fluidly on the gray display surface of my new travel alarm. I had no idea how the gadget worked. There was much about this last quarter of the 20th century that I did not understand. But it did not matter. I fell asleep with a smile on my lips. The Atlanta airport was like every other major airport I had ever been in, and I have been in most of them. I missed the great train stations of decades ago, the marbled, sun-shafted dignity of Grand Central in its prime, the open-air majesty of Berlin's pre-war terminal, even the architectural overkill and peasant chaos of Bombay's Victoria Station. Atlanta's airport was the epitome of classless travel, endless tiled concourses, molded plastic seating, and banks of video monitors mutely announcing arrivals and departures. The corridors were filled with scurrying businessmen and loud, sweating families in pastel rags. It did not matter. In 20 minutes, I would be free. I had checked my luggage through except for my carry-on bag and purse. An airline employee took me the length of the concourse on a small electric cart. In truth, my arthritis was troubling me, and my legs were aching abominably from Saturday's exertions. I checked in again at the departure area, confirmed that there would be no smoking in my section of first class, and sat to wait out the final minutes until boarding. "Ms. Fuller, Melanie Fuller, please pick up the nearest white paging phone." I sat rigid, listening. The public address system had been babbling incessantly since my arrival, paging people, threatening that cars left in the loading zone would be ticketed and towed away, disavowing responsibility for the religious fanatics who roamed the terminal like packs of pamphleted jackals. Surely it was a mistake. If my name had actually been called, I would have heard it earlier. I sat upright, scarcely breathing, listening as the sexless voice ran through its litany of paged names. I relaxed somewhat when I heard a Miss Renee Fowler paged. It was a natural enough mistake. My nerves had been on edge for days, weeks. The reunion had been on my mind since early autumn. "Ms. Fuller, Melanie Fuller, please pick up the nearest white paging phone." My heart stopped for a second. I could feel the pain in my chest as muscles constricted. It's a mistake. A common enough name. I'm sure I misheard what was announced. "Mrs. Strawn, Beatrice Strawn, please pick up the nearest white paging phone. Mr. Bergstrom, Harold Bergstrom." There was a moment when I was sure, sickeningly sure, that I was about to faint right there in the overseas departure lounge of Transworld Airlines. I lowered my head as the red and blue room swam out of focus, and a myriad of small dots danced in the periphery of my vision. Then I was up and moving, purse, tote bag, and carry-on bag clutched to me. A man with a blue blazer and plastic name tag went by, and I seized him by the arm. "Where is it?" He stared at me. "The white telephone," I hissed. "Where is it?" He pointed to a nearby wall. I approached the instrument as if it were a viper. For a minute, an eternity, I could not reach for it. Then I set down my carry-on bag, lifted the receiver, and whispered my new name into it. A strange voice said, "Mrs. Strawn, 1 moment, please. There is a call for you." I stood motionless while hollow sounds signified connections being made. When the voice came, it was also hollow, empty, echoing, as if emanating from a tunnel or bare room, or from a tomb. I knew the voice very well. "Melanie, Melanie, darling, this is Nina. Melanie, darling, this is Nina." I dropped the receiver and backed away. The noise and bustle all around receded until it was a distant, unrelated buzz. I seemed to be staring down a long tunnel at tiny figures flitting to and fro. I turned in a spasm of panic and fled down the concourse, forgetting my carry-on suitcase, forgetting the money in it, forgetting my flight, forgetting everything except the dead voice which rang in my ears like a scream in the night. As I approached the terminal doorway, a redcap hurried toward me. I did not think. I glanced at the hurrying Negro, and the man collapsed to the floor. I do not believe that I had ever used anyone that brutally or quickly before. The man writhed in the grip of a massive seizure, striking his face repeatedly against the tile. I slipped through the automatically opening doors as people rushed toward the spasming redcap. I stood on the curb and unsuccessfully tried to fight down the whirlwind of panic and confusion which whipped at me. Each approaching face threatened to resolve itself into the pale and smiling death mask I half expected to see. I spun around, clutching my purse and tote bag to my chest, a pathetic old woman on the verge of hysteria. "Melanie, darling, this is Nina." "Cab, lady?" I whirled to look at the source of the question. The green and white cab had pulled up next to me without my noticing. More waited behind it in a special lane for taxis. The driver was white, in his 30s, clean-shaven, but with the type of translucent skin that showed the darkness of the next day's beard. "You want a cab?" I nodded and struggled with the door. The driver leaned back and unlocked it for me. The interior smelled of stale cigarette smoke, sweat, and vinyl. I swiveled to look out the rear window as we swept down the curved drive. Green rectangles of light washed across the window and rear deck of the cab. I could not tell if any of the other automobiles were following us. There was an insane amount of traffic. "I said where to," shouted the driver. I blinked. My mind was blank. "Downtown?" he said. "Hotel?" "Yes." It was as if I did not speak his language. "Which one?" A great pain blossomed behind my left eye. I felt it flow down from my skull to my neck and then fill my body like a liquid flame. For a second I could not breathe. I sat there, clutching my purse and tote bag, waiting for the pain to fade. "Or what?" asked the driver. "Pardon me." My voice was the rasp of dead cornstalks in a dry wind. "Should I get on the expressway or what?" "Sheraton." The word was a nonsense syllable to me. The pain began to recede, leaving an echo of nausea. "Downtown or airport?" "Downtown," I said, having no idea what we were negotiating. "Got it." I sat back in the cold vinyl. Strips of light moved through the fetid interior of the cab with hypnotic regularity, and I concentrated on slowing my breathing. The sound of tires on wet pavement slowly penetrated the buzzing which had filled my ears. "Melanie, darling." "Your name," I whispered. "Huh?" "Your name," I demanded. "Steve Linton. It's on the card there. Why?" "Where do you live?" "Why?" I had had enough of this one. I pushed. Even through the headache, even through the swirl of nausea, I pushed. The impact was strong enough to make him double over the wheel for a few seconds, and then I allowed him to straighten up and return his attention to the road. "Where do you live?" Pictures, images, a woman with stringy blonde hair in front of a garage. "Verbalize." "Beulah Heights." The driver's voice was flat. "Is it far from here?" 15 minutes. "Do you live alone?" Sadness, loss, jealousy. a pain-filled image of the blonde with a runny-nosed child in her arms, voices raised in anger, a red dress retreating down the walk, the last sight of her station wagon, self-pity, words from a country western song ringing with truth. "We will go there," I said. I believe I said it. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound of tires on wet pavement. The driver's house was dark. It was a duplicate of all the other shabby little homes we had passed in this development. Stucco walls, a single picture window looking out onto a tiny rectangle of yard, a garage as big as all the rest of the house combined. No one was watching as we drove up. The driver opened the garage door and drove the cab in. There was a new model Buick there, dark blue or black. I could not tell in the poor light. I had him back the Buick out onto the driveway and then return. We left the cab's engine running. The driver pulled down the garage door. "Show me the house," I said softly. It was as predictable as it was depressing. Dishes were stacked up in the sink. Socks and underwear littered the floor of the bedroom. Newspapers were everywhere, and cheap paintings of doe-eyed children stared down at the mess. "Where is your gun?" I asked. I did not have to probe to find out if he owned a firearm. This was the South, after all. The driver blinked and led me downstairs to a poorly lit workshop. Old calendars with photographs of naked women hung on the cinder-block walls. The driver nodded to a cheap metal cabinet where a shotgun, a hunting rifle, and 2 pistols were stored. The pistols were wrapped in oily rags. One was some sort of long-barreled target pistol, single-shot, low caliber. The other was a more familiar revolver, 38 caliber, 6-inch barrel, somewhat reminiscent of Charles's heirloom. I put 3 boxes of cartridges in my tote bag with the revolver, and we went back upstairs to the kitchen. He brought me the keys to the Buick, and the 2 of us sat down at the kitchen table while I composed the note for him to write. It was not very original. Loneliness, remorse, inability to continue. Authorities might notice the missing firearm and would certainly search for the automobile, but the authenticity of the note and the choice of method would allay most suspicions of foul play, or so I hoped. The driver returned to the cab. Even in the few seconds the kitchen door was open to the garage, the fumes caused my eyes to water. The cab's engine seemed absurdly loud to me. My last glimpse of my driver was of him sitting upright, hands firm on the steering wheel, gaze set ahead on the horizon of some unseen highway. I closed the door. I should have left immediately, but I had to sit down. My hands were shaking, and a tremor pulsed in my right leg, sending stabs of arthritic pain into my hip. I clutched the Formica tabletop and closed my eyes. "Melanie, darling, this is Nina." There had been no mistaking that voice. Either Nina was still pursuing me, or I had lost my mind. The hole in her forehead had been dime-sized and perfectly round. There had been no blood. I searched the cupboards for wine or brandy. There was only a half bottle of Jack Daniels whiskey. I found a clean jelly glass and drank. The whiskey burned my throat and stomach, but my hands were steadier as I carefully washed the glass and set it back in the cupboard. For a second I considered returning to the airport, but quickly rejected the idea. My luggage would be on its way to Paris by now. I could catch up to it by taking the later Pan American flight, but even the thought of boarding an aircraft made me shudder. Willie relaxing, turning to speak to one of his companions, and the explosion, the screams, the long, dark fall into oblivion. No, I would not be flying for some time to come. The sound of the taxi's motor came through the door to the garage, a dull, persistent throbbing. It had been more than half an hour. It was time for me to leave. I made sure that no one was around and closed the front door behind me. There was the sound of finality to the click of the lock. I could barely hear the taxi's engine through the broad garage door as I slipped behind the wheel of the Buick. For a panicked few seconds I could make none of the keys fit the ignition, but then I tried again, took my time, and the engine promptly started. It took another minute to adjust the seat forward, position the rear-view mirror, and to find the light switch. I had not driven a car, directly driven it, for many years. I backed out the driveway and drove slowly through the winding residential streets. It occurred to me that I had no destination, no alternative plans. I had been fixated on the villa near Toulon, and the identity awaiting me there. The persona of Beatrice Strong had been a temporary thing, a traveling name. With a lurch, I realized that the $12,000 in cash was in the carry-on bag which I had left by the telephone at the airport. I still had more than $9,000 in traveler's checks in my purse and tote bag, along with my passport and other identification. But the blue suit I was wearing constituted all of the clothing I now owned. My throat tightened as I thought of the lovely purchases I had made that morning. I felt the sting of tears, but I shook my head and drove on as a light changed and some cretin behind me honked impatiently. Somehow I managed to find the interstate loop and drove north. I hesitated when I saw the green sign for the airport exit. My carry-on bag might still be sitting near the phone. It would be easy to arrange an alternate flight. I drove on. Nothing in the world could have made me set foot in that well-lit mausoleum where Nina's voice awaited me. I shuddered again as an image formed, unbidden, of the TWA departure lounge where I had been 2 hours, an eternity ago. Nina was there, sitting primly, still in the soft pink dress in which I had last seen her, hands folded atop the purse on her lap, eyes blue, her forehead marked with the dime-size hole and a spreading bruise. Her smile wide and white. Her teeth had been filed to points. She was going to board the aircraft. She was waiting for me. Glancing frequently into my mirror, I changed lanes, altered my speed, and exited twice, only to go back down the opposite ramp to return to the freeway. It was impossible to tell for certain if anyone was following me, but I thought not. Headlights burned my eyes. My hands began to shake again. I put the window down a crack and let the cold night air sting my cheek. I wished that I had brought the bottle of whiskey. The sign read I-85 North, Charlotte, North Carolina. North. I hated the North, the Yankee terseness, the gray cities, the deep cold and sunless days. Anyone who knew me also knew that I detested the northern states, especially in winter, and that I would avoid them if at all possible. I followed the traffic onto the curve of the exit cloverleaf. Reflecting letters on an overhanging sign read, Charlotte, North Carolina, 240 miles. Durham, North Carolina, 337 miles. Richmond, Virginia, 540 miles. Washington, D.C., 650 miles. Gripping the steering wheel with all of my strength, trying to keep up with the insane speed of the traffic, I drove north into the night. "Hey, lady!" I snapped awake and stared at the apparition inches from my face. Bright sunlight illuminated long, stringy hair half covering a rodent's features. Tiny, shifty eyes, long nose, dirty skin, and thin, chapped lips. The apparition forced a smile, and I saw a brief flash of sharp, yellowed teeth. The front tooth was broken. The boy could not have been more than 17 years old. "Hey, lady, you going my way?" I sat up and shook my head. The late morning sunlight was warm in the closed car. I looked around the interior of the Buick, and for a second I could not remember why I was sleeping in a car rather than my bed at home. Then I recalled the interminable night of driving and the terrible weight of fatigue which had finally forced me into an empty rest area. How far had I driven? I vaguely remembered passing an exit sign for Greensboro, North Carolina, just before I stopped. "Lady?" The creature tapped at the window with a knuckle greased with dirt. I pressed the button to lower the window, but nothing happened. Claustrophobia threatened me for a second before I thought to turn on the ignition. Everything in this absurd vehicle was electrically powered. I noticed that the fuel indicator read almost full. I remembered stopping in the night, leaving several stations before I found a place which was not all self-service. Come what may, I was not about to descend to the level of pumping my own gasoline. The window slid down with a hum. "You taking riders, lady?" The boy's voice, a nasal whine, was as repulsive as his appearance. He wore a soiled military jacket and carried only a small pack and bedroll as luggage. Behind him, cars moved by on the interstate with sunlight flashing on their windshields. I had the sudden, liberating sense of playing hooky on school day. Outside, the boy sniffled and wiped at his nose with a sleeve. "How far are you going?" I asked. "North," said the boy with a shrug. It constantly amazes me that we have somehow contrived to raise an entire generation which cannot answer a simple question. "Do your parents know that you're hitchhiking?" Again he offered the shrug, a half-shrug really, with only one shoulder rising as if the complete gesture would require too much energy. I knew immediately that this boy was almost certainly a runaway, probably a thief, and quite possibly a danger to anyone foolish enough to pick him up. "Get in," I said, and touched a button to unlock the door on the passenger side. We stopped in Durham to have breakfast. The boy frowned at the pictures on the plastic menu and then squinted at me. I can't. I don't have no money for this. Like I got enough to get my uncles and all, but—" "That's all right," I said. "This is my treat." We were both supposed to believe that he was traveling to his uncle's home in Washington. When I had again asked him how far he was going, he had squinted one of his ferrety glances at me and said, "How far are you going?" When I suggested Washington as my destination, he had graced me with another glimpse of nicotine-stained teeth and said, "All right, that's where my uncle lives. That's where I'm going. My uncle's, in Washington. All right." Now the boy mumbled his order to the waitress and hunched over to play with his fork. As was the case with so many young people I encountered these days, I could not tell if the boy was truly retarded or just pitifully ill-educated. Most of the population under 30 appears to fall into one or the other category. I sipped my coffee and asked, "You say that your name is Vincent?" "Yeah." The boy lowered his face to his cup like a horse at a trough. The noises were not dissimilar. "That's a pleasant name. Vincent what?" "Huh?" "What is your last name, Vincent?" The boy lowered his mouth to the cup once again to gain time to think. He darted his rodent glance at me. "Oh, Vincent Pierce?" I nodded. The boy had almost said Vincent Price. I had met Price once in an art auction in Madrid in the late 1960s. He was a most gentle man, truly refined, with large, soft hands which were never still. We had discussed art, cooking, and Spanish culture. At that time, Price was buying original art on behalf of some monstrous American company. I thought him a delightful person. It was years later that I found out about his roles in all of those dreadful horror films. Perhaps he and Willie had worked together at some time. "And you are hitchhiking to your uncle's home in Washington?" "Yeah." "Christmas vacation, no doubt," I said. "School must be out." "Yeah." "In what part of Washington does your uncle live?" Vincent hunched over his cup again. His hair hung down like a tangle of greasy vines. Every few seconds he would lift a languid hand and flip a strand out of his eyes. The gesture was as constant and maddening as a tick. I had known this vagabond for less than an hour, and already his mannerisms were driving me crazy. "A suburb, perhaps?" I prompted. "Yeah." "Which one, Vincent? There are quite a few suburbs around Washington. Perhaps we'll pass through it and I can drop you. Is it one of the more expensive areas?" "Yep. My uncle, he's got a lot of money. My whole family's like rich, you know." I could not help but glance at his filthy army jacket, opened now to reveal a ragged black sweatshirt. His stained jeans were worn through in several places. I realized, of course, that dress signifies nothing these days. Vincent could be the grandson of J. Paul Getty and sport such a wardrobe. I remembered the crisp silk suits which my Charles had worn. I remembered Roger Harrison's elaborate costuming for every occasion, traveling cape and suit for the briefest excursions, riding breeches, the dark tie and tails for evening events. America has certainly reached its egalitarian summit as far as dress goes. We have reduced the sartorial options of an entire people to the tattered, filthy rags of the society's least common denominator. "Chevy Chase?" I said. "Huh?" Vincent squinted at me. "The suburb. Perhaps it is Chevy Chase?" He shook his head. "Bethesda? Silver Spring? Tacoma Park?" Vincent furrowed his brow as if considering these. He was about to speak when I interrupted. "Oh, I know," I said. "If your uncle is rich, he probably lives in Bel Air. Isn't that right?" "Yeah, that's it," agreed Vincent, relieved. "That's the place." I nodded. My toast and tea arrived. Vincent's eggs and sausage and hash browns and ham and waffles were set in front of him. We ate in silence, broken only by his feeding noises. Past Durham, I-85 turned due north again. We crossed into Virginia a little over an hour after we finished breakfast. When I was a girl, my family often had traveled to Virginia to visit friends and relatives. Usually we had taken the train, but my favorite method of travel had been the small but comfortable overnight packet ship which had docked at Newport News. Now I found myself driving an oversized and underpowered Buick north on a 4-lane highway, listening to gospel music on the FM radio and leaving my window down a crack to dispel the sweat and dried urine smell emanating from my sleeping passenger. We had passed Richmond, and it was late afternoon when Vincent awoke. I asked him if he would like to drive for a spell. My arms and legs ached from the strain of keeping up with the traffic. No one obeyed the 55-mile-per-hour speed limit. My eyes were also tired. "Hey, yeah. You sure?" asked Vincent. "Yes," I said. "You will drive carefully, I presume?" "Yeah, sure." I found a rest area where we could exchange places. Vincent drove at a steady 68 miles per hour, with only his wrist on the wheel, his eyes so heavy-lidded that for a moment I feared that he had fallen asleep. I reassured myself by remembering that modern automobiles are simple enough to be driven by chimpanzees. I adjusted my seat as far back into a reclining position as it would go and closed my eyes. "Wake me when we arrive at Arlington, would you please, Vincent?" He grunted. I had set my purse between the two front seats, and I knew that Vincent was glancing at it. He had not been able to hood his eyes quickly enough when I had removed the thick pile of cash to pay for breakfast. I was taking a chance by napping, but I was very tired. A Washington FM station was playing a Bach concerto. The hum of tires and gentle swish of traffic lulled me to sleep in less than a minute. The absence of motion woke me. I came awake instantly, totally, alertly, the way a predator awakes at the approach of its prey. We were parked in an unfinished rest stop. The evening slant of winter sunlight suggested that I had been asleep for about an hour. The heavy traffic suggested that we were close to Washington. The switchblade knife in Vincent's hand suggested darker things. He looked up from counting my traveler's checks. I impassively returned his stare. "You gotta sign these," he whispered. I stared at him. "You gotta sign these fucking things over to me," hissed my hitchhiker. His hair fell in his eyes and he flipped it out. "You gotta sign 'em now." "No." Vincent's eyes widened with surprise. Spittle wet his thin lips. He would have killed me then, I believe, in broad daylight, with heavy traffic passing 20 yards away, and with nowhere to put an old lady's corpse except the Potomac. But even dear, dull Vincent was capable of comprehending this. He needed my signature on the checks. "Listen, you old cunt," he said, and seized the front of my dress. "You sign these fucking checks or I'll cut your fucking nose off your fucking face. You understand me, cunt?" He brought the steel blade to a stop inches in front of my eyes. I glanced down at the grimy hand holding my dress front, and I sighed. For the briefest of seconds I recalled entering my hotel suite 3 decades earlier, in a different country, in a different world, and finding a bold but handsome gentleman in evening dress going through my jewel case. That thief had smiled ironically and given a short bow when discovered. I would miss that grace, the ease of use, the quiet efficiency which no amount of conditioning could impart. "Come on," hissed the filthy youth holding me. He moved the blade toward my cheek. "You're fucking asking for this," said Vincent. There was a gleam in his eyes that had nothing to do with the money. "Yes," I said. His arm stopped in mid-motion. For several seconds he strained until the veins stood out on his forehead. He grimaced and his eyes widened as his hand tilted, turned, and moved the stiletto blade back toward his own face. "Time to start," I said softly. The razor-sharp blade turned until it was vertical. It slid between the thin lips, between the stained and broken front teeth. "Time to teach," I said softly. The blade slid in, slicing gums and tongue. His lips curled back and then closed on steel. The blade grew moist with blood as the tip touched soft palate. "Time to learn." I smiled, and we began the first lesson.
15. Washington, D.C., Saturday, December 20th, 1980. Saul Lasky stood motionless for 20 minutes, looking at the girl. She stared back, unblinking, equally motionless, frozen in time. She wore a straw hat, tilted back slightly on her head, and a gray apron over a simple white shift. Her hair was blonde, and her eyes blue. Her hands were folded in front of her, arms stretched in the awkward grace of childhood. Someone stepped between him and the painting, and Saul stepped back, moved sideways to get a better view. The girl in the straw hat continued to stare at the empty space he had vacated. Saul did not know why the painting moved him so. Most of Marie Cassat's work struck him as too sentimental, a soft-edged blur of pastels. But this piece had moved him to tears the first time he had visited the National Gallery almost 2 decades ago. And now no trip to Washington was complete without a pilgrimage to The Girl with the Straw Hat. He thought that perhaps somehow the pudgy face and wistful stare brought back the presence of his sister Steffa, dead of typhus during the war, although Steffa's hair had been much darker and her eyes far from blue. Saul turned away from the painting. Each time he visited the museum, he promised himself that he would see new sections, spend more time with the modern work, and each time he spent too much time here with the girl. Next time, he thought. It was after 1 p.m., and the crowd in the gallery restaurant was thinning out by the time Saul reached the entrance and stood there scanning the tables. He saw Aaron immediately, seated at a small table near the corner, his back to a tall potted plant. Saul waved and joined the young man. "Hello, Uncle Saul." "Hello, Aaron." His nephew rose and gave Saul a hug. Saul grinned, gripped the boy by the arms, and looked at him. No boy now. Aaron would be 26 in March. No longer a boy, perhaps, but still thin. and Saul saw David smile, the upward curve of muscle at each corner of the mouth. But Rebekah's dark curls and large eyes looked out from behind the glasses. But something about the darker skin and high cheeks were David's alone, as if an additional inheritance for being Sabra, a native-born Israeli. Aaron and his twin had been 13, small for their age, when the Six-Day War had erupted. Saul had flown into Tel Aviv 5 hours too late to join the fighting, even as a medic, but not too late to hear young Aaron and Isaac tell and retell the second-hand exploits of their older brother Avner, a captain in the Air Force. And Saul had listened to additional details of Aaron and Isaac's cousin Chaim's bravery in leading his battalion on the Golan Heights. 2 years later, young Avner was dead, shot down by an Egyptian Sam during the War of Attrition, and the following August it was Chaim's turn to die, a victim of a misplaced Israeli minefield during the Yom Kippur War. Aaron had been 18 that summer, frail from the asthma that had afflicted him from infancy. David, his father, foiled every scheme Aaron came up with to enter the fray. Aaron had his heart set on being a commando or paratrooper like his brother Isaac. When all of the services rejected him because of his asthma and poor vision, the boy finished college and then played his final card. Aaron approached his father and pleaded with David, to use his old contacts in the nation's intelligence service to find him a position. Aaron entered the Mossad in June of 1974. He was not trained as a field agent. Israel had too many ex-commandos and other heroes serving in the Mossad to need to put this slight, cerebral young man always hovering on the edge of ill health in such a demanding role. Aaron did receive the standard training in self-defense and weapons handling, even becoming minimally proficient in using the little .22 Berettas favored by the Mossad at the time, but his real skill had been at cryptography. After 3 years working at communications in Tel Aviv and another year in the field somewhere in the Sinai, Aaron had come to Washington to work with a task force at the Israeli embassy. The fact that he was David Eshkol's son had not hurt the chances for such a choice appointment. "How are you, Uncle Saul?" Aaron asked in Hebrew. "Well," said Saul. "Speak English, please." "All right." There was no hint of accent. "How are your father and brother?" "Better even than the last time we spoke," said Aaron. "The doctors think that Father will be able to spend some time at the farm this summer. Isaac has been promoted to colonel." "Good, good," said Saul. He glanced down at the 3 dossiers his nephew had set out on the table. He was trying to think of a way to reverse events so that he had never involved the boy, while still getting whatever information Aaron had been able to obtain. As if reading his mind, Aaron leaned forward and said in an urgent whisper, "Uncle Saul, what are you involved in here?" Saul blinked. 6 days ago he had called Aaron and asked him if he could get any information on William Borden or the whereabouts of Francis Harrington. It had been a stupid thing to do. For many years Saul had avoided going to family or the family's connections, but he had been distraught at the thought of young Harrington's disappearance and desperate that if he went to Charleston he would miss some crucial bit of information about Borden, about the Oberst. Aaron had called him back on a secure telephone and said, "Uncle Saul, this is about your German colonel, isn't it?" Saul had not denied it. Everyone in the family had known of Uncle Saul's obsession with an elusive Nazi encountered in the camps during the war. "You know the Mossad would never operate in the United States, don't you?" Aaron had added. Saul had said nothing to that, and his silence had said everything. He had worked with Aaron's father when the Irgun Tzvai Leumi and Haganah were illegal and active, buying American armaments and armaments factories to be shipped piece by piece to Palestine, to be reassembled and ready when the Arab armies inevitably rolled across the borders of the newborn Zionist state. "All right," Aaron had responded to the silence. "I will do what I can." Saul blinked again and took off his glasses to wipe them with a napkin. "No, what do you mean?" he said. "I was curious about the man Borden. Francis was once a student of mine. He went to Los Angeles to find something out about this man, probably divorce work, who knows? When Francis did not return on time, and Mr. Borden is said to have died, I was asked by a friend, could I help? I thought of you, Aaron." "Uh-huh," said Aaron. He stared steadily at his uncle, shook his head at last, and sighed. He looked to make sure that no one was in earshot or close enough to see past Saul's back. Then he opened the first dossier. "I flew out to Los Angeles on Monday," Aaron said. "You did?" Saul was startled. He had meant for his nephew to make a few phone calls in Washington, to use whatever sophisticated computers the Israeli embassy had these days, especially the office that housed the 6 Mossad agents, and perhaps even to look into Israeli or American classified files. He did not expect the boy to fly off to the West Coast the next day. Aaron made a gesture with his hand. "It was no trouble," he said. "I had weeks of leave accumulated. Since when have you ever asked anything of us, Uncle Saul? Always it had been give and give and give from you since I was a child. The money from New York put me through the university at Haifa, even though we could have afforded it. So when you ask one little thing, I shouldn't do it?" Saul rubbed his forehead. "You're no James Bond, Modi," he said, using Aaron's childhood nickname. "Besides, the Mossad does not operate in the States." Aaron did not react. "It was a vacation, Uncle Saul," he said. "So, do you want to hear what I did on my vacation or not?" Saul nodded. "This is where your Mr. Harrington was staying," said Aaron, sliding across a black-and-white photograph of a hotel in Beverly Hills. Saul left the picture flat on the table as he looked at it and slid it back. "I learned very little," said Aaron. "Mr. Harrington checked in on December 8th. A waitress remembered that a red-haired young man fitting Harrington's description had breakfast in the hotel coffee shop the morning of the 9th. A porter thinks he remembers seeing a man driving the yellow Datsun, like the one Harrington rented, leave the hotel parking lot at about 3 p.m. that Tuesday. He couldn't be sure." Aaron slipped across 2 more sheets of paper. "Here are photocopies of the newspaper article, 1 paragraph, and the police report. The yellow Datsun was found parked near the airport Hertz office on Wednesday the 10th. The Hertz people eventually billed Harrington's mother. An anonymous money order for the $329.48 hotel bill arrived in the mail on Monday the 15th. Same day I got there. The envelope was postmarked New York. Would you know anything about that, Uncle Saul?" Saul looked at him. "I didn't think so," said Aaron. He closed the dossier. "What makes this really strange is that Mr. Harrington's 2 part-time assistants in his amateur detective agency, Dennis Leland and Selby White, were killed in an automobile accident that same week, Friday, December 12th. They were driving from New York to Boston after receiving a long-distance call." "What's the matter, Uncle Saul?" Nothing. You looked sort of sick there for a second. Did you know these 2 guys?" White had gone to Princeton with Harrington. He's from the Hyannisport Whites. "I met them once," said Saul. "Go on." Aaron squinted slightly at his uncle. Saul remembered the same expression on a small boy's face when the child was not certain about the veracity of his uncle's fantastic bedtime stories. "So, whatever happened, it sounds very professional," said Aaron. "Something the American crime families, the new mafia, would carry out. 3 hits, very clean, 2 of the bodies in an automobile accident, the truck that ran them off the road still unaccounted for. The 3rd body gone for good. But the question is, what was Francis Harrington working on in California that would so upset the professionals, if it was the mafia, that they would go back to their old style of doing things? And why all 3? Leland and White had real jobs. Their involvement with Harrington's half-assed detective agency was an occasional weekend lark. Harrington had about 3 cases last year, and 2 of them were divorce things for friends. The third was a waste of time where he tried to track down some poor old schmuck's biological parents 48 years after they deserted him. "Where did you learn all this?" Saul asked softly. "I talked to Francis's part-time secretary after I got back on Wednesday and visited the office one evening." "I take it back, Moody. You do have a streak of James Bond in you." "Uh-huh," said Aaron. He looked around. The restaurant was no longer serving lunch, and the tables were thinning out as people left. Enough slow eaters were left so as not to make Saul and Aaron conspicuous, yet no one sat within 15 feet of them. Somewhere in the basement hallway outside the restaurant, a child began to cry with a voice like a klaxon. "You ain't heard nothing yet, Uncle Saul," Aaron said in his best cowboy drawl. Go on." "The secretary said Harrington had been getting a lot of phone calls from a man who never identified himself," said Aaron. "The police wanted to know who this guy was. She told them she didn't know, and Harrington had kept no records of the case except for travel expenses and so forth. Whatever it was, this new client got Francis busy enough that he got his old college buddies to help him out." "Aha," said Saul. Aaron sipped from his coffee cup. "You said Harrington was an old student of yours, Uncle Saul. He didn't have any transcripts in the Columbia Record Office." "He audited 2 courses," said Saul. "War and Human Behavior and the Psychology of Aggression. Francis did not fail at Princeton because he was slow. He was brilliant and bored. My classes did not bore him. Now, go on, Moody." Aaron's mouth was set in a determined way that reminded Saul of David Eshkol's most stubborn expression when the two would argue the morality of guerrilla warfare late into the pale night on the farm outside of Tel Aviv. "The secretary told the police that Harrington's client sounded like a Jew," said Aaron. "She told me she could always tell a Jew by the way they spoke. This one sounded foreign, German or Hungarian maybe." "No? Are you going to tell me what's going on, Uncle Saul?" "Not right now, Moody. I do not know for sure myself." Aaron's mouth remained set. He tapped the other 2 dossiers. They were thicker than the first one. "I've got some other stuff here that's a lot wilder than the dead end with Harrington," he said. "It seems to me that it would be a fair trade." Saul raised his eyebrows slightly. "So, now it is a transaction, not a favor?" Aaron sighed and opened the second folder. "Borden, William D., supposedly born August 8, 1906, in Hubbard, Ohio, but no documentation between birth certificate in 1906 and a sudden rush of Social Security cards, driver's licenses, and so forth in 1946. It's the kind of thing the FBI computers usually pay attention to, but no one seems to have given a damn in this case. My guess is that if we visited cemeteries around Hubbard, Ohio, wherever the hell that is, we'd find a little gravestone for baby Billy Borden, may angels fly him to his rest, etc., etc. Meanwhile, our grown-up Mr. Borden seems to have popped into existence in Newark, New Jersey in early 46, moved to New York City the next year. Whoever he was, he had money. He was one of those invisible backers of Broadway plays during the 48 and 49 seasons. Bought in with the big boys, but didn't wine and dine with them, it seems. At least I can't find any gossip about it in the old columns, and none of the old crones who work for some of the old-line producers and agents remember him. Anyway, Borden went out to Los Angeles in 1950, bankrolled his first picture that same year, and has been a fixture ever since. He became more visible in the 60s. Hollywood insiders knew him as the Kraut or Big Bill Borden. Threw occasional parties, but never a loud enough one to get the cops involved. The man was a saint. No traffic violations, no tickets for jaywalking, nothing. Either that, or he had enough clout to get anything naughty taken off the record. What do you think, Uncle Saul?
What else do you have?
Nothing, said Aaron. Nothing except some studio flack stuff, a photo of Herr Borden's front gate in Bel Air, you can't see the house, and the L.A. Times and Variety clippings about his death in that airline crash last Saturday.
Could I see those, please?
Asked Saul. When Saul had finished reading, Aaron said quietly, Was he your German, Uncle Saul? Your Oberst?
Probably, said Saul. I wanted to know.
And you sent Francis Harrington out to find out the same week that Borden dies in an airline bombing?
Yes.
And your ex-student and both of his associates die during the same 3-day period?
I did not know about Dennis and Selby until you told me, said Saul. I had no real idea that they could be in danger.
In danger from whom? Pressed Aaron.
I honestly do not know at this point, said Saul.
Tell me what you do know, Uncle Saul. Perhaps we can help.
We?
Levi, Dan, Jack Cohn, and Mr. Bergman.
Embassy people.
Jack is my supervisor, but also a friend, said Aaron. Tell us what's going on, and we'll help.
No, said Saul.
No, you can't tell me, or no, you won't? Saul looked back over his shoulder.
The restaurant will be closing up in a few minutes, he said. Should we go elsewhere?
The muscles at the corners of Aaron's mouth tightened. 3 of those people, that couple near the entrance and the young guy nearest you, are our people. They will stay as long as we need others here.
So you've told them already?
No, only Levi. He did the camera work anyway.
What camera work?
Aaron slid a photograph out of the third and fattest dossier. It showed a small man with dark hair, an open-collared shirt, and leather coat, dark hooded eyes, and a cruel mouth. He was crossing a narrow street, his coat open and flying back.
Who is he?
Asked Saul.
Herod, said Aaron. Tony Herod. William Borden's associate, said Saul. His name was in the Variety article.
Aaron slid 2 more photographs out of the dossier. Herod was standing in front of a garage door holding a credit card, apparently ready to insert it in a small device set into the brick wall. Saul had seen such security locks before.
Where was this taken? He asked.
Georgetown, 4 days ago.
This Georgetown? Asked Saul. What was he doing in Washington? What were you doing photographing him?
Levi photographed him, said Aaron with a smile. I attended Mr. Borden's memorial service at Forest Lawn on Monday. Tony Herod gave the eulogy. What small background check I had time for suggested that Mr. Herod was very close to your Mr. Borden. When Herod flew to Washington on Tuesday, I followed him. It was time to come home anyway. Saul shook his head.
So you followed him to Georgetown?
I didn't have to, Uncle Saul. I'd phoned Levi and he'd followed him from the airport. I joined him later. That's when we got the photos. I wanted to talk to you before we showed the photographs to Dan or Mr. Bergman. Saul frowned at the 2 photographs.
I don't see any special significance to these, he said. Is the address important?
No, said Aaron. It's a townhouse leased to Becktronics, a subsidiary of HRL Industries. Saul shrugged.
Is that important?
No, said Aaron. These are. He moved 5 more photographs across the tabletop. Levi had his Bell telephone van, said Aaron with a tone of some satisfaction. He was 30 feet up on a utility pole when he got these pictures of them leaving by the alley. The alley is perfectly shielded otherwise. These guys go down the covered back sidewalk here, open the gate, and step right into the limousine and go. Neighbors couldn't see them, wouldn't be visible from the end of the alley. Perfect. The black and white photographs had caught each man in the same instant of stepping between gate and limousine. The prints were grainy from being greatly enlarged. Saul studied each one carefully and said, "They mean nothing to me, Moody." Aaron cradled his head in his hands. "How long have you lived in this country, Uncle Saul?" When Saul said nothing, Aaron stabbed a finger at the photo of a man with small eyes, generous jowls, and a full head of wavy white hair. "This is James Wayne Sutter, better known to the faithful as the Reverend Jimmy Wayne. Ring any bells?" "No," said Saul. "TV evangelist," said Aaron. "Started with a drive-in movie church in Dothan, Alabama in 1964, and now has his own satellite and cable channels and tax-free corporate income profits of about $78 million a year. His politics are a little to the right of Attila the Hun. If Reverend Jimmy Wayne announces that the Soviet Union is Satan's instrument, which he does every day on the tube, about 12 million people say hallelujah. Even Prime Minister Begin makes overtures to the schmuck. Some of their love donations end up coming to Israel in the form of weapons purchases. Anything to save the Holy Land." "It's no news that Israel has made contacts with these fundamentalist right-wingers," said Saul. "So this was what worked you and your friend Levi up? Maybe Mr. Herod is a believer." Aaron was agitated. He set the photos of Herod and Sutter back in the folder and smiled at the waitress as she came over to refill his coffee cup. The restaurant was almost empty now. When she moved away, Aaron said with some excitement, "Jimmy Wayne Sutter is the least of our worries here, Uncle Saul. Do you recognize this man?" He touched the photograph of a thin-faced man with dark hair and deep-set eyes. "No." "Neiman Trask," said Aaron, "close advisor to Senator Kellogg from Maine. Remember, Kellogg almost got the nod for the vice presidential slot on the party ticket last summer." "Really?" said Saul. "Which party?" Aaron shook his head. "Uncle Saul, what do you do if you don't pay any attention to things going on around you?" Saul smiled. "Not much," he said. "I teach 3 undergraduate courses each week, still serve as faculty advisor even though I don't have to, have a full research schedule at the clinic. My second book is due at the publishers on January 6th. "All right," said Aaron. "I still contribute at least 12 hours of direct counseling at the clinic each week. I traveled to 4 seminars in December, 2 of them in Europe, delivered papers at all 4. "Okay," said Aaron. "Last week was unusual because I only hosted the 1 university panel," said Saul. "Usually the Majors Commission and the State Advisory Council take up at least 2 evenings. Now, Moody, why is Mr. Trask so important? Because he's one of Senator Kellogg's advisors?" "Not one," said Aaron. "The advisor. The word is that Kellogg doesn't go to the bathroom without checking with Neiman Trask. Also, Trask was the big fundraiser for the party during the last campaign. The saying is that wherever he goes, money flows." "Cute," said Saul. What about this gentleman?" He tapped the forehead of a man who bore a slight resemblance to the actor Charlton Heston. "Joseph Philip Kepler," said Aaron. "Ex-number 3 man in Lyndon Johnson's CIA, ex-State Department troubleshooter, and currently a media consultant and commentator on PBS. "Yes," said Saul. "He did look familiar. He has a Sunday evening program?" "Rapid Fire," said Aaron. "Invites government bureaucrats on to embarrass them. This one," Aaron tapped the photograph of a short, bald man with a scowl, is Charles C. Colvin, Special Assistant to the Deputy Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation." "Interesting title," said Saul. "It could mean nothing or everything." "It means a hell of a lot in this case," said Aaron. "Colvin is about the only one of the middle-level Watergate suspects that didn't serve time. He was the White House contact in the FBI. Some say he was the brains behind Gordon Liddy's antics. Instead of being indicted, he became even more important after all the other heads rolled." "What does all this mean, Moody?" "Just a minute, Uncle Saul. We have saved the best for last." Aaron put away all the photographs, except for that of a thin, exquisitely tailored man in his early or mid-60s. The gray hair was distinguished, its styling impeccable. Even in the grainy black-and-white print, Saul could see the combination of tan and clothes and subliminal sense of command that only great wealth could bring. "C. Arnold Barrent," said Aaron, paused for a second, and went on. "The friend of presidents. Every first family since Eisenhower's has spent at least one vacation at one of Barrent's hideaways. Barrent's father was in steel and railroads, a mere millionaire, poverty-stricken compared to Barrent Jr. and his billions. Fly over any section of Manhattan and pick a skyscraper, any skyscraper, and odds are better than even that one of the corporations on the top floor is owned by a parent company that is a subsidiary of a conglomerate that is managed by a consortium that is principally owned by C. Arnold Barrent. Media, microchips, movie studios, oil, art, or baby food, Barrent has a part of it." "What does the C stand for?" asked Saul. "No one has the foggiest idea," said Aaron. "C. Arnold Sr. never revealed it, and the son isn't talking. Anyway, the Secret Service loves it when the president and his family visit. Barrent's homes are usually on islands. He owns islands all over the world, Uncle Saul. And the layout, security, helipad facilities, satellite links, and so forth are better than the White House's. Once a year, usually in June, Barrent's Heritage West Foundation runs its summer camp, a week-long bash for some of the biggest little boys in the Western Hemisphere. The thing is by invitation only, and to be invited you have to be at least cabinet level and up and coming, or over the hill and a legend in your own time. The rumors that have come out the past few years tell of German ex-chancellors dancing around the campfires, singing bawdy songs with old American secretaries of state and an ex-president or two. It's supposed to be a place where the leaders can let everything hang out. Is that the American phrase, Uncle Saul?" "Yes," said Saul. He watched as Aaron put the last photograph away. "So, tell me what it means, Aaron. Why did Tony Herod from Hollywood go to a clandestine meeting with these 5 people whom I should, God knows, have known, and didn't?" Aaron put the dossiers in his briefcase and folded his hands. The corners of his mouth pulled tight. "You tell me, Uncle Saul. An ex-Nazi producer, you think he's your ex-Nazi, is killed in an airline crash that probably was the result of a bomb. You send a rich college boy playing detective to Hollywood to look into the producer's history, and your friend is abducted, almost certainly killed, as are his 2 amateur colleagues. A week later, your Nazi producer's associate, a man who by all accounts combines all the charm of a charlatan and a child molester, flies to Washington and meets with the strangest assortment of insiders and shady power brokers since Yasser Arafat's first executive council meeting. What's going on, Uncle Saul?" Saul took his glasses off and cleaned the lenses. He did not speak for a full minute. Aaron waited. "Moody," Saul said at last, "I do not know what is going on. I was interested only in the Oberst, in the man I believe to have been William D. Borden. I have never heard of any of these people before today. I had no idea who Borden was
until I saw his photograph in the Sunday New York Times and felt sure that he was Oberst Wilhelm von Borchert, Waffen-SS. Saul stopped, put his glasses on, and touched his forehead with shaking fingers. He knew that he must look to his nephew like a shaken, confused old man. At that moment, it was not an act. "Uncle Saul, you can tell me what's wrong," Aaron said in Hebrew. "Let me help." Saul nodded. He felt tears come to his eyes, and he looked away quickly. "If it could possibly have any importance to Israel," pressed Aaron, "be any threat, we need to work together, Uncle Saul." Saul sat straight up. Be any threat. He suddenly could see his father carrying little Joseph in that line of pale, naked men and boys at Chelmno, feel the sting of the slap and humiliation on his own cheek again, and knew precisely, as his father had known precisely, that saving family sometimes had to be the first priority, the only priority. He took Aaron's hand in both of his. "Moody, you must trust me in this. I think many things are happening here that have nothing to do with one another. The man I thought was the Oberst I had known in the camps probably was not. Francis Harrington was brilliant but unstable. He dropped out of every responsibility the way he dropped out of Princeton 3 years ago. I gave him an embarrassingly large advance on expenses so that he could look into William Borden's background. I'm sure that Francis's mother or secretary or girlfriend will get a postcard from him, postmarked Bora Bora or some such place, any day now." "Uncle Saul, please, Moody, listen. Francis's friends, they died in an accident. You've never known anyone who died in an accident? Your cousin Chaim, maybe, driving his jeep down from the Golan to see a girl little better than a nafka? Uncle Saul, listen, Moody. You're playing James Bond again the way you used to play Superman. You remember? The summer I visited, you were 9, too old to be leaping from the terrace with a towel around your neck. The whole summer you couldn't play with your favorite uncle because of the cast on your left leg." Aaron blushed and looked down at his hands. "Your pictures are interesting, Moody, but what do they suggest? A conspiracy against Jerusalem? A cell of Arafat's Fatah ready to ship bombs to the border? Moody, you saw rich, powerful people meeting with a pornographer in a rich, powerful city. You think that was a secret meeting? You said yourself, see, Arnold Barrett owns islands and homes where even the president is safer than in his own home. This was just not a public meeting. Who knows what dirty little movie deals these people put money into, or what dirty little movies your born-again Reverend Wayne Jim bankrolls?" "Jimmy Wayne," said Aaron. "Whatever," said Saul. "Do you really think we should bother your superiors at the embassy and get real agents involved, and perhaps even let all this come to the attention of David, sick as he is, for some Meshuggah meeting to discuss some dirty movie or something?" Aaron's thin face was beet red. For a second, Saul thought the young man was going to cry. "All right, Uncle Saul. You won't tell me anything?" Saul touched his nephew's hand again. "I swear to you, on your mother's grave, Moody, I've told you everything that makes sense to me. I'll be in Washington another day or two. Perhaps I could come over and see you and Deborah again, and we could talk. Across the river, isn't it?" "Alexandria," said Aaron. "Yes. What about tonight?" "I have a meeting," said Saul. "But tomorrow I would love a home-cooked meal." Saul looked over his shoulder at the 3 Israelis who now made up the rest of the restaurant's clientele. What do we tell them?" Aaron adjusted his own glasses. "Only Levi knows why we're here. We were all going out to lunch anyway." Aaron looked fiercely into Saul's eyes. "Do you know what you're doing, Uncle Saul?" Yes, said Saul, I do. And right now, I want to do as little as possible, relax a bit over the rest of the vacation, and prepare for January's classes. Moody, you wouldn't have one of them, Saul cocked his head, follow me or anything, would you? It might be embarrassing to a certain, female colleague I hope to have dinner with tonight.
Aaron grinned. We couldn't spare the manpower anyway, he said. Only Levi there has any field status. Harry and Barbara work with me in ciphers. Both men stood. Tomorrow, Uncle Saul? Shall I come in to pick you up?
No, I have a rental car, said Saul. About 6?
Earlier if you can, said Aaron. You'll have time to play with the twins before dinner.
4:30 then, said Saul.
And we will talk?
I promise, said Saul.
The two men walked up the stairs to the area under the dome, hugged, and went their separate ways. Saul stood just inside the gift shop until he saw Harry, Barbara, and the swarthy man named Levi depart together. Then he went slowly upstairs to the Impressionist section. The girl in the straw hat was still waiting, looking up and out with a slightly startled, slightly puzzled, slightly hurt expression that moved something within Saul. He stood there a long time, thinking about family and about vengeance and about fear. He found himself wondering about his own morality, if not about his sanity, at involving two goyim in what could never be their struggle. He decided that he would go back to the hotel, take a very long and very hot shower, and read a bit of the Mortimer Adler book. Then, when the rates went down, he would call Charleston, talk to both Natalie and the sheriff if possible. He would tell them that his meeting had gone well, that he knew now that the producer who had died on the flight from Charleston had not been the German colonel who haunted his nightmares. He would admit that he had been under stress recently and let them draw their own conclusions about his analysis of Nina Drayton and the events in Charleston. Saul was still in front of the painting of the girl in the straw hat and was lost deep in thought when the low voice behind him said, "It's a very pretty picture, is it not? It seems so sad that the girl who posed for it must be dead and rotted away by now." Saul spun around. Frances Harrington stood there, eyes gleaming strangely, freckled face as pale as a death mask. The slack lips jerked upward as if pulled by hooks and strings, until a rictal grimace showed a wide expanse of teeth in a terrible simulation of a smile. The arms and hands moved upward as if to embrace or engulf Saul. "Guten Tag, meine alte Freund," said the thing that had been Frances Harrington. "Wie geht's, mein kleiner Bauer, my favorite little pawn?" 16. Charleston, Thursday, December 25th, 1980. The lobby of the hospital held a 3-foot silver Christmas tree set in the center of the waiting area. 5 empty but brightly wrapped presents were scattered around its base, and children had made paper ornaments to hang from the branches. Sunlight painted white and yellow rectangles on the tile floor. Sheriff Bobby Joe Gentry nodded at the receptionist as he crossed the lobby and headed for the elevators. "Morning and Merry Christmas, Miss Howells," he called. Gentry punched the elevator button and stood waiting with a large white paper sack in his arms. "Merry Christmas, Sheriff," called the 70-year-old volunteer. "Oh, Sheriff, could I bother you for a second?" "No bother, ma'am." Gentry ignored the opening elevator doors and walked over to the woman's desk. She wore a pastel green smock that clashed with the darker green of plastic pine boughs on the formica counter in front of her. 2 silhouette romance novels lay read and discarded near her Rolodex. "How can I help you, Miss Howell?" asked Gentry. The old woman leaned forward and lowered her bifocals so that they hung by their beaded chain.
"It's about that colored woman on 4 they brought in last night,"
she began in an excited whisper that fell just short of sounding conspiratorial. "Yes'm?"
Nurse Oleander says that you were sitting up there all night, sort of like a guard, and that you had a deputy there outside the room this morning when you had to leave."
That's Lester," said Gentry. He shifted the weight of the sack against his shirt. "Lester and I are the only ones in the sheriff's office that aren't married and all. We tend to hold down the holiday duty."
"Well, yes," said Mrs. Howell, thrown off the track a bit. "But we were wondering, Nurse Oleander and I, it being Christmas Eve and morning and everything, well, what was this colored girl charged with? I mean, I know it may be official business and everything, but it is true that this girl is a suspect in the Mansard House murders and had to be brought in by force?"
Gentry smiled and leaned forward. "Miss Howell, can you keep a secret?" The receptionist set her thick glasses back in place, pursed her lips, sat very erect, and nodded.
"Certainly, Sheriff," she said. "Whatever you tell me won't go any further than this desk."
Gentry nodded and leaned over farther to whisper close to her ear.
"Miss Preston is my fiancée. She doesn't like the idea much, so I've been keeping her locked up down in my cellar. She tried to up and get away last night while we was out wassailing, so I had to whoop her one. Lester's up there holding a gun on her now till I get back."
Gentry looked back once to wink before entering the elevator. Miss Howell's posture was as perfect as before, but her glasses had slipped down to the tip of her nose, and her mouth hung slightly open. Natalie looked up as Gentry entered the double room she had all to herself. "Good morning and Merry Christmas," he called. He pulled her wheeled tray over and plunked the white sack onto it. "Ho, ho, ho!"
"Merry Christmas,"
said Natalie. Her voice was strained and husky. She winced and raised her left hand to her throat. "Seen the bruises there yet?" asked Gentry, leaning forward to inspect them again himself.
"Yes,"
whispered Natalie. "Whoever did that had fingers like Van Cliburn," said Gentry. "How's your head?" Natalie touched the large bandage on the left side of her head.
"What happened?" she asked huskily. "I mean, I remember being choked, but not hitting my head."
Gentry began removing white styrofoam food cartons from the sack. "Doctor been in yet?"
"Not since I've been awake."
"Doc thinks you banged it against the door frame of the car when you were struggling with the fella," said Gentry. He took the lid off of large styrofoam cups of steaming coffee and plastic glasses of orange juice. "Just a bruise that bled a little. It was the choking that knocked you out." Natalie touched her throat and winced at the memory.
"Now I know what it's like to be strangled,"
she whispered with a weak smile. Gentry shook his head. "Nope, he knocked you out with a chokehold, but it was by shutting blood off to the brain, not by shutting air off. Knew what he was doing. Bit more, and there'd have been brain damage at the very least. You want an English muffin with your scrambled eggs?" Natalie stared at the huge breakfast set out before her. Coffee, toasted muffins, eggs, bacon, sausage, orange juice, and fruit.
"Where on earth did you get all this?"
she asked incredulously.
"They already brought a breakfast I couldn't eat, a rubber poached egg and weak tea. What restaurant's open on Christmas morning?"
Gentry took his hat off, held it over his heart, and looked hurt. "Restaurant? Restaurant? Why, ma'am, this is a Christian, God-fearing city. There's no restaurant open this morning, except maybe Tom Delphin's Diner out to the interstate. Tom's an agnostic. No, ma'am. This grub comes from yours truly's kitchen. Now eat up before it all gets cold."
"Thank you, Sheriff," said Natalie, "but I can't eat all this."
"Not supposed to," said Gentry. "This is my breakfast, too. Here's the pepper."
"But my throat—"
"Doc says it'll be sore for a while, but it'll work okay for eating. Eat up." Natalie opened her mouth, said nothing, and picked up her fork instead. Gentry removed a small transistor radio from the sack and set it on the table. Most of the FM stations carried Christmas music. He found a classical station playing Handel's Messiah and let the music soar. Natalie appeared to be enjoying her scrambled egg. She took a sip of hot coffee and said,
"This is excellent, Sheriff. What about Lester?"
"He's not always best described as excellent," said Gentry.
"No, I mean, is he still here?"
"Nope," said Gentry. "He's back at the station till noon. Then Stewart comes in to relieve him. Don't worry, Lester has had breakfast already."
"Good coffee,"
said Natalie. She looked at Gentry over the clutter of styrofoam containers.
"Lester said that you spent the night here."
Gentry managed to combine a gesture in which he removed his hat and shrugged at the same time. "Darn eggs get cold even when I pack 'em in these stupid styrofoam things," he said.
"Did you think whoever it was, would come back?"
asked Natalie. "Not especially," said Gentry, "but we didn't have too much time to talk before they gave you the shot last night. I figured it wouldn't hurt to have somebody here to chat with you when you woke up."
"So you spent Christmas Eve in a hospital chair,"
said Natalie. Gentry grinned at her. "Oh, what the heck? It's more fun than watching Mr. Magoo as Scrooge for the 20th year."
"How did you find me so fast last night?"
asked Natalie, her voice still husky but not as strained as before. "Well, we'd agreed to get together after all," said Gentry. "When you weren't home and my answering machine didn't have a message on it, I just sort of drove by the Fuller place on my way home. I knew you had a habit of checking it out."
"But you didn't see my assailant?"
"Nope, just you in the front seat sort of hunkered over holding a bloodied camera." Natalie shook her head.
"I still don't remember hitting him with the camera," she said. "I was trying to reach Dad's gun."
That reminds me," said Gentry. He walked over to the green sheriff's jacket he had hung on a chair and removed the .32 automatic from a pocket and set it on the far end of the tray table near Natalie's orange juice. "I put the safety back on," he said. "It's still loaded." Natalie lifted a wedge of toast, but did not bite into it.
"Who was it?"
Gentry shook his head. "You say he was white?"
"Yes. I only saw his nose, a bit of cheek, and his eyes, but I'm sure he was white."
"Age?"
I'm not sure. I had the sense he was about your age, early 30s maybe."
"Do you remember anything you didn't tell me last night?" asked Gentry.
"No, I don't think so," said Natalie. "He was in the car when I ran back to it. He must have been on the floor in the back."
Natalie put down the toast and shivered. "He broke the overhead light in your car," said Gentry, finishing the last of his scrambled eggs. "That's why it didn't come on when you opened the door on the driver's side. You say you saw a light on the second floor of the Fuller house?"
"Yes, not the hall light or in her bedroom. Perhaps from the guest room up there I could see it through the gaps in the shutters."
"Here, finish up," said Gentry, pushing the small plate of bacon toward her. "Did you know that the electricity was turned off in the Fuller house?" Natalie's eyebrows went up.
"No,"
she said. "Probably was a flashlight," said Gentry. "Maybe one of those big electric lanterns."
"Then you believe me?"
Gentry was closing up his styrofoam containers and tossing them in the wastebasket nearby. He paused to stare at her. "Why wouldn't I believe you? You didn't put those marks on your throat all by yourself."
"But why would anyone try to kill me?"
asked Natalie in a voice smaller than her sore throat demanded. Gentry packed up the dishes and containers in front of her. He said. "Whoever this guy was, he wasn't trying to kill you. He wanted to hurt you."
"He succeeded there,"
said Natalie, gingerly touching her throat and bandaged head. "And to scare you." "Kiddo there," said Natalie. She looked around. "God, I hate hospitals." "And there was what he said," said Gentry. "Tell me again." Natalie closed her eyes. "You want to find the woman? Look in Germantown." "Say it again," urged Gentry. "Try to put it in the same tone, the same phrasing as you heard it." Natalie repeated it in a flat, emotionless tone. "That's it," said Gentry. "No accent or dialect?" "Not really," said Natalie. "Very flat. Rather like a radio announcer giving the weather on an FM station." "Not a local sound," said Gentry. "No." "A Yankee dialect, maybe?" asked Gentry. He repeated the phrase with a New York accent so pronounced and accurate that Natalie laughed out loud in spite of her sore throat. "No," she said. "New England, German, New Jersey, Jewish American?" asked Gentry, and performed flawlessly in all three dialects. "No," laughed Natalie. "You're good," she said. "No, it was just flat." "How about tone and pitch?" "Deep, but not nearly as deep as yours," said Natalie. "Sort of a soft baritone." "Could it have been a woman?" asked Gentry. Natalie blinked. She thought of the glimpse in the mirror, red already clouding her vision, the thin face, slash of cheek, slate eyes. She thought of the strength of the arms and hands. "It could have been a woman," she thought, "a very powerful woman." "No," she said aloud. "It's just a feeling, but it felt like a man's attack, if you know what I mean. Not that I've been attacked by men before, and it wasn't sexual or anything." She stopped, flustered. "I know what you mean," said Gentry. "Anyway, that's another clue that whoever he wasn't trying to kill you. People usually don't give messages to someone they're in the act of murdering." "Message to whom?" said Natalie. "Maybe warning is a better word," suggested Gentry. "Anyway, the attack went into the log as a random assault and possible attempted rape. I could hardly label it a robbery attempt since he didn't take your purse or anything." He cleared away everything except their coffee cups and pulled a short thermos out of the depleted white sack. "Feel up to a little more coffee?" Natalie hesitated. "Sure," she finally said, and pushed her cup toward him. "This stuff usually makes me very jittery, but it seems to be counteracting the effects of that shot they gave me last night." "Besides," said Gentry, pouring coffee for both of them, "it's Christmas." They sat a while, listening to the triumphant conclusion of Messiah. When it was finished, and the announcer was discussing the program, Natalie said, "I didn't really have to stay here last night, did I?" "You had a pretty bad trauma," said Gentry. "You'd been unconscious for at least 10 minutes. Your scalp took 8 stitches from where you hit the shoulder harness clip." "But I could have gone home, right?" "Probably," said Gentry. "But I didn't want you to. It wouldn't have been a good idea for you to stay alone. You weren't in any shape to deal with a suggestion to come to my place, and I didn't want to spend Christmas Eve sitting in my unmarked car outside your house. Besides, you should have stayed overnight for observation. Even the doc said so." I would have come to your place," Natalie said softly. There was no hint of coquettishness in her voice. I'm scared," she said simply. Gentry nodded. "Yeah." He finished his coffee. "I am too. I'm not even sure why, but I've got a feeling we're neck-deep in something we don't understand." "So you still believe Saul's story?" "I'd feel better if we'd heard from him since he left 6 days ago," said Gentry. But we don't have to buy every part of his story to know that something's going on around us.
Do you think you'll catch whoever attacked me last night? Asked Natalie.
Suddenly tired, she lay back on the pillows and adjusted the bed to a more upright position. Not if we depend on fingerprints or forensic stuff, said Gentry. We're checking into the blood on the Nikon, but that won't tell us much. The only way we're going to find out is by continuing some sort of investigation.
Or waiting for the guy to come after me again, said Natalie.
Said Gentry. I don't think so. I think they delivered their message.
You want to find the woman look in Germantown, intoned Natalie. The woman would be Melanie Fuller?
Can you think of anyone else?
No. Where is Germantown? Is it a real place? You think it relates to Saul's outburst in some way, like a code?
I know of a couple of Germantowns, said Gentry, parts of cities in the north. Philadelphia has an historic section with that name, I think. But there may be 100 towns around the country actually named that. My little atlas didn't show them, but I'll get to a library to check better references. It doesn't sound like a code, just a place name.
But why would somebody tell us where she is? Asked Natalie. And who would know? And why tell us?
Great questions, said Gentry. I don't have any answers yet. If Saul's story is true, then there seems to be a lot more to this than even he understood.
Could that guy last night have been like an agent for Mrs. Fuller herself? Somebody she used the way Saul said the Oberst used him? Could she still be in Charleston trying to throw us off the track?
Sure, said Gentry. But every scenario like that I come up with is full of holes. If Melanie Fuller is alive and in Charleston, why tip her hand to us in any way? Who the hell are we? They've got 2 city agencies, 3 state law enforcement divisions, and the damned FBI looking into this. All 3 TV networks did stories last week. There were 50 reporters at the DA's press conference a week ago Monday, and a few of them are still sniffing around, though they don't pay too much attention to our office anymore. Another reason I didn't specify in the log that you were parked right across from the Fuller house last night. I can see the National Perspirer headlines. Killer Charleston house almost claims another victim.
So, which scenario makes the most sense to you? Asked Natalie.
Gentry finished tidying up the room, moved the tray table aside, and sat on the edge of her bed. For a big man, he gave a strange sense of lightness and grace, as if there were a honed athlete beneath the pink skin and fat.
Let's say Saul's story was true, Gentry said softly. Then we've got the situation where we had several of these mind vampires turning on one another. Nina Drayton's dead. I saw the body before and after the trip to the morgue. Whatever else she was, she's a memory now. Ashes. Folks who claimed her body had her cremated.
Who claimed the body?
Asked Natalie.
Not family, said Gentry, nor friends, really. A New York lawyer who was executor of her estate and 2 members of a corporation that she served on the board of directors of.
So, Nina Drayton is gone, said Natalie. Who does that leave?
Gentry held up 3 fingers. Melanie Fuller, William Borden, Saul's Oberst.
That's 2, said Natalie, staring at the remaining finger. Who's left?
A set of millions of unknowns, said Gentry, and waggled all 10 fingers. Hey, I've got a Christmas present for you. He went over to his jacket and returned with an envelope. Inside were a Christmas card and airline tickets.
A flight back to St. Louis, said Natalie, for tomorrow.
Yep, there weren't any available for today.
Are you running me out of town, Sheriff?
You could say that.
Gentry grinned at her.
I know it's taking liberties, Miss Preston, but I'd feel a hell of a lot better if you were out and away from here until all this nonsense is over."
"I don't know how I feel about this," said Natalie. "Why am I safer back in St. Louis? If someone's after me, why couldn't they just follow me there?"
Gentry folded his arms. "That's a good point, but I don't think someone's after you. Do you?" When she did not answer, he went on. "Anyway, you told me the other day that you had friends there. Frederick could stay with you."
"I don't need a bodyguard or babysitter," said Natalie in a cold voice.
"No," said Gentry, "but back there you'd be busy and surrounded by friends, and you'd be out of whatever's going on here."
"What about finding my father's killer?" said Natalie. "What about watching the Fuller house until Saul gets in touch?"
"I'm going to have a deputy keep a watch on the Fuller house," said Gentry. "I okayed it with Mrs. Hodges to have someone stay in her house, upstairs in Mr. Hodges' den. It looks down on the courtyard."
"And what will you be doing?"
Gentry lifted his hat off the bed, creased the crown, and put it on. "I sort of thought I'd take a vacation," he said.
"A vacation?" Natalie was startled. "In the middle of all this, with everything going on?"
Gentry smiled. "That's almost exactly what they said downtown. Thing is, though, I haven't gone on vacation for the last 2 years, and the county owes me at least 5 weeks. Guess I can take a week or 2 off if I want to."
"When do you start?" asked Natalie.
"Tomorrow."
"And where will you be going?"
There was more than curiosity in Natalie's voice. Gentry rubbed his cheek. "Well, I thought I might mosey up north and visit New York for a few days. Been a long time since I've been there. Then I thought I'd spend a day or 2 in Washington."
"Looking for Saul," said Natalie.
"I may look him up," drawled Gentry. He glanced at his watch. "Hey, it's getting late. Doc should drop by about 9. You can probably leave right after that." He paused. "Let's back the conversation up to where you said you would have come to my place to be a house guest." Natalie propped herself up on the pillows.
"Is that an invitation?" she asked.
"Yes'm," said Gentry. "I'd feel better if you didn't spend much time at your place before you leave. Course, you could get a hotel room somewhere tonight, and I could ask Lester or Stewart to work shifts waiting with me on the—"
"Sheriff," she said, "before I say yes, there's one thing we have to settle."
Gentry looked serious. "Go ahead, ma'am."
"I'm tired of calling you Sheriff, and even more tired of being called ma'am," said Natalie. "It's going to be first names or nothing."
"That suits me," said Gentry with a grin. "Ma'am."
"There's only one problem," said Natalie. "I can't bring myself to call you Bobby Joe."
"Neither could my folks," said Gentry. "The Bobby Joe didn't catch on until fellas called me that when I was a deputy here in Charleston. I sort of kept it when I ran for office."
"What did the other kids and your folks call you?" asked Natalie.
"The other kids tended to call me Tubby," said Gentry with a smile. "My mother called me Rob."
"Yes," said Natalie. "Thank you for the invitation, Rob. I accept."
They stopped by Natalie's home long enough for her to pack and to call her father's lawyer and a few friends. The settling of the estate and dealings for the sale of the studio would take at least a month. There was no reason for Natalie to stay. Christmas Day was warm and sunny. Gentry drove slowly and took the long way back to the city, taking Cosgrove Avenue across the Ashley River and coming down Meeting Street. It was a Thursday, but it felt like a Sunday. They had an early dinner. Gentry prepared baked ham, mashed potatoes, broccoli with cheese sauce, and a chocolate mousse. The round dining room table was set near the large bay windows, and the two sipped their coffee and watched the early twilight seep color out of the houses and trees of the neighborhood. Afterward, they put on jackets and took a long walk as the first stars came out. Children were being called in from playing with their new toys. Darkened rooms flickered to the colored lights of television.
"Do you think Saul's all right?"
asked Natalie. It was the first time since morning that they had discussed serious things. Gentry stuck his hands deep in his jacket pockets. "I'm not sure," he said, "but I have a feeling that something happened."
"I don't feel right about hiding out in St. Louis," said Natalie. "Whatever's going on, I feel I owe it to my father to follow through on it."
Gentry did not argue. "I'll tell you what," he said. "Let me check out where the professor's got to, and then we'll get back in touch and plan our next step. I think it'd be easier for one person to take care of this part."
"But Melanie Fuller might be right here in Charleston," said Natalie. "We don't even know what that guy meant last night."
"I don't think the old lady is here," said Gentry. He told her about Arthur Llewellyn's short drive to the cigar store on the night of the murders, a drive that had ended up with a 97-mile-per-hour impact with a bridge abutment on the outskirts of Atlanta. "Mr. Llewellyn's cigar store wasn't far from the Mansard house," said Gentry.
"So if Melanie Fuller is capable of what Saul was talking about—"
"Yeah," said Gentry. "It's absolutely nuts, but it makes sense."
"So you think she's hiding in Atlanta?"
"I wouldn't think so," said Gentry. "Too close. My guess is she would have flown or driven out of there as soon as possible. So I've been on the phone all week. There was a ruckus out at Hartsfield International Airport a week ago Monday, 2 days after the murders here. A woman left $12,000 in cash in a bag there. No one could describe her. A red cap there, a 40-year-old man with an almost perfect health record, died after having a grand mal seizure. I checked into all the deaths that same night. A family of 6 killed in an accident on I-285 when their station wagon was rear-ended by a semi. The truck driver had fallen asleep. A man in Rockdale Park shot his brother-in-law in a dispute over who owned a boat that had been in the family for years. They found the corpse of a derelict near Atlanta Stadium. Sheriff's office said the body had been there almost a week. And a cab driver named Stephen Lenton committed suicide at his home. Police said his friends reported he'd been depressed since his wife left him.
"Well, how can any of that relate to Melanie Fuller?"
asked Natalie. "That's the fun part," said Gentry. "Speculating." They came to a small park. Natalie sat on a swing and moved easily back and forth. Gentry held on to the chain of the next swing. "The funny thing about Mr. Lenton's suicide is that it was while he was on duty. Most folks don't take time out from their jobs to kill themselves. You'll never guess where he was when he called in his last fare." Natalie stopped swinging.
"I don't— Oh, the airport?"
"Yep."
She shook her head. "That doesn't make any sense. If Melanie Fuller was flying somewhere from the Atlanta airport, why would she leave money behind or bother to kill a red cap or cab driver?"
"Let's just imagine that something alarmed her," said Gentry. "Maybe she changed her mind in a hurry. The cab driver's personal car was missing. His ex-wife had been bugging the police about it for almost a week before it finally turned up."
"Where?"
asked Natalie. "Washington, D.C.," said Gentry. "Right downtown."
"None of this makes sense," said Natalie. "Isn't it more likely that the man simply committed suicide and someone stole his car and abandoned it in Washington?"
"Sure," said Gentry. But the nice thing about Saul Lasky's story is that it replaces a long column of coincidences with a single explanation. I've always been a big fan of Occam's razor. Natalie smiled and swung high again. As long as you handle it carefully, she said. If it gets dull, you can cut your own throat. Said Gentry. He felt very good. The evening air, the rusty childhood sound of the swing, and Natalie's presence all conspired to make him happy. Natalie stopped again. I still want to be involved in this, she said. Maybe I could go to Atlanta and look into that stuff while you're in Washington. Just a few days, said Gentry. You touch base in St. Louis, and I'll be in contact soon. That's what Saul Lasky said. Look, said Gentry, I have one of those phone answering devices. I've got an instrument that lets me play back the message over the phone when I can't get home. I always lose things, so I have 2 of the tone things. You take one. I'll call my own number every day at 11 a.m. and 11 p.m. If you have anything to tell me, just leave it on the recorder. You can check the same way. Natalie blinked. Wouldn't it be easier for you to just call me? Yeah, but if you needed to get in touch with me, it might be difficult. But all your private phone messages. Gentry grinned at her in the dark. I have no secrets from you, ma'am, he said. Or, rather, I won't after I give you the electronic thingamawatsis. I can hardly wait, said Natalie. Someone was waiting for them when they returned to Gentry's house. From deep within the shadows on the long porch, a cigarette glowed. Gentry and Natalie stopped on the stone walk, and as the sheriff slowly unzipped his jacket, Natalie caught sight of the handle of a revolver tucked in his waistband. Who's there? Gentry asked softly. The cigarette glowed more brightly, and then disappeared as a dark shape rose to its feet. Natalie gripped Gentry's left arm as the tall shadow moved toward them, pausing by the front steps of the porch. Hey there, Rob, came a rich, raspy voice. Good night to be flying. Just came by to see if you wanted to go for a ride up the coast. Oh, howdy, Darrell, said Gentry, and Natalie could feel the big man relax. Natalie's eyes had adjusted to the dark, and now she could make out a tall, thin man with long hair going to gray on the sides. He was dressed in cut-off jeans, thongs, and a sweatshirt bearing the legend Clemson University in faded letters. His face had a craggy, reflective quality which Natalie found reminiscent of a younger Morris Udall. Natalie, said Gentry, this here is Darrell Meeks. Darrell's got himself a charter flying service across the harbor. Spends part of the year traveling with a rock-and-roll band, flying them places and playing drums, too. He thinks he's part Chuck Yeager and part Frank Zappa. Darrell and I went to school together. Darrell, this here's Ms. Natalie Preston. Pleased to meet you, said Meeks. The man's handshake was firm and friendly, and Natalie liked it. Pull up some chairs, said Gentry. I'll get us some beers. Meeks stubbed the cigarette out on the railing and tossed it into the bushes, while Natalie turned a wicker chair around to face the porch swing. Meeks sat on the swing and crossed his bony legs, allowing one thong to dangle from its strap. "Which school did you 2 go to?" asked Natalie. She thought that Meeks looked older than Rob. "Northwestern," said Meeks in his friendly rasp. "But Rob graduated with honors while I flunked out and got drafted. We were roommates for a couple of years, just 2 scared Southern boys in the big city." "Uh-huh, sure," said Gentry, returning with 3 cold cans of Michelob. "Darrell grew up in the South, all right, the South Side of Chicago. He was never south of the Mason-Dixon line except for one summer vacation he spent with me down here. He showed his good taste by moving down here after he got back from Vietnam, and he didn't flunk out either. He quit school to enlist.
even though he'd been a Marine before he went to college, and was an anti-war activist while he was in college. Meeks drank deeply, stared at the beer can in the dim light, and made a face. "Jesus, Rob, you still drinking this dishwater? Pabst is the good stuff. How many times do I have to tell you?" "So, you were in Vietnam?" asked Natalie. She thought of Frederick and his refusal to talk about his year there, his fury at the simple mention of the country's name. Meeks smiled and nodded. "Yes'm. I was an FAC, Forward Air Controller, for 2 years there. I just flew around in my little Piper Cub and told the fast movers, the real pilots in their jets, where to drop their ordnance. I never fired a shot in anger the whole time I was there. It was the cushiest job I could find." "Darrell was shot down twice," said Gentry. "He's the only 40-year-old hippie I know who has a drawer full of medals." "I bought them all at the PX, said Meeks. He finished the last of his beer, burped, and said, I guess tonight wouldn't be the best time for a plane ride, eh, Rob?" "Next time, amigo," said Gentry. Meeks nodded, rose, and bowed toward Natalie. "It was a pleasure, ma'am. If you ever need crops dusted, or a charter trip, or a good drummer, just look me up out at the Mount Pleasant Airport." "I'll do that," said Natalie with a smile. Meeks clapped Gentry on the shoulder and bounced down the steps into the dark, whistling the theme to The High and the Mighty as he left. Through the evening, they listened to music, discussed their childhoods, played chess, talked about growing up in the South and going to school in the North, washed the dishes, and had a late brandy. Natalie realized that there was almost no tension between them, that she felt that she had known Rob Gentry for years. Natalie had been surprised and delighted by the beautiful guest room Gentry kept dusted and ready. The bare wood and simple string bed complemented a room as clean as a Shaker's, but the effect was saved from Spartan grimness by colorful quilts on the bed and by a subtle stenciling of a pineapple motif on the walls. Gentry showed Natalie clean towels in the hall bathroom, wished her good night, made a final check of the door locks and yard lights, and went to his own bedroom. He changed into a comfortable set of clean sweatpants and T-shirt. Over the previous 8 years, Gentry had been hospitalized with 4 kidney stones. Each time the attacks had occurred at night. They were calcium stones, not preventable, although he usually followed a low-calcium diet, and invariably the incredible pain at the onset of an attack left him capable of no action except dialing for an ambulance to transport him to the emergency room. It bothered Gentry that anything could make him so helpless, and that no amount of foresight or preparation could prevent that helplessness. But he had long ago traded pajamas for sweatpants and T-shirt, so that on that average of 1 night every 2 years that he would be hospitalized, he would not arrive in his pajamas. Gentry hung his holster with the .357 Ruger Blackhawk on the chair by his bed. It was always there. He could find it with a single sweep of his hand on the darkest night. Gentry did not go to sleep right away. He was aware of the attractive young woman 2 rooms away down the hall, and he was also aware that he would not make the trip down the hall to her room this night. He sensed the quality of the pleasant tension between them, was capable of separating the amount of attraction she held for him, and, by a simple subtraction of that attraction from the general sexual tension between them, arrive at a rough estimate of how much that attraction was reciprocated. Gentry watched reflections of car lights march across the ceiling and frowned slightly. Not tonight. Whatever possibilities the relationship might hold, this was not the time. Every instinct in the sheriff's mind and body screamed at him to get Natalie Preston out of Charleston, out of whatever insanity was being played out around them. Gentry's instincts always had been excellent. They had saved his life more than once. He trusted them now. He was taking a great risk letting her stay at his house, but he knew no other way to watch over her until he could get her on a plane in the morning. Someone was following him. No, not someone, several someones.
He had not been sure until yesterday, Wednesday, Christmas Eve. In the morning, he had driven around for more than 90 minutes, confirming the fact, identifying the vehicles. It was not as crude as the week before. Actually, the job of trailing was so smooth and professional that only Gentry's heightened level of paranoia tipped him off. There were at least 5 cars involved, one of them a cab, the other 4 as nondescript as Detroit could make them. But 3 of them were the same ones that he had played cat and mouse with the day before. One vehicle would follow, staying far back, never closing, until he made a sharp change in direction, at which time another would pick him up. It took Gentry 2 days to realize that sometimes the contact vehicle would be ahead of him. To set up a tale that elaborate, he knew, it would take at least half a dozen vehicles, probably twice that many personnel, and a radio link-up. Gentry considered the possibility of Charleston PD Internal Affairs being involved, but quickly rejected it. 1, there was nothing on his record, lifestyle, or current caseload that would warrant it. 2, the Charleston police budget would not support it. 3, the cops he knew couldn't tail a suspect that well if their lives depended on it. Whom did that leave? FBI? Gentry did not like or trust Richard Haynes, but he knew no reason for the FBI to suspect a Charleston sheriff in either the airline explosion or the Mansard House murders. CIA? Gentry shook his head and stared at the ceiling. He had just gotten to sleep, was dozing lightly, dreaming that he was back in Chicago trying to find a class at the university, when Natalie screamed. Gentry grabbed the Ruger and was padding down the hall before he was fully awake. There was a second, somewhat muffled cry, and then a sob. Gentry dropped to one knee beside the door, tried the knob, it was not locked, and flung the door open while leaning back out of sight. 4 seconds later, he went in low, crouching, the Ruger extended and swiveling. Natalie was alone, sitting up in bed, sobbing, her face in her hands. Gentry scanned the room, checked to make sure that the window was locked, set the Ruger quietly on the nightstand, and sat on the edge of the bed next to her. "I'm sorry," she stammered through tears. There was no affectation in her voice, only fright and embarrassment. Every time I start to go to sleep, that man's arms come over the car seat at me." She forced herself to quit sobbing, hiccuped, and felt around for the box of Kleenex on the nightstand. Gentry put his left arm around her. She remained rigid a second, and then collapsed softly against him, her hair just touching his cheek and chin. For several minutes, her body continued to shake with small aftershocks of the tremor of fright that had brought her awake. "It's okay," Gentry murmured as he stroked her back. "Everything's all right." Calming her was as smooth and soothing as stroking a kitten. It was some time later, Gentry was almost asleep, sure that she was asleep, when Natalie slowly raised her head, lifted her arms around his neck, and kissed him. The kiss was very long, very soft, and made them both dizzy. Her breasts were soft and full against him. Later still, Gentry looked up at her as she straddled him, her long neck and oval face thrown back in silent passion, their fingers tightly interlocked, and he felt again the tremors pass through her, through him, inside her, but not tremors of fear this time. No, not fear. Natalie's flight for St. Louis departed 2 hours before Gentry's plane for New York. She kissed him goodbye. Each of them, Southern-born, raised, and conditioned, was aware that a black woman and a white man kissing in a public place, even in the South of 1980, would raise eyebrows, bring silent rebukes. Neither of them gave the slightest goddamn. "Going away presents," said Gentry, and gave her a Newsweek, a morning paper, and the other tone transmitter for his answering machine. "I'll check tonight," he said. Natalie nodded, decided to say nothing, and turned quickly down the Jetport ramp. An hour later, somewhere over Kentucky, She set the Newsweek down, picked up the paper, and found the article that would change her life forever. It was on the 3rd page. Philadelphia, AP. Philadelphia police still have no solid leads or suspects in the Christmas Eve slaying of 4 young Germantown gang members in a crime that homicide detective Lieutenant Leo Hartwell described as one of the grisliest things that I've seen in my 10 years on the force. 4 members of the juvenile Soul Brickyard Street Gang were found murdered on Christmas morning in the Market Square area of Germantown. While the names of the victims and the specific details of the multiple murders have not been released, it is known that all 4 of the victims were between 14 and 17 years old and that their bodies were mutilated. Lieutenant Hartwell, officer in charge of the investigation, will neither confirm nor deny crime scene witness reports that all 4 of the boys had been decapitated. "We have launched a thorough and ongoing investigation," said Captain Thomas Morano, chief of the Germantown's Homicide Division. "We are following up all leads." The Germantown area of Philadelphia has a history of gang violence, with 2 prior deaths in 1980 and 6 murders in 1979 attributed to gang warfare. "The Christmas Eve murders are surprising," said Reverend William Woods, director of the Community Settlement House in Germantown. "Gang violence has been on the wane during the past 10 months, and I'm not aware of any current disputes or vendettas." The Soul Brickyard Gang is one of dozens of youth gangs in the Germantown area and is said to be comprised of about 40 full-time members, with twice as many auxiliaries. As is true of most Philadelphia street gangs, it has a long history of conflict with local law enforcement authorities, although in recent years there have been attempts to improve the image of such gangs through city-sponsored outreach programs, such as Covenant House and Community Access. All 4 of the murdered youths were members of the Soul Brickyard Gang. Natalie knew immediately, instinctively, and without doubt, that this had something to do with Melanie Fuller. She had no idea how the old woman from Charleston could be involved in gang warfare in Philadelphia, but she once again felt the hands on her neck and heard the warm, sibilant whisper in her right ear, "You want to find the woman? Look in Germantown." At St. Louis International Airport, what the locals still called Lambert Field, Natalie decided and acted upon her decision before she became too afraid to follow through. She knew that once she phoned Frederick, saw her friends, she would never leave again. Natalie closed her eyes and remembered the image of her father, lying alone, face not yet cosmeticized, in the empty funeral home, the irritated mortician saying over and over, "We did not expect family until tomorrow." Natalie used her credit card to buy a ticket on the next TWA flight to Philadelphia. She checked her billfold. She still had $200 in cash and $650 in traveler's checks. She made sure that she still had her press credentials from her summer job with the Chicago Sun-Times, and then called Ben Yates, the photo editor there. "Nat," his voice came over the rasp of static and the babble of airport noise, "I thought you were in school until May." "I am, Ben," said Natalie, "but I'm going to be in Philadelphia for the next few days, and I wondered if you wanted pictures on that gang slaying story." "Sure," said Yates hesitantly. "What gang slaying?" Natalie told him. "Hell," said Yates, "that thing's not going to yield any pictures, and if it does, they'll come over the wire." "But if I do get something interesting, do you want them, Ben?" "Yeah, sure," said the photo editor. "What's going on, Nat? Are you and Joe all right?" Natalie felt as if someone had punched her in the stomach. Somehow Ben had not yet heard about the death of her father. She waited until she could breathe and said, "I'll tell you all about it later, Ben. For now, if the Philadelphia police or someone calls, can you confirm that I'm freelancing for the Sun-Times?" The silence lasted only a few seconds. "Yeah, sure, Nat, I can do that. But let me know what's going on, will you?" "Sure, Ben. First chance I get. Honest." Before leaving, Natalie called the university's computer center and left word for Frederick that she would be calling soon. Then, she called Gentry's number in Charleston, listened to his voice on the answering machine's tape, and said after the beep, "Rob, this is Natalie." She told him about her change of plans and the reasons. She hesitated. "Be careful, Rob." The direct flight to Philadelphia was crowded. The man next to her was black, extremely well-dressed and handsome in a thick-necked, lantern-jawed way. He was busy reading his Wall Street Journal, and Natalie looked out the window a while and then napped. When she awoke 45 minutes later, she felt groggy, vaguely displaced, sorry that she had set out on what was almost certainly a wild goose chase. She pulled the Charleston paper out of her camera bag and read the article for the 10th time. It seemed like days to her since she had been in Charleston with Rob Gentry. "I see you're reading about the trouble in my backyard there." Natalie turned. The well-dressed man next to her had put down his Wall Street Journal. He smiled at her over a glass of scotch. "You were asleep when the stewardess took orders," he said. "Would you like me to call her back?" "No, thanks," said Natalie. She was vaguely put off by something in the man's manner, although everything about him, his grin, soft voice, easy posture, suggested open amiability. "What do you mean, trouble in your backyard?" she asked. He moved his scotch glass toward her paper. "The gang stuff," he said. "I live in Germantown. That garbage goes on all the time." "Can you tell me about it?" asked Natalie. "About the gangs, about the murders?" "The gangs, yes," he said in a voice that reminded Natalie of the actor James Earl Jones's bass rumble. "The murders, no. I've been out of town the last few days." He grinned more widely at her. "Besides, miss, I come from a slightly more upwardly mobile section of town than those poor chaps. Are you going to be visiting Germantown when you're in Philadelphia?" I don't know," said Natalie. "Why?" The big man's smile became even broader, although his brown eyes were hard to read. "Just hoping you would," he said easily. "Germantown's an historic, interesting place to visit. It has beauty and wealth, as well as its slums and gangs. I'd like you to know about both sides if you're just visiting Philadelphia, or maybe you live there. I shouldn't jump to conclusions." Natalie forced herself to relax. She could not spend all of her time in a state of paranoid anxiety. "No, I'm just visiting," she said, "and I'd like to hear all about Germantown, the good and the bad." "Fair enough," said her fellow traveler. "I'm going to order another drink." He waved the stewardess over. "Sure you wouldn't like something?" "I think I would like a Coke," said Natalie. He ordered the 2 drinks and turned back to her with a grin. "All right," he said. "If I'm going to be your official Philadelphia tour guide, I suppose we should at least exchange introductions." "I'm Natalie Preston," said Natalie. "Pleased to meet you, Miss Preston," said her seatmate with a courtly nod. "My name is Jensen Luhar, at your service." The Boeing 727 continued eastward, effortlessly sliding toward the fast-approaching winter night. 17. Alexandria, Virginia, Thursday, December 25th, 1980. They came for Aaron Eshkol and his family just after 2 a.m. on Christmas morning. Aaron had been sleeping fitfully. Sometime after midnight he had risen and gone downstairs to eat a couple of the holiday cookies their neighbors the Wentworths had given them. The evening had been pleasant, the 3rd year in a row that they had joined the Wentworths and Don and Tina Seagram for Christmas Eve dinner. Aaron's wife Deborah was a Jew, but neither of them took their religion seriously. Deborah was uncomfortable with the way Aaron still considered himself a Zionist. She fit in well in America, Aaron often thought to himself. She sees every side of every issue. She sees sides that aren't even there. Aaron was always uncomfortable at embassy parties when Deborah would defend the PLO's point of view. No, not the PLO, Aaron corrected himself as he finished his third and final cookie. The Palestinians. Just for argument's sake, she would say, but she was good at argument, better than Aaron, who sometimes thought that he was good at little except codes and ciphers. Uncle Saul always enjoyed debating with Deborah. Uncle Saul. For 4 days he had debated whether to bring up his uncle's apparent disappearance with Jack Cohen, his supervisor and the Mossad station head at the Washington embassy. Jack was a short, quiet man who gave off a sense of slightly awkward amiability. He had also been a captain in the paratroops when he had taken part in the Entebbe raid 4 years earlier, and he was reputed to have been the mastermind behind the capture of an entire Egyptian SAM missile during the Yom Kippur War. Jack would know if Saul's disappearance was serious or not, but Levi urged caution. Aaron's friend in ciphers, Levi Cole, had taken the photographs and helped Aaron with the identification. Levi was enthusiastic. He was sure that Aaron's uncle had stumbled upon something big, but he did not want to approach Jack Cohen or Mr. Bergman, the ambassador's attaché, without more detailed information. It was Levi who had quietly helped Aaron check the local hotels the previous Sunday in a fruitless search for Saul Lasky. At 1:10 a.m., Aaron switched off the kitchen lights, checked the security panel in the downstairs hall, and went up to lie in bed and stare at the ceiling. The twins were very disappointed. Aaron had told Beck and Rhea that Uncle Saul would be there Saturday evening. Saul did not come down from New York more than 3 or 4 times a year, but Aaron's twin 4-year-old girls loved it when he did. Aaron could understand it. He remembered looking forward to Saul's visits when he was a boy in Tel Aviv. Every family should have an uncle who did not cater to the children, but who paid attention when they said something important, who always brought the right present, not large necessarily, but reflecting the child's true and deep interests, and who told jokes and stories in that dry, quiet tone that was so much more enjoyable than the forced gaiety of so many adults. It was not like Saul to miss an opportunity like that. Levi suggested that Saul had been involved in the bombing of Senator Kellogg's office that same Saturday. The connection with Neiman Trask was too obvious to discount. But Aaron knew that his uncle would never be party to a bombing. Saul had had his chance in the 1940s when everyone from Aaron's father to Menachem Begin was involved in the kind of Haganah activities that those same ex-guerrillas now condemned as terrorism. Aaron knew that Saul had gone to the front in 3 wars, but always as a medic, not a combatant. He remembered falling asleep in the apartment in Tel Aviv and on summer nights at the farm to the voices of his father and Uncle Saul arguing the morality of bombing, Saul pointing out loudly that reprisal raids with A-4 Skyhawks killed babies just as dead as did PLO guerrillas with Kalashnikovs. 4 days of investigation into the Senate office building explosion had brought Levi and Aaron no nearer to the truth. Levi's usual sources in the U.S. Justice Department and FBI either knew nothing or would not talk in this case. Aaron's calls to New York had not turned up any sign of Saul. "He's all right," thought Aaron, and added in Uncle Saul's voice, "Don't play James Bond, Moody." Aaron was just dozing off, weaving a dream that held the images of the twins playing near the Wentworth's Christmas tree, when he heard a noise in the hall. Aaron came fully awake in an instant. He threw off the covers, retrieved his glasses from the top of the nightstand, and lifted the loaded .22 Beretta from the drawer. "What?" asked Deborah sleepily. "Shut up," he hissed. There should have been no way someone could have entered the house without warning. In years past, the embassy had used the Alexandria house as a safe house. It was on a quiet cul-de-sac, set back from the road. The yard was floodlit, the gates and walls laced with electronic sensors that would set off alarms on the security panels in the master bedroom and downstairs hall. The house itself was protected by steel-reinforced doors and a lock system that would turn away the most professional burglar. Sensors in doors and windows were also tied into the security system. Deborah had been irritated by the numerous false alarms set off by the perimeter alarms and actually had disconnected part of the system shortly after they moved in. It was one of the few times in their marriage that Aaron had screamed at her. Now Deborah accepted the security arrangements as a price to pay for living so far out in the suburbs. Aaron hated living so far from his job, so far from the other embassy employees, but accepted the situation because the twins liked the country and the situation made Deborah happy. He did not think it possible for an intruder to penetrate both levels of the security system without triggering an alarm. There was another sound in the hallway, from the direction of the back stairway and the twins' room. Aaron thought he could hear a low whisper. Aaron waved for Deborah to get on the floor on the far side of the bed. She did so, pulling the princess telephone out of sight with her. Aaron took 3 steps to the open bedroom door. He breathed deeply, pushed his glasses up with his left hand, lifted the Beretta high with his right hand, chambered the first round into the breech, and stepped out into the hall. There were 3 men, perhaps more, no more than 5 meters away down the dark hallway. They wore heavy fatigue jackets, gloves, and ski masks. The 2 in front held long-barreled handguns against the heads of Rebecca and Rhea. The twins' eyes were wide above the muffling hands over their mouths. Their pajamaed legs were pale as they dangled in front of the dark jackets. Without thinking, Aaron went into the wide-legged, 2-handed firing stance he had been drilled in. He could hear Eliyahu's voice and perfectly remember the old instructor's slow but stern words, "If they are not ready, fire. If they are ready, fire. If they have hostages, fire. If there is more than 1 target, fire. 2 shots each. 2. Do not think, fire." But these were not hostages. These were his daughters, Rebecca and Rhea. Aaron could see the Mickey Mouse print on their pajamas. He aimed the small Beretta at the first ski mask. On the firing range, even in bad light, he would have wagered any amount that he could have put 2 shots into any target the size of the man's head, swiveled, arms still straight, entire body turning, and drilled 2 more into the second face. At 15 feet, Aaron had been able to put his entire clip of 10-22 rounds into a circle the size of his fist. But these were his daughters. "Drop the gun." The man's flat voice was muffled by the ski mask. His pistol, a long-barreled Luger with a black tube of silencer, was not even aimed exactly at Becky's head. Aaron was sure that he could shoot both men before they could fire. He felt the soles of his bare feet against the wood floor. 2 seconds had elapsed since he had stepped into the hall. "Never surrender your weapon," Eliyahu had drilled them that hot summer in Tel Aviv. "Never. Always shoot to kill. Better you or the hostage should be wounded or die, and the enemy be killed, than to surrender your weapon." "Drop it." Still crouching, Aaron laid the Beretta on the floor and stretched his hands wide. "Please, please, don't hurt my girls." There were 8 of them. They secured Aaron's hands behind him with surgical tape from a roll, pulled Deborah from behind the bed, and brought all 4 downstairs to the living room. 2 of the masked men went into the kitchen. "Audie, the line was dead," gasped Deborah before the man tugging her along put tape across her mouth. Aaron nodded. He did not trust himself to speak. The leader had Aaron sit on the piano stool. Deborah and the girls were on the floor, backs to the white wall. They had not taped the children's wrists or mouths, and both girls were sobbing and hugging their mother. A man in fatigue jacket, jeans, and ski mask crouched on either side of the 2. At a nod from their leader, all 6 pulled off their masks. "Oh, God, they're going to kill us," thought Aaron. He would, at that second, have given anything he had ever owned or hoped to own just to back up time 3 minutes. He would have fired twice, swiveled, fired twice, swiveled. All 6 of the men visible were white, tanned, well-groomed. They did not look like Palestinian agents or Baader-Meinhof commandos. They looked like men Aaron passed on the street every day in Washington. The one standing in front of him leaned over so their faces were inches apart. The man's eyes were blue, his teeth perfect. He had a light Midwestern American accent. "We want to talk to you, Aaron." Aaron nodded. His hands were taped so tightly behind him that the circulation was being cut off. If he fell backward on the stool, he might get one good kick in at the handsome man leaning over him. The other 5 were armed and too far away to reach under any circumstances. Aaron tasted bile and willed his heart to stop racing. "Where are the photographs?" asked the handsome man next to him. "What photographs?" Aaron could not believe that his voice had worked, much less come out so firm and emotionless. "Ah, Moody, don't play games with us," said the man, and nodded at a thin man near the wall. Without changing expression, the man slapped 4-year-old Becky across the face. The child wailed. Deborah struggled against her bonds, cried out behind the tape. Aaron rose off the stool. "You son of a bitch!" he cried in Hebrew. The handsome man kicked Aaron's legs out from under him. Aaron landed hard on his right shoulder, banging his nose and cheekbone against the polished floor. Both children were screaming now. Aaron heard tape being torn off a roll, and the screams were cut off. The thin man stepped over and pulled Aaron to his feet, slammed him back onto the piano stool. "Are they in the house?" the handsome man asked softly. "No," said Aaron. Blood ran from his nose onto his upper lip. He tilted his head back and could feel the bruise already starting on his cheek. His right arm was numb. "They're in the safe at the embassy," he said, and licked away some of the trickle of blood. The handsome man nodded and smiled slightly. "Who else has seen them beside your Uncle Saul?" "Levi Cole," said Aaron. "Head of communications," the man said softly, encouragingly. "Acting head," said Aaron. Perhaps there was a chance after all. His heart began racing again. "Uri Davidi is on leave." "Who else has seen them?" "No one," managed Aaron. The handsome man shook his head as if disappointed in Aaron. He nodded at a third man. Deborah screamed as the heavy boot thudded into her side. "No one!" screamed Aaron. "I swear it! Levi didn't want to talk to Jack Cohn until we had more information. I swear it! I can get you the photographs. Levi has the negatives in the safe. You can have all of the—" "Hush, hush," said the handsome man. He turned as the 2 came in from the kitchen. They nodded. The man next to Aaron said, "Upstairs." 4 departed. Aaron suddenly smelled gas. "They've turned the oven gas on," he thought. "Opened the valves. Oh, God, why?" The remaining 3 taped the children's arms and legs, Deborah's legs. Aaron tried desperately to think of anything he had to bargain with. "I'll take you there now," he said. "The place is almost empty. Someone could come in with me. I'll get the photographs, whatever documents you want. Tell me what you want, and I'll ride in with you, and I swear—" "Shh," said the man. "Has Honey Adam seen them?" "No," gasped Aaron. They were laying Deb and the twins on the floor, carefully, making sure their heads did not bump against the wood. Deborah looked very white, eyes rolled up. Aaron wondered if she had fainted. "Barbara Green? No. Moshe Herzog? No. Paul Ben-Brinzi? No. Chaim Tolkov? No. Tzvi Hofi? No." The litany continued through every level of the embassy to the ambassador's staff. It was, Aaron realized from the start, a game, a harmless way to kill time while the search went on upstairs and in the den. Aaron would play any game, reveal any secret if it meant another few minutes free of pain for Deborah and the twins. One of the girls moaned and tried to roll over. The thin man patted her small shoulder. The 4 returned. The tallest shook his head. The handsome man sighed and said, "All right, let's do it." One of the men who had been upstairs was carrying a white sheet from one of the twins' beds. Using surgical tape, he hung it against the wall. They propped Deborah and the children up in front of it. "Wake her up." The thin man brought a capsule of smelling salts from his pocket and broke it under Deborah's nose. She returned to full consciousness with a snap of her head. Two men grabbed Aaron by the hair and shoulders and dragged him to the wall, pushed him to his knees. The thin man stepped back, unfolded a small Polaroid camera, and took 3 pictures. He waited for them to develop and showed the handsome man. Another man produced a small Sony tape recorder and held the microphone near Aaron's face. "Please read this," said the handsome man, uncreasing a double-spaced sheet of typing. He held it 10 inches in front of Aaron's eyes. "No," said Aaron, and braced for the blow. If he could change their agenda, gain time in any way. The handsome man nodded thoughtfully and turned away. "Kill one of the children," he said softly. "Either one." "No, wait, stop, please, I'll do it." Aaron was screaming. The thin man had set the silencer against Rebecca's temple and had cocked the hammer of the automatic. He did not pause or look up at Aaron's cries. "Just a second, please, Donald," said the handsome man. He held the paper in front of Aaron's face again and clicked on the recorder. "Uncle Saul, Deb and the kids and I are fine, but please do what they say," began Aaron. He read the few paragraphs. It took less than a minute. "Very good, Aaron," said the handsome man. 2 men grabbed Aaron's hair again and bent his head far back. Aaron gasped for breath against a tight throat and strained to see out of the corners of his eyes. The sheet was removed and carried out of sight. A man pulled a black plastic tarp out of his jacket pocket and unrolled it on the floor in front of Deborah. It was no larger than 3 by 4 feet and smelled like a cheap shower curtain. "Bring him over here," said the handsome man, and Aaron was dragged back to the piano stool. The second they released his hair, Aaron moved, his legs uncoiling like a spring, the top of his head striking the handsome man in the chin, turning, butting another in the belly, pulling away from the 6 hands grabbing at him, kicking at someone's crotch, missing, and then going down, 1 man under him, 2 on top, hitting his right cheek again, hard and not caring. "Let us start again," said the handsome man quietly. He was fingering a cut on his chin and yawning, stretching the jaw muscles. Most of the bruise would probably be under the chin. "Who are you?" gasped Aaron as they dragged him upright and set him on the piano stool. Someone taped his ankles together. No one answered. The thin man moved Deborah forward until she was kneeling on the black plastic. 2 men held 6-inch lengths of thin wire, sharpened on one end, embedded in a taped wooden grip at the other. The room reeked of gas. The smell made Aaron want to vomit. "What are you going to do?" Aaron's throat was so dry that the words were little better than clicks. Even as the handsome man answered, Aaron felt his mind skid like an automobile on black ice, felt his point of view shift so that he was looking down at all this, not accepting what would happen next, but knowing what would happen, feeling, in his total inability to change 1 second of the past or future, the incredible, total, unrelenting wave of helplessness that 100 generations of Jews had felt before him, felt at the lip of the oven, felt at the door to the showers, felt while watching the flames rise from the old cities, and while listening to the shouts of the Goyim rise in ferocity and nearness. Uncle Saul knew, thought Aaron, as he squeezed his eyes shut and willed his mind not to understand the words. "There will be a gas explosion," said the handsome man. He had a patient voice, a teacher's voice. "A fire. The bodies will be found in bed, very badly burned. A very good coroner or medical examiner could tell that the persons had died shortly before the fire charred the bodies, but that will not be discovered. The wire goes in at the corner of the eye, directly into the brain. It leaves a very tiny hole, even on a body that has not been burned. He spoke to the others. I think we will have Mrs. Eshcole found in the upstairs hall, a child in each arm, almost successful in escaping the flames. Do the woman first, then the twins. Aaron struggled, cried out, kicked. Hands and arms held him in place. "Who are you?" he screamed. Surprisingly, the handsome man responded. "Who are we?" he said. "Why, we're no one. No one at all." He moved out of the way so Aaron could have a better view of what the others were doing. Aaron made no protest when they finally came to him with the wire.
18. Melanie. Riding north on the bus, through the endless row-house slums of Baltimore and the industrial cloaca of Wilmington, I was reminded of a line from the writings of St. Augustine, "The devil hath established his cities in the north." I had always hated the large northern cities, their reek of impersonal madness, their coal-smoke gloom and grit, and the sense of hopelessness that seems to coat the filthy streets and the equally unclean inhabitants. I had always thought that the most visible aspect of Nina's long betrayal had been her abandonment of the South for the cold canyons of New York. I had no intention of going as far north as New York. A sudden brief flurry of snowflakes cut off the depressing view, and I returned my attention to the interior of the bus. The woman across the aisle from me glanced up from her book and gave me a sly smile, the third since we had left the Washington suburbs. I nodded and continued with my knitting. Already I suspected that the timid lady across from me, a woman who was probably in her early 50s but who generated an impression of spinsterish decrepitude 20 years beyond that, might well be part of the solution to my problem. To one of my problems. I was glad to be out of Washington. In my youth I had rather enjoyed that sleepy, southern-feeling city. Even until the Second World War it had retained an air of relaxed confusion. But now that marble hive of a city made me think of a pretentious mausoleum filled with bustling, power-hungry insects. I glanced out at the snow flurries and for a second could not think of what day or month it was. The day came first, Thursday. We had spent Tuesday and Wednesday nights in a dreary motel some miles from the center of Washington. On Wednesday I had Vincent drive the Buick to the vicinity of the Capitol, abandon it, and walk back to the motel. The walk had taken him 3 hours, but Vincent did not complain. He would not be complaining in the future. On Tuesday night I had had him take care of necessary personal details, using simple sewing thread and a needle I had heated over a candle flame. The purchases I had made in a shopping mall that Wednesday morning, a few dresses, robe, underwear, were all the more depressing in contrast to the fine things that I had lost in Atlanta. I still had almost $9,000 in my absurd straw tote bag. There was, of course, much more money available in safe deposit boxes and savings accounts in Charleston, Minneapolis, New Delhi, and Toulon. But I had no intention of trying to retrieve those funds at this time. If Nina had known about my Atlanta account, she must know about the others. Nina is dead, I thought. But her ability had been the strongest of us all. She had used one of Willie's cat's paws to destroy his plane even as she sat chatting with me. Her ability was incredible, frightening. It might reach me even from the grave, grow in power even as Nina Drayton's body rotted in his coffin. My heart began to race, and I glanced over my shoulder at the faces visible in the dim rows of bus seats. Nina is dead. It was a Thursday, exactly 1 week before Christmas. That made it December 18th. The reunion had been on December 12th. Eons separated those 2 dates. For the past 2 decades, my life had suffered few outward changes beyond the necessary indulgences I had allowed myself. Now everything had changed. "Excuse me," said the woman across the aisle from me, "but I can't help but admire what you're knitting there. Is it going to be a sweater for a grandchild?" I turned and gave the little woman the full radiance of my smile. When I was very young, before I discovered that there were many things that a young lady simply did not do, I used to go fishing with my father. It was that first nibble on the line, those first tentative tugs and tremors of the bobber that I found most exciting. It was at that instant, when the hook had not yet slammed home, that all the fisherman's skills had to be brought to play. "Why, yes, it is," I said. The thought of having a mewling grandchild somewhere actually nauseated me, but I had long since discovered both the therapeutic effects of knitting and the psychological camouflage it offered in public. "A grandson?" "Granddaughter," I said, and slipped into this woman's mind. It was like stepping through an open door. There was no resistance. I was as careful and subtle as possible, sliding along mental corridors and passageways and through more open doors, never intrusive, until I found the pleasure center of her brain. Holding the image of petting a Persian cat, although I loathed cats, I stroked her, feeling the onrush of pleasure flow through her and out of her like an unexpected gush of warm urine. "Oh," she said, blushed, then blushed again at not knowing why she blushed. "A granddaughter! How wonderful!" I moderated the stroking, modulated it, coordinated it with each shy glance she gave me, increased it when she heard my voice. Some people strike us with this force naturally when we meet them. With young people it is called falling in love. With politicians it is called generating charisma. When it is handled by a master speaker who has a touch of the ability, we tend to call the results mob hysteria. One of the frequently mentioned but rarely noted facts alluded to by contemporaries and associates of Adolf Hitler is that people felt good in his presence. A few weeks of the conditioning level I had just initiated with this woman would create an addiction much more potent than that caused by heroin. We love being in love because it is as close as humans can come to feeling this psychic addiction. After a moment or two of idle conversation, this lonely woman, who looked as much older than her true age as I look younger than mine, patted the seat next to her and said, blushing once again, "There is plenty of room over here. Would you care to join me so that we can continue our discussion without speaking so loudly?" "I would love to," I said, and stuffed the yarn and needles into my tote bag. The knitting had served its purpose. Her name was Anne Bishop, and she was returning to her home in Philadelphia after a lengthy and unsatisfactory visit in Washington with her younger sister's family. 10 minutes of conversation told me everything I needed to know. The mental stroking would not have been necessary. This woman was dying to talk to someone. Anne had come from a well-thought-of and well-to-do Philadelphia family. A trust fund set up by her father remained her major source of income. She had never married. For 32 years this faded shade of a woman had looked after her brother Paul, a paraplegic slowly transforming into a quadriplegic through a progressive nerve disease. This past May Paul had died, and Anne Bishop had not yet become attuned to a world in which she was not responsible for him. Her visit with her sister Elaine, the first such reunion in 8 years, had been a sad affair. Anne, impatient with Elaine's loutish husband and ill-mannered children, the family obviously put off by the spinsterish habits of Auntie Anne. I knew Anne Bishop's type well. I had even masqueraded as this sort of defeated female during my long hibernation from life. She was a satellite in search of a world around which to orbit. Any world would do, as long as it did not require the cold, solitary ellipse of independence. Paraplegic brothers were a gift from God for such women. Endless and single-minded devotion to a husband or child would have been an alternative, but caring for a failing brother offered so many more excuses for avoiding the other commitments and tangles and bothersome details of living. In their unflagging service and selflessness, these women are invariably selfish monsters. In her modest, self-effacing and loving comments about her dear departed brother, I sensed the perverse fetish of the bedpan and wheelchair, the sick self-indulgence of denying all else for 30 years in a sacrifice of young womanhood, adulthood, and parenthood to serve the odorous needs of a semi-ambulatory corpse. I knew Anne Bishop well, a practitioner of a sort of slow and masturbatory suicide. The thought makes me ashamed to be the same sex. Frequently, when encountering these poor slugs, I am tempted to help them stick their hands and arms down their own throats until they choke on their own vomit and have done with it. There, I understand, I said, and patted her arm as she shed tears over the telling of her travails. I understand just how it is. You do understand, said Anne. It is so rare that one meets someone who can comprehend another's grief. I feel we have much in common. I nodded and looked at Anne Bishop. 52 years old, she easily could have passed for 70. She dressed well, but she was the type of hunched-over wallflower that could make any suit or gown wear like a frumpy house dress and sweater. Her hair was a faded brown, with a center part she had plowed in the same row for 45 years, and her bangs hung in limp defeat. Her eyes were circled and darkened, made for weeping. Her mouth was thin and prim, not quite assertive enough to be called censorious, but obviously rarely given to laughter. Her wrinkles all flowed downward. Gravity's verdict was etched deeply. Her mind had the skittish, hungry shallowness of a frightened squirrel. She was perfect. I told her my tale, using the name Beatrice Strong, since I still carried that identification. My husband had been a successful Savannah banker. His passing 8 years earlier had left an estate to be mismanaged by my sister's son, Todd, who, it seems, was able to lose all of my money as well as his before he and his graceless wife killed themselves this past autumn in a dramatic automobile accident, leaving me with funeral expenses, bad debts to pay off, and their son Vincent to take care of. My own son and his pregnant wife were in Okinawa, teaching in a mission school. Now I had sold the Savannah house, paid the last of Todd's debts, and was venturing north to find a new life for my grandnephew and myself. The story was nonsense, but I helped Anne Bishop believe it with subtle strokes of pleasure punctuating each revelation. "Your nephew is very handsome," said Anne. I smiled and glanced across the aisle to where Vincent was sitting. He wore the cheap white shirt, dark tie, blue windbreaker, creased slacks, and black shoes we had purchased at a Washington Kmart. I had trimmed his hair a bit, but then decided on a whim to leave it long. Now it was clean and neatly tied back in a ponytail. He stared without expression at the snow flurries and passing scenery. There was no way to change his chinless ferret's face or the pustules of acne there. "Thank you," I said. "He takes after his mother. God rest her soul." "He's very quiet," said Anne. I nodded and allowed tears to come to my eyes. "The accident," I began and had to pause before I could go on. "The poor darling lost much of his tongue in the automobile accident. They tell me that he will never be able to speak again." My dear," clucked Anne. "God's will is not for us to understand, only to bear." We consoled each other as the bus hissed along on a stretch of elevated highway above the endless slums of South Philadelphia. Anne Bishop was pleased that we accepted her invitation to spend a few days with her. Downtown Philadelphia was crowded, noisy, and filthy. With Vincent carrying our bags, we walked to a subterranean train station, and Anne purchased tickets on the Chestnut Hill local to Chelton Avenue. During the bus ride, she had told me about her lovely home in Germantown. Even though she had mentioned that the city had deteriorated in recent decades with the introduction of undesirable elements, I still had pictured the Germantown as a separate entity from the brick and iron sprawl of Philadelphia. It was not. The weak afternoon light out the train window illuminated row houses, crumbling brick factories, sagging landings, narrow streets littered with the metal corpses of abandoned automobiles, empty lots, and Negroes. Except for some of the train passengers and glimpses of white faces in the automobiles on the expressway that paralleled the tracks, the city seemed to be inhabited solely by Negroes. I sat exhausted and dispirited, staring out the greasy train window at Negro children running through empty lots, small black faces emerging from grimy parkas, Negro men ambling in their dull and threatening way down cold streets, broad Negro women pushing purloined shopping carts, glimpses of Negro faces through dark panes. I set my head against the cold window and resisted the urge to cry. My father had been right in those last sunlit days before the Great War, when he prophesied that the country would rot away when the colored began to vote. They had reshaped a once great nation into the littered ruins of their own lazy despair. Nina would never find me here. My movements over the past few days had been random, spending a week or several weeks with Anne, even if it meant descending into this pit of unemployed colored people, would add another element of randomness to an already random pattern. We disembarked at an urban station marked Chelton Avenue. The tracks ran between sheer concrete walls. The city loomed above. Suddenly frightened, too tired to climb the stairs to street level, I had us sit and rest several minutes on an uncomfortable bench the color of bile. A train roared past us, headed back to the center city. A group of colored teenagers bounded up the stairs, shouting obscenities and shoving each other and anyone who got in their way. I could hear street sounds in the distance. The wind was terribly cold. Snow flurries appeared from nowhere and pelted our cement waiting area. Vincent did not flinch or close his windbreaker. "We will get a cab," said Anne. I nodded, but did not rise until I noticed two rats the size of small cats emerge from a crack in the concrete cliff across the tracks and begin to forage in the refuge and dried-out gutters there. The cab driver was colored and sullen. He overcharged us for the 8-block ride. Germantown was a mixture of stone and brick and neon and billboard. Chelton Avenue and Germantown Avenue were crowded with cars, lined with cheap stores, pockmarked with bars, and populated with the human refuse common to any northern city. But real trolleys rumbled along Germantown Avenue, and squeezed in between the banks and bars and junk shops were line old stone homes, or a brick shop from a previous century, or a small apron of park with iron fences and green statuary. 2 centuries ago this must have been a tiny hamlet graced with fine homes and genteel citizen farmers or merchants who chose to live 6 to 10 miles from Philadelphia. 100 years ago it would have been a quiet town a few minutes' train ride from Philadelphia, still a place of charm and large homes set down leafy lanes with an occasional inn along the highway. Today, Philadelphia had engulfed Germantown the way some huge, bottom-eating carp would swallow an immeasurably more beautiful but tinier fish, leaving only the perfect white bones of its past to mix with the raw garbage and the terrible digestive juices of progress. Anne was so proud of her little house that she kept blushing as she showed it to us. It was an anachronism, a pleasant white frame home. It might once have been a farmhouse, set a few dozen yards from Germantown Avenue on a narrow street called Queen Lane. It had a high wooden fence, badly scarred and graffitied in front despite obvious efforts to keep it clean, a postage stamp of a yard smaller than the courtyard at my Charleston house, a minuscule front porch, 2 dormer windows proclaiming a second floor, and a single stunted peach tree that looked as if it would never bloom again. The house itself was sandwiched between a dry-cleaning establishment that seemed to be advertising dead flies in the front window, and a 3-story apartment building that appeared to have been abandoned for decades, except for the evidence of dark faces peering out of windows. Across the street was an assortment of small warehouses, sagging brick buildings turned into duplexes, and the beginning of the ubiquitous row houses half a block to the south. "It isn't much, but it's home," said Anne, waiting for me to contradict the first part of her statement. I contradicted her. Anne's large bedroom and a smaller guest room were on the 2nd floor. A tiny bedroom off the kitchen had been her brother's, and the room still smelled of medicine and cigars. Anne obviously had planned to offer the lower room to Vincent and the small guest room to me. I helped her offer us the 2 upstairs rooms, while she took the downstairs room. I looked at the rest of the house while she moved her clothes and personal items. There was a small dining room, too formal for its size, a tiny living room with too much furniture and too many prints on the wall, a kitchen as prim and unpleasant in appearance as Anne herself, the brother's room, a bathroom, and a small back porch that looked out on a backyard no larger than a dog run. I opened the back door to let a bit of air into the stuffy house, and a fat gray cat brushed past my legs. "Oh, that's Fluff," said Anne as she carried an armload of clothes into the small bedroom. "He's my widow baby. Mrs. Pagnelli has been watching after him, but he knew that Mommy was coming home, didn't oo?" She was addressing the cat. I smiled and stepped back. Women my age are supposed to love cats, fill their homes with them at every opportunity, and generally act like idiots around the arrogant, treacherous creatures. When I was a child, no older than 6 or 7, my aunt brought her fat Siamese with her each summer she visited. I was always afraid the beast would lie on my face in the night and smother me. I remember stuffing that cat in a burlap sack one afternoon when the grown-ups were having lemonade in the backyard. I drowned it in a water trough behind the neighbor's carriage house, and left the damp corpse behind a barn where a pack of yellow dogs often congregated. After Anne's conditioning was completed, I would not be at all surprised if her widow baby was fated to have a similar accident. If one has the ability, it is relatively easy to use someone, much harder to successfully condition them. When Nina, Willie, and I began the game in Vienna almost half a century ago, we amused ourselves by using others, strangers usually, and there was little thought given to the necessity of always having to discard these human instruments. Later, as we grew older and more mature in our exercise of the ability, each of us found need for a companion, part servant, part bodyguard, who would be so attuned to our needs that it took almost no effort to use them. Before I discovered Mr. Thorne in Switzerland some 25 years ago, I'd traveled with Madame Tremont, and before her, a young man I had named, with youthful, shallow sentimentality, Charles, after my last beau. Nina and Willie had their long succession of cat's paws, culminating in the disastrous presence of Willie's final two companions and Nina's loathsome Miss Barrett Kramer. Such conditioning takes some time, although it is the first few days that are critical. The trick is to leave at least a hollow core of the personality without leaving any possibility of independent action. And although the action must not be independent, it must be autonomous in the sense that simple duties and daily routines can be initiated and carried out without any direct using. If one is to travel in public with these conditioned assistants, there must also be at least a simulacrum of the original persona left in place. The benefits of such conditioning are obvious, while it is difficult, almost impossible, although Nina may have been capable of it, to use two people at the same time. There is little difficulty in directing the actions of two conditioned cat's paws. Willie never traveled with fewer than two of his boyfriends, and before her feminist phase, Nina was known to travel with 5 or 6 young single handsome bodies. Anne Bishop was easily conditioned, eager for a subjugation of self. In the 3 days I rested in her home, she was thoroughly brought into line. Vincent was another case entirely. While my initial teaching had destroyed all higher-order volition, his subconsciousness remained a riotous and largely unrestrained tangle of surging hatreds, fears, prejudices, desires, and dark urges. I did not wish to eradicate these, for here were the sources of energy I would tap at a later date. For those 3 long days on the weekend before Christmas 1980, I rested in Anne's slightly sour-smelling home and explored the emotional jungle of Vincent's dark undermind, leaving trails and leverages there for future use. On Sunday, December 21st, I was eating a late breakfast that Anne had prepared and asking her about her friends, her income, and her life. It turned out that she had no friends and very little life. Mrs. Pagnelli, a neighbor down the alley, occasionally came to visit and sometimes watched over Fluff. At the mention of the missing feline, Anne's eyes filled with tears, and I could feel her thoughts sheer sideways like an automobile on black ice. I tightened my mental grip and brought her back to her new and central passion, pleasing me. Anne had over $73,000 in savings. Like many selfish old women approaching a boring end to a boring life, she had lived on the edges of poverty for decades while storing away money, stocks, and bonds, like a compulsive squirrel hoarding acorns it would never eat. I suggested that she might consider converting the various commodities to cash during the coming week. Anne thought this was an excellent idea. We were discussing her sources of income when she mentioned Grumblethorpe. The society pays me a small stipend for watching over it, leading occasional private tours, and checking it when it is closed for long periods, as it is now. What society? I asked. The Philadelphia Society for the Preservation of Landmarks, said Anne. And what kind of landmark is this Grumblethorpe? I asked. I would love to show it to you, Anne said eagerly. It is less than a block from here. I was bored after 3 days of resting and conditioning these two in the confines of Anne's little house. I nodded. After breakfast, I said, if I feel up to the walk. It is hard for me, even now, to convey the charm and incongruity of Grumblethorpe. It sits directly on the deteriorating brick thoroughfare of Germantown Avenue. The few fine old buildings there are flanked by bars and junk shops, delicatessens and five-and-dime stores. The narrow streets that lead off this section of the main avenue soon turn into true slums, row houses, and empty lots. But there at 5267 Germantown Avenue, behind a picket line of parking meters and 2 soot-blackened, knife-gashed oaks, not 10 feet from the traffic and trolleys and endless parade of colored pedestrians, sits the stone-walled, shuttered, and shingled perfection of Grumblethorpe. There were 2 front doors. Anne brought out a cluttered key-ring and let us in the eastern entrance. The interior was dark, the windows shielded by heavy drapes and tightly closed blinds. The house smelled of age and centuries-old wood and furniture polish. It smelled like home to me. The home was built in 1744 by John Wister, said Anne, her voice growing stronger and taking on a tour guide's tone. He was a Philadelphia merchant who used this as a summer home. Later it became the family's year-round residence. We stepped from the small entrance hall into the parlor. The broad floorboards were highly polished. The elegantly simple ceiling molding was in the wedding band style, and there was one wing-backed chair next to the small fireplace. A period chairside table held a single candle. There were no electric lights or outlets. During the Battle of Germantown, said Anne, the British General James Agnew died in this room. His bloodstains are still visible. She gestured toward the floor. I glanced at the faint discoloration of the wood. There are no signs outside, I said. There used to be a small card in the window, said Anne. The house was open to the public on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons between 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock. The society arranged private tours for those interested in the history of the area. It is closed now, and will be for at least another month, until funds become available to complete some restoration begun in the kitchen. Who lives here now? I asked. Anne laughed, a small, mousy squeak. No one lives here, she said. There is no electricity, no heating except for the fireplaces, and no plumbing whatsoever. I check on the place regularly, and once every 6 to 8 weeks Mrs. Waverley from the society makes an inspection tour. I nodded. There is a courting door here, I said. Ah, yes, said Anne. You know the custom. It was also used for funerals. Show me the rest of the house, I commanded. The dining room held a rustic table and chairs harking back to the simpler beauty of early colonial design. There was an incredible journeyman's bench there that combined all of the skills of a cabinet maker. Anne pointed out a chair crafted by Solomon Fussell, who had made the chairs for Independence Hall. The kitchen looked out into the backyard, and despite the brown frozen soil and traces of snow, I could make out the plan for the beautiful old garden that must bloom there in the summer. The kitchen floors were of stone, and the fireplace was large enough to walk into without stooping. There was an odd assortment of old tools and utensils pegged to one wall, antique shears, a 6-foot scythe, a hoe, an ancient rake, iron tongs, other things, while a large pedal-driven whetstone sat nearby. Anne pointed to a large section of the corner that had been torn up, stone stacked and an ugly piece of black plastic covering an excavation. There were loose stones here, said Anne. During some maintenance in November, the workers discovered a rotted wooden door under the floor in a partially collapsed tunnel. An escape tunnel? Probably, said Anne. There was still some Indian activity when the house was built. Where does it go? They found what must be the stone exit point just beyond that neighboring garage, said Anne, gesturing through ice-rimmed panes. But the society did not have enough funds to continue excavating until a grant from the Philadelphia Historical Commission comes through in early February. Vincent would like to look into the tunnel, I said. Oh, said Anne, and seemed to waver, running a hand across her forehead. I am not sure if it would be proper. Vincent will take a look, I said. Of course, Anne agreed. There was a candle in the parlor, but I had to send the boy back to Anne's house to get matches. When he removed the plastic tarp and descended the short ladder to the tunnel, I closed my eyes to get a better view. Dirt, rock, the smell of dampness, and the grave. The tunnel had been excavated barely a dozen feet out under the backyard. Fresh timber shored up the ceiling of the partially reopened tunnel. I brought Vincent back up and opened my eyes. "Would you like to see the upstairs?" asked Anne. I assented without speaking or gesturing. The nursery whispered to me as soon as I entered it. "The legend is that this room is haunted," said Anne. "Mrs. Waverley's dogs will not enter it." I assumed that Anne heard the whispers, but when I touched her mind, there was no awareness of them, only the growing eagerness to please me. I stepped deeper into the room. The window facing the street allowed almost no light through the wooden blinds. In the gloom I could make out a low metal crib that was ugly and out of era, a tarnished cage for an evil infant. There were 2 small string beds and a child's chair, but the items that commanded attention were the toys and dolls and life-size mannequin. A large dollhouse sat in one corner. The thing was almost from the wrong time period. It must have been constructed at least a century after the real house. But the striking thing about it was that it had rotted away and partially collapsed, much like a real abandoned home. I half expected to see tiny rats scurrying through the miniature holes. Near the dollhouse, half a dozen dolls lay tossed on a low string bed. Only one looked old enough to date back to the 18th century, but several looked real enough to be the mildewing corpses of actual children. But it was the mannequin that dominated. It was the size of a living 7- or 8-year-old boy. The clothes were old reconstructions of a Revolutionary War-era boy's outfit, but the cloth had faded over the past decades, seams had parted, and a scent of rotting wool filled the room. The hands and neck and face had lost their pink surface in many spots, showing the dark porcelain beneath. Real human hair had once made up a lustrous wig, but only scabrous patches remained, and the scalp was mottled with cracks. The eyes seemed absolutely real, and I realized that they were human prostheses. The glass eyes alone had retained their luster and luminous quality as the mannequin decayed, a boy's eager eyes in a standing corpse's body. For some reason I assumed that the whispering emanated from the mannequin, but when I approached it the vague susurrations grew fainter rather than louder. It was the walls that were speaking. As Anne and Vincent watched passively, I leaned against the plaster walls and listened. The whispers were audible, but just below the level where individual words could be distinguished. It sounded like more than one voice, but I had the distinct impression that I was hearing sentences directed at me rather than eavesdropping on a conversation. "Do you hear anything?" I asked Anne. She frowned, trying to discern the response that would most please me. "Only the traffic," she said at last. "Some boys shouting down the street." I shook my head and set my ear to the wall again. The whispers continued, neither urgent nor threatening. I thought that I could make out the syllables of my name in the soft flow of sound. "I do not believe in ghosts. I do not believe in the supernatural. But as I grow older, I am coming to believe that just as radio waves continue to travel outward long after the transmitter is shut off, so do the transmissions of some individuals' force of will continue to be broadcast after they are gone. Nina once told me that an archaeologist had discovered the voice of a potter, dead thousands of years, recorded in the grooves of his pot, the iron in his clay and the vibrations of his fingertips acting like record discs and stylus. I do not know if this was true, but it is the same concept that I have come to believe in. People, especially we few with the ability, might be able to impress our force of will on objects just as we do on people. I thought of Nina again, and quickly stepped away from the wall. The whispers died. "No," I said aloud. "This has nothing to do with Nina. These are friendly voices. My two companions looked on silently, Anne not knowing what to say, and Vincent unable to say anything. I smiled at them, and Anne smiled back. "Come," I said. "We will have lunch and return here later. I am very pleased with Grumblethorpe, Anne. You did well to bring me here." Anne Bishop beamed at me. By Monday noon, Anne and Vincent had brought a roll-away bed and new mattress to Grumblethorpe, purchased additional candles and 3 kerosene space heaters, half-filled the kitchen shelves with cans and non-perishable foods, set the small butane stove in place on the massive kitchen table, and cleaned and dusted each room. I had the bed set up in the nursery. Anne brought clean sheets, blankets, and her favorite Amish quilt. Vincent set out his array of new shovels and buckets against one of the kitchen walls. There was nothing I could do about the absence of plumbing at present, besides which I still planned to stay at Anne's most of the time. I was merely making Grumblethorpe more comfortable for my inevitable visits. On Monday afternoon, Anne withdrew all the money from her savings and checking accounts, almost $42,000, and began the process of translating stocks, bonds, and securities to cash. In some cases, she had to pay a penalty, but neither of us minded. I put the money in my luggage. By 4 p.m., the last bit of winter light outside, Grumblethorpe glowed brightly in each room from dozens of candles. The parlor, kitchen, and nursery had been nicely warmed by the glowing kerosene heaters, and Vincent had been working for 3 hours, digging out the tunnel and transporting the dirt to a far corner of the backyard under a massive ginkgo tree. It was dirty, difficult, and possibly dangerous work. But it was good for Vincent to work on such a task. Some of his pent-up fury found release in these labors. I had known that Vincent was very strong, much stronger than his lean body and slumped posture would ever suggest. But now I discovered the true extent of his wiry strength and almost demonic energy. He almost doubled the length of the tunnel in that first afternoon of digging. I did not sleep at Grumblethorpe, not that first night, but as we were snuffing the candles and shutting off the heaters in preparation to leave, I went alone to the nursery and stood there with only a single candle burning, the flame reflected in the button eyes of the rag dolls and the glass eyes of the life-size boy. The whispers were louder now. I could sense the gratitude in the tone, if not the actual words. They were wishing me goodwill and bidding me to return. Vincent removed half a ton of dirt on Tuesday, the day before Christmas Eve. After clearing another 12 feet of passage, we found that much of the remaining tunnel was intact, except for small amounts of loose rock and dirt that had collapsed over the past 2 centuries. On Wednesday morning, he unblocked most of the exit just short of the alley that bordered the yards and the backs of row houses on the block behind us. He set boards over the exit and returned to Grumblethorpe. Vincent was a sight. Filthy, the old clothes he had worn for the work torn and muddy, his long hair untied and hanging in filthy strands over a streaked face and staring eyes. I had only 1 large thermos of water with me that day at Grumblethorpe. I had Vincent strip and sit near the heater in the kitchen while I walked back to Anne's house to clean his clothes in her washer and dryer. Anne had been working all afternoon on a special Christmas Eve meal. The streets were dark and almost empty. A single trolley rumbled past, its yellow interior lights glowing warmly. It was beginning to snow. Thus it was that I found myself walking alone, undefended. Normally I would never have walked even a single city block without the company of a well-conditioned companion, but the day's work at Grumblethorpe and a strange tone of warning in the nursery's whispers had preoccupied me, made me careless. Also, I was thinking about Christmas. Christmas always had been important for me. I remembered the large tree and even larger dinner we would have when I was a child. My father would carve the turkey. It had been my job to hand out small presents to the servants. I remember planning for weeks ahead of time the exact wording of the brief sentences of appreciation to the staff of mostly older colored men and women. I would praise most of them, gently chastise a few for lack of diligence through a careful omission of key phrases. The finest presents and warmest words were invariably saved for Auntie Harriet, the aging, bosomy old woman who had nursed me and raised me. Harriet had been born a slave. It was interesting how, years later in Vienna, Nina, Willie, and I could each trace such common elements of our childhood as kindness to servants. Even in Vienna, Christmas had been an important time for us. I remember the winter of 1928, sleigh rides along the Danube, and a huge banquet at Willie's rented villa south of the city. It is only in recent years that I have not celebrated Christmas as thoroughly as I would like. Nina and I had been discussing the sad secularization of the Christmas spirit just 2 weeks earlier at our last reunion. People do not know what Christianity means anymore. There were 8 boys, all colored. I do not know how old they were. They were all taller than me. 3 or 4 of them had black fuzz above their large upper lips. They seemed to be all noise and elbows and knees and raucous obscenities as they came around the corner of Bringhurst Street onto Germantown Avenue and directly into my path. One of them carried a large radio that blared toneless noise. I looked up, startled, still distracted by my thoughts about Christmas and absent friends. Still not thinking, I paused, waiting for them to step off the curb out of my way. Perhaps it was something in my face or proud posture, something too unlike the cringing deference whites habitually assume in Negro sections of northern cities that caused one to notice me. "What the fuck you looking at, lady?" asked a tall boy with a red cap. His face held all of the gap-toothed denseness and contempt bred into his race by centuries of tribal ignorance. "I am waiting for you boys to move aside and let a lady pass," I said. I spoke softly, politely. Normally I would have said nothing, but I had been thinking of other things. "Boys," said the one in the red cap. "Who the fuck you call 'em boys?" The others gathered around me in a half-circle. I stared at a point above their heads. "Hey, who the fuck you think you are?" asked the fat one in a grimy gray parka. I said nothing. "Come on," said a shorter but less crude-looking boy. He had blue eyes. "Let's go, man." They started to turn away, but the Negro in the red cap had to make a final point. "Watch who you be telling to get out of your way, old broad," he said, and made as if to prod me on the chest or shoulder. I stepped back quickly to avoid being touched. My heel caught in a crack in the sidewalk, and I lost my balance, flailed my arms, and sat down heavily in the area of snow and dog excrement between sidewalk and street. Most of the Negroes roared in laughter. The shorter boy, with blue eyes, hushed them with a wave of his hand and stepped forward. "You okay, lady?" He held out his hand as if to help me up. I stared, ignoring his hand. After a second he shrugged and led the others off down the street. Their vile music echoed off storefronts and silent shops. I remained sitting there until the 8 of them were out of sight, and then I tried to stand, gave it up, and turned to crawl on my hands and knees until I reached a parking meter that I could use to pull myself to my feet. For some time I stood there, leaning on the meter and shaking. Occasionally a car would pass, perhaps someone hurrying home on Christmas Eve, and tires would throw slush at me. Once 2 heavy young Negro women hurried by, chattering to each other in plantation voices. No one stopped to help me. I was still shaking by the time I arrived at Anne's house. Later I realized that I could easily have had her come out to help me, but at the time I was not thinking clearly. The cold wind had caused tears to fall and freeze on my cheeks. Anne immediately drew a hot bath for me, helped me out of my sodden dress, and laid out a dry change of clothes while I bathed. It was 9 p.m. by the time I ate, alone while Anne sat in the next room, and by the time I had finished the dessert, cherry pie, I knew precisely what must be done. I brought my nightgown and necessary things. I had Anne bring a bedroll for herself, a change of clothing for Vincent, some extra food and drink, and the pistol I had borrowed from the Atlanta cab driver. The walk back to Grumblethorpe was brief and uneventful. It was snowing heavily now. I looked away from the place where I had fallen. Vincent was sitting where I had left him. He dressed and ate ravenously. I was not worried about Vincent missing a few meals, but he had been burning thousands of calories over the past 2 days of digging, and I wanted him to replenish his energy. He ate like an animal. Vincent's hands, arms, face, and hair were still filthy, caked and streaked with red mud, and the visual and auditory effect of his feeding was truly animal-like. After eating, Vincent set to work with a whetstone, sharpening both the scythe and one of the spades Anne had bought at a hardware store on Chelton Avenue 2 days before. It was almost midnight when I went upstairs to bed in the nursery. I closed the door and changed into my nightgown. The dusty, bright glass eyes of the boy mannequin watched me in the flickering candlelight. Anne sat downstairs in the parlor, watching the front door, content, smiling slightly, the loaded .38 caliber pistol comfortable in her aproned lap. Vincent left through the tunnel. Mud and moisture further streaked his face and hair as he dragged the scythe and spade through the black passage. I closed my eyes and saw clearly the snow falling past a dim alley light as he emerged near the garage, dragged the long implements out, and scuttled off down the alley. The air smelled clean and cold. I could feel Vincent's heart pounding strong and sure, feel the jungle inside his mind whip and ripple as if to a strong wind as the adrenaline surged through his system. I felt the muscles around my own mouth move in sympathetic response as I realized that Vincent was grinning widely, very widely, in a feral snarl. We moved quickly down an alley, paused at the entrance to a slum street of blackened row houses, and ran along the south side where the deepest shadows lay. We paused, and I had Vincent raise his head in the direction the 8 had disappeared. I could feel Vincent's nostrils flare as he sniffed the night air for the scent of Negroes. It was snowing very hard now. The night was still, except for the distant peal of church bells announcing the birth of our Savior. Vincent lowered his head, raised spade and scythe to his shoulder, and scuttled off into the blackness of an alley. Upstairs in Grumblethorpe, I smiled, turned my face to the nursery wall, and was vaguely aware of the sibilant rush of whispers rising around me like the sound of an inrushing sea.
19. Washington, D.C., Saturday, December 20th, 1980.
You know nothing about the true nature of violence,
The thing that once had been Francis Harrington said to Saul Lasky. They were walking east along the mall toward the Capitol. Cold shafts of evening sunlight illuminated white granite buildings and white wisps of vapor from bus and car exhausts. A few pigeons hopped gingerly near empty benches. Saul felt tremors in his stomach muscles and upper thighs, and he knew it was not just reaction to the cold. A great excitement had seized him as they had left the National Art Gallery. After all these years.
You fashion yourself an expert on violence,
said Harrington in German, a language Saul had never heard the boy speak.
but you know nothing of it.
What do you mean? Asked Saul in English. He thrust his hands in the pockets of his topcoat. His head was constantly moving, looking at a man coming out of the east building of the National Gallery, squinting at a lone figure on a distant park bench, trying to see through the polarized windshield of a slowly moving limousine.
Where are you, Oberst?
The thought that the Nazi colonel might be nearby made the muscles in Saul's diaphragm constrict.
"You treat violence as an aberration," Harrington continued in flawless German, "when in truth it is the norm. It is the very essence of the human condition."
Saul forced himself to pay attention to the conversation. He must draw the Oberst out, find some way to free Francis from the old man's control, find the Oberst himself.
"That's nonsense," said Saul. "It's a common failing, but it is no more the essence of the human condition than is disease. We are eradicating diseases like polio and smallpox. We can eradicate violence in human affairs."
Saul had slipped into his professional tone.
"Where are you, Oberst?"
Harrington laughed. It was an old man's laugh, jerky, full of phlegm. Saul stared at the young man next to him and shivered. He had the terrible thought that Francis's face, short reddish hair, freckles on high cheekbones, looked like a mask of flesh drawn down across another man's skull. Harrington's body under the long raincoat looked strangely blocky, as if the boy had put on rolls of fat or was wearing multiple layers of sweaters.
"You can no more eradicate violence than you could eradicate love or hate or laughter," said Willy von Borchert's voice from Francis Harrington's mouth. "The love of violence is an aspect of our humanity. Even the weak wish to be strong primarily so they can wield the whip."
"Nonsense," said Saul.
"Nonsense," repeated Harrington.
They had crossed Madison Drive onto the mall below the Capitol reflecting pool. Now Harrington sat down on a park bench facing 3rd Street. Saul did also, turning to scan every face in sight. There were not many. None looked like the Oberst.
"My dear Jew," said Harrington, "look at Israel."
What? Saul swiveled to look at Francis. It was not the same man he had known. What do you mean?
"Your dear adopted country is famed for its prowess at delivering violence to its enemies," said Harrington. "Its philosophy is an eye for an eye, its policy one of sure retribution. Its pride is at the efficiency of its army and air force." "Israel defends itself," said Saul.
The surreal quality of this discussion made his head spin. Above them, the dome of the Capitol caught the last rays of light. Harrington laughed again.
"Ha ha ha! Yes, my faithful pawn. Violence in the name of defense is always more palatable. Thus, Wehrmacht."
He stressed the Wehr, defense.
"Israel has enemies, nicht wahr? But so did the Third Reich. And not the least of those enemies were the very vermin that postured as helpless victims when they strove to destroy the Reich, and now posture as heroes as they wreak violence on the Palestinians."
Saul did not respond to this. The Oberst's anti-Semitism was a childish provocation. "What do you want?" Saul asked quietly. Harrington raised his eyebrows.
"What is wrong with looking up an old acquaintance to have an interesting conversation?"
he said in English.
"How did you find me?"
Harrington shrugged.
"I would say that you found me," he said in a strange, throaty rumble that was not Francis Harrington's voice. "Imagine my surprise when my dear pawn arrives in Charleston. My young, wandering Jew is very far from Chelmno."
Saul began to ask, "How did you know me?" but stopped. Those hours, almost 40 years ago, when the two of them had shared Saul's body, had created a foul intimacy more long-lasting than words could convey. Saul knew that he would recognize the Oberst at once, had recognized him, in spite of the erosion of time. Instead, Saul asked, "You followed me from Charleston?" Harrington smiled.
It would have given me great pleasure to hear one of your lectures at Columbia. Perhaps we could have debated the ethics of the Third Reich."
"Perhaps," said Saul.
"And perhaps we could debate the relative sanity of a rabid dog. Still, there is only one solution to such an illness. Shoot the dog."
"Ah, yes," hissed Harrington.
"The final solution in yet another form. You Jews were never a subtle race."
Saul shivered. Behind the calm voice and the human puppet was a man who had directly murdered scores, perhaps thousands of human beings. The only possible reason Saul could think of that the Oberst would have sought him out, followed him from Charleston, was to kill him. Oberst Wilhelm von Borchardt, a.k.a. William Borden, had gone to great efforts to convince the world that he was dead. There was no reason to reveal himself to perhaps the only person in the world who knew his identity, unless it was the final play of a cat-and-mouse game. Saul felt deeper in his pocket and closed his hand around a roll of quarters he kept there. It was the only weapon he had carried since the Forest of the Owls in Poland 36 years ago. If he did manage to knock Francis out, a much harder feat than suggested by television and the movies, Saul knew, what to do then? Run. But what would keep the Oberst from entering his mind? Saul shuddered at the thought of experiencing that mind rape again. He would not have to be the victim of an assault, merely another statistic, an absent-minded professor who had wandered into busy Washington traffic just after dusk. He would not leave Francis behind. Saul closed his fist around the quarters, began slowly withdrawing his hand. He did not know if the boy could be brought back. One look at the mask of a face in front of him made Saul think he could not. But he knew he must try. How does one transport an unconscious body along the mall for a block and a half to one's rented car? Knowing Washington, Saul suspected that it had been done at one time or another. He decided that he would leave the boy on the bench, make a dash for the car, and drive quickly to 3rd Street, stop at the curb, and throw the tall young man's body in the back seat. Saul could think of nothing he could do to protect himself from being taken over by the Oberst. It did not matter. He casually removed the fist with the roll of quarters from his pocket, blocking the sight of it by the position of his body.
"I want you to meet someone," said Harrington.
"What?" Saul's heart was pounding so fiercely that he could barely speak.
"I have someone I want you to meet," repeated the Oberst, having Harrington stand up. "I think you will be interested in meeting him."
Saul sat where he was. His arm vibrated with the tension of his clenched fist.
"Are you coming, Jew?"
The German words and tone were almost identical to those the Oberst had used in the Chelmno barracks 38 years before.
"Yes,"
said Saul, and rose, put his hands in his coat pockets, and followed Francis Harrington into the sudden winter darkness. It was the shortest day of the year. A few hardy tourists waited for buses or hurried for their cars. They walked down Constitution Avenue past the Capitol and stood by the exit to the parking garage to the Senate office building. After a few minutes, automatic doors opened and a limousine glided out. Harrington hurried down the ramp and Saul followed, ducking as the metal door slid down. 2 guards stood staring at them. One, a red-faced, overweight man, marched their way.
"God damn it, you're not allowed in here," he shouted. "Turn around and get out of here before you get your asses arrested."
"Hey, sorry," said Harrington, his voice sounding like Francis Harrington's.
"The thing is, we've got passes to see Senator Kellogg, but the door he said to use is locked, and nobody answered when we knocked."
"Main door," said the guard, still flapping his hands. The other guard stood by an enclosed area. His right hand was on his revolver, and he watched Saul and Harrington very carefully.
"No visitors after 5, though. Now get the hell out of here or get arrested. Move!"
Sure," said Harrington amiably, and drew an automatic pistol from his coat. He shot the heavy guard through the right eye. The other guard stood transfixed. Saul had flinched away at the first shot, and now he noticed that the guard's immobility was not a natural reaction of fear. The man was straining with all of his might to move his right arm, but his hand merely vibrated as if palsied. Sweat broke out on the guard's forehead and upper lip, and his eyes protruded. "Too late," said Harrington, and shot the man 4 times in the chest and neck. Saul heard the and realized that part of the long barrel was a silencer. He started to move, and then froze as Harrington swung the weapon in his direction. "Drag them inside." Saul did so, his breath fogging in the cold air as he dragged the heavy man across the exit ramp and into the booth. Harrington ejected a clip and slid another one home with a slap of his palm. He crouched to pick up 5 shell casings. "Let us go upstairs," he said. "They have video cameras," gasped Saul. "Yes, in the building itself," said Harrington, speaking in German once more. "Only a telephone to the basement." "They will miss the guards," said Saul in a firmer voice. "Undoubtedly," said Harrington. "I suggest you go up these stairs more quickly." They emerged on the first floor and walked down a hall. A security man reading a newspaper looked up in surprise. "I'm sorry, sir, but this wing is closed after—" Harrington shot him twice in the chest and dragged his body to the stairwell. Saul sagged against a wooden doorway. His legs felt like liquid, and he wondered if he was going to be ill. He considered running, considered screaming, and did nothing but clutch at the oak doorway for support. "The elevator," said Harrington. The third-floor hall was empty, although Saul heard conversation and laughter from around a corner. Harrington opened the 4th door on the right. A young woman was in the act of putting a dust cover on an IBM typewriter. "I'm sorry," she said, "but it's past—" Harrington swung the pistol in an arc that caught her solidly on the left temple. She crumpled to the floor with almost no noise. Harrington lifted the plastic dust cover from where she had dropped it and slid it over the typewriter. Then he caught Saul's coat and pulled him through an empty anteroom and a large darkened office. Saul caught a glimpse of the lighted Capitol dome between dark drapes. Harrington opened another door and stepped through. "Hello, Trask," he said in English. The thin man behind the desk looked up in mild surprise, and in the same instant a stocky man in a brown suit exploded off a leather couch at them. Harrington shot the bodyguard twice, went over to look at the small automatic the man had dropped, and then shot him a 3rd time behind the left ear. The thick body spasmed, kicked once on the thick carpet, and was still. Neiman Trask had not moved. He still held a 3-ring notebook in his left hand and a gold cross pen in his right. "Sit down," said Harrington, and gestured Saul to the leather couch. "Who are you?" Trask asked Harrington. His tone held what sounded like mild curiosity. "Questions and answers later," said Harrington. "First, please understand that my friend here," he gestured at Saul, "is to be left alone. If he stirs from that couch, I will open my left hand." "Open your hand?" said Trask. Harrington's left hand had been empty when he had entered the room. Now it held a palm-sized plastic ring with a small bulb in the center. An insulated wire ran up the sleeve of his raincoat. His thumb depressed the center of the bulb. "Oh, I see," Trask said tiredly, and set down the 3-ring binder. He held the gold pen in both hands. "Explosives?" "C4," said Harrington, and used the hand holding the pistol to unbutton his raincoat. He was wearing a baggy fishing vest underneath, and every pocket bulged to capacity. Saul could see the small loops of wire. 12 pounds of plastic explosive," added Harrington. Trask nodded. He looked composed, but the tips of his fingers were white on the pen. "More than enough," he said. "What would you like?"
"I would like to talk," said Harrington, taking a seat in the chair 3 feet in front of Trask's desk.
By all means," said Trask, and leaned back in his chair, his gaze flicked to Saul and back. "Please start."
"Get Mr. Colburn and Mr. Barrett on the conference line," said Harrington.
"I'm sorry," said Trask, and set down his pen. He spread his fingers. "Colburn's on his way to Chevy Chase by now, and I believe Mr. Barrett's out of the country."
Harrington nodded. "I will count to 6, he said. "If you've not made the call, I will release my thumb. 1, 2.
Trask had picked up the phone by the count of 4, but it was another several minutes before all of the connections were made. He caught Colburn in his limousine on the Rock Creek Expressway, and Barrett somewhere over Maine.
"Put it on the speaker," said Harrington. "What is it, Neiman?" came a smooth voice with a trace of Cambridge accent. "Richard, are you there also?"
"Yeah," came Colburn's rumble. "I don't know what the fuck this is about. What's going on, Trask? You've had me on hold for 2 fucking minutes. "I have a slight problem here," said Trask.
"Neiman, this is not a secure line," came the soft voice Saul guessed to be Barrett's. "Are you alone?"
Trask hesitated and looked at Harrington. When Francis did nothing but smile, Trask said, "No, sir. There are 2 gentlemen here in Senator Kellogg's office with me." Colburn's voice crackled on the speakerphone. "What the fuck's going on there, Trask? What's this all about?"
"Calmly, Richard," came Barrett's voice. "Go ahead, Neiman."
Trask raised his hand, palm up, toward Harrington in an after-you gesture.
"Mr. Barrett, we would like to apply for membership in one of your clubs," said Harrington. "I'm sorry, you have the advantage of me, sir," Barrett said. "My name is Francis Harrington," said Harrington. "My employer here is Dr. Saul Lasky of Columbia University."
"Trask," came Colburn's voice. "What's happening?"
"Hush," said Barrett. "Mr. Harrington, Dr. Lasky, pleased to make your acquaintance. How can I be of help?"
On the couch, Saul Lasky let out a tired sigh. Until the Oberst had given his name, he had held out some hope of emerging alive from this nightmare. Now, although he had no idea what game the Oberst was playing or who these people were in relation to the trio of Willie, Nina, and the Fuller woman, he doubted if the Oberst would name him if he were not willing to sacrifice him.
"You mentioned a club," prompted Barrett's voice. "Can you be more specific?"
Harrington grinned horribly. His left arm remained raised, his thumb on the detonator trigger.
"I would like to join your club," he said.
Barrett's voice sounded amused.
"I belong to many clubs, Mr. Harrington. Can you be even more specific?" "I am only interested in the most select club possible," said Harrington, "and I have always had a weakness for islands."
The speakerphone chuckled.
"As have I, Mr. Harrington. But although Mr. Trask is an excellent sponsor, I am afraid that most of the clubs to which I belong require additional references. You mentioned that your employer, Dr. Lasky, is there. Do you also wish an application, Doctor?"
Saul could think of nothing that would improve his situation. He remained silent.
"Perhaps you, represent someone else as well," said Barrett.
Harrington only chuckled. "He has 12 pounds of plastic explosive hooked to a dead man's switch," Trask said without emotion. "I find that an impressive reference. Why don't we all agree to meet somewhere else and talk about this?" "I have men on the way," came Colbin's clipped voice. "Hang tight, Trask." Neiman Trask sighed, rubbed his brow, and leaned closer to the speakerphone. "Colbin, you miserable fuck. If you put anyone within 10 blocks of this building, I'll personally rip your goddamn heart out. Now stay the fuck out of this. Barrett, are you there?" C. Arnold Barrett spoke as if he had heard none of the preceding dialogue. "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Harrington, but I make it a personal policy never to be on the selection committees of any of the clubs I happen to frequent. I do enjoy sponsoring the occasional new member, however. Perhaps you would be so kind as to see if you could give me the forwarding address of some prospective members I had hoped to contact." "Shoot," said Harrington. It was at that moment that Saul Lasky felt Trask slip into his mind. It was exquisitely painful, as if someone had slid a long, sharp wire into his left ear. He shuddered once, but was not allowed to cry out. His eyes moved to the automatic, still on the carpet a foot beyond the dead bodyguard's outstretched hand. He sensed Trask's cold calculations of timing and effort. 2 seconds to spring, a second to rise and fire into Harrington's brain, while simultaneously grabbing his fist, holding the trigger down like the spoon of a grenade. Saul felt his hands clench and unclench as if of their own volition, watched his legs stir slightly, stretching like a runner before a race. Pushed farther and farther into the helpless attic of his own mind, Saul wanted to scream, but had no voice. Is this what Francis had been experiencing for weeks? "William Borden," said Barrett. Saul had all but forgotten what the discussion was about. Trask moved Saul's right leg a bit, changed his center of gravity, tensed his right arm. "Don't know the gentleman," Harrington said lightly. "Next." Saul felt every muscle in his body tense as Trask prepared him. He sensed the slight change of plan. Trask would have him hit Harrington on the run, push him backward, hold the left hand clenched until he had shoved Francis into the senator's main office, then blocked the forward force of the explosion with his body while Trask dropped under the massive oak desk. Saul wanted to scream a warning at the Oberst. "Miss Melanie Fuller," said Barrett. "Oh, yes," said Harrington. "I believe she can be reached in Germantown." "Which Germantown is that?" asked Trask, even as he readied Saul for the attack. "Ignore the gun, grab the hand, force him back, away, keep your body between Harrington and Trask's desk." "The suburb of Philadelphia," Harrington said amiably. "I can't recall the precise address, but if you check the listings along Queen Lane, you should be able to contact the lady." "Very good," said Barrett. "One more thing, if you could—" "Excuse me a second," said Harrington. He laughed an old man's laugh again. "Good God, Trask," he said. "Do you think I can't feel that? You could not commandeer this shell in a month. Mein Gott, man, you sneak and grope around like a teenager trying to cop a feel? Is that the expression? In the balcony of a movie house. And release my poor Jewish friend while you're at it. The instant he moves, I trigger this. That desk will become 1,000 flying splinters. Ah, that is better." Saul collapsed onto the couch. His muscles spasmed in sudden release from the tight vice of control. "Now, where were we, Mr. Barrett?" said Harrington. There was static for several seconds before Barrett's calm voice came back on the speakerphone. "I'm sorry, Mr. Harrington. I'm talking to you from my private aircraft, and I'm afraid I have to go now. I appreciate your call and look forward to speaking to you again soon." "Barrett!" yelled Trask. "God damn you, stay on the—" "Goodbye," said Barrent. There was a click. The open line spat static.
"Colburn!"
screamed Trask.
"Say something!"
The heavy voice came on the line.
"Sure. Get fucked, Neiman, old pal."
Another click, and a hum. Trask looked up with the expression of a cornered animal.
"It's all right," soothed Harrington. "I can leave my message with you. We can still do business, Mr. Trask, but I'd prefer that it be private. Dr. Lasky, do you mind?"
Saul adjusted his glasses and blinked. He stood up. Trask glared at him. Harrington smiled. Saul turned, walked quickly through the senator's office, and was running by the time he got to the first waiting room. He was out of the office and running down the hall before he remembered the secretary. He hesitated, then began running again. Ahead of him, 4 men came around the corner. Saul turned, saw 5 men in dark suits run from the other direction, 2 veering toward Trask's office. He looked around in time to see 3 of the men at the end of the hall raise their revolvers in almost a single motion, hands together, arms extended, black circles of muzzles seeming very large even from a distance. Suddenly, Saul was elsewhere. Francis Harrington screamed in the silence of his own mind. Dimly he sensed Saul's sudden presence there in the darkness with him. Together they watched through Harrington's eyes as Neiman Trask shouted something, half rose from his chair, raised both hands in supplication.
"Auf Wiedersehen,"
the Oberst said with Francis Harrington's voice, and released the trigger. The south doors and wall to the corridor exploded outward in a ball of orange flame. Saul was suddenly flying through the air toward the 3 men in dark suits. Their raised arms flew back, one of the guns discharged, silently into the overwhelming rage of noise filling the corridor, and then they were also flying, tumbling backward, and striking the wall at the end of the corridor a scant second before Saul did. After the impact, even as the crest of darkness broke over him, Saul heard the echo, not of the explosion, but of the old man's voice saying, "Auf Wiedersehen." 20. New York, Friday, December 26, 1980. Sheriff Gentry enjoyed air travel, but cared very little for his destination. He liked to fly because he found the phenomenon of being wedged into a coach seat of a pressurized tube suspended thousands of feet above the clouds a definite incentive to meditation. His destination, New York City, always struck him as a temptation toward other types of mindlessness. Hive-think, street violence, paranoia, information overload, or gibbering insanity. Gentry had decided long ago that he was not a big city person. Gentry knew his way around Manhattan. When he had been in college a dozen years earlier, during the height of the Vietnam era, he and friends had spent more than a few weekends in the city, once renting a car in Chicago where his girlfriend worked at a Hertz outlet near the university, post-dating the mileage 2,000 miles, and driving straight through. After 4 days without sleep, 6 of them had ended up driving around the Chicago suburbs for 2 hours in the wee hours of the morning to bring the actual mileage up to and beyond what had been recorded as the starting mileage on the form. Gentry took a shuttle bus into the Port Authority. There he hailed a cab to the Addison Hotel just off Times Square. The place was old and sliding into disrepute, its patrons mostly hookers and tourists from the sticks, but it retained a somewhat matronly air of pride about it. The Puerto Rican cook in the coffee shop was loud, profane, and skilled at his craft, and the room cost a third of what most Manhattan hotels charged. The last time he had been to New York to transport an extradited 18-year-old who had murdered 4 convenience store clerks in Charleston, the county had been picking up Gentry's tab and had booked his room. Gentry showered some of the travel fatigue away and changed into comfortable blue corduroy slacks, an old turtleneck, his tan corduroy sports coat, a soft cap, and a topcoat that worked fine in Charleston but barely served to take the edge off New York's winter wind. He hesitated, and then removed the .357 Ruger from the suitcase and slipped it into the pocket of his overcoat. No, too bulky and obvious. He slid it into the waistband of his slacks. Definitely not. He had no clip-on holster for the Ruger. He always wore the belt and holster with his uniform and carried the department's .38 Police Special when he was off duty. Why the hell had he brought the Ruger instead of the smaller gun? He finally ended up slipping the revolver into his sports coat pocket. He would have to leave his topcoat unbuttoned to the weather outside and leave it on inside to conceal the lump of the weapon. What the hell, thought Gentry. We can't all be Steve McQueen. Before leaving the hotel, he called his home in Charleston and triggered his answering machine. He did not expect a message from Natalie, but he had been thinking about her through the entire flight and looked forward to the chance of hearing her voice. Hers was the first message.
Rob, this is Natalie. It's about 2 p.m. St. Louis time. I just got into St. Louis, but I'm leaving on the next flight to Philadelphia. I think I've got a lead on where we can find Melanie Fuller. Check page 3 of today's Charleston paper, or one of the New York papers will probably have it. Gang murders in Germantown. Yeah, I don't know why the old woman would be involved with the street gang, but it's in Germantown. Saul said that our best bet in finding these people was to follow a trail of senseless violence like this. I promise I'll keep a low profile. I'll just look around and see if there's anything promising for us to follow up on later. I'll leave a message tonight when I know where I'll be staying. Gotta run. Be careful, Rob.
Shit, Gentry said softly when he hung up the phone. He dialed his number again, let out a breath as his own voice told him to leave a message, and said after the beep, Natalie, God damn it, do not stay in Philadelphia or Germantown or wherever you are. Someone saw you on Christmas Eve. God damn it, if you're not going to stay in St. Louis, join me here in New York. It's stupid for us to be running around separately playing Joe Hardy and Nancy Drew. Call me here as soon as you get this message. He gave his hotel phone and room numbers, paused, and hung up. Damn, he said. He brought his fist down hard enough to make the cheap desk wobble. Gentry took the subway down to the village and got off near St. Vincent's. He flipped through his small notebook during the ride, reviewing all the notes he had taken. Saul's address, Natalie's comment that Saul had mentioned a housekeeper named Tima, his extension at Columbia, the dean's number that Gentry had called almost 2 weeks ago, the late Nina Drayton's number. Not much, he thought. He called Columbia and confirmed that no one would be in the psychology department offices until next Monday. Saul's neighborhood did not fit Gentry's preconceptions about the lifestyle of a New York psychiatrist. The sheriff reminded himself that Saul was more of a professor than a psychiatrist, and then the neighborhood seemed more appropriate. The buildings were mostly 4- and 5-story tenements. Restaurants and delis were to be found on most corners, and there was a sense of small town in the compactness of it all. A few couples hurried by, one of them a pair of males holding hands, but Gentry knew that most of the local inhabitants were uptown, ensconced in publishing houses, brokerages, bookstores, agencies, and other steel and glass cages, each floating somewhere between secretary and vice president, earning the necessary thousands to lease their 2 or 3 rooms in the village, and waiting for the big move, the breakthrough, the inevitable rise to the higher floor, the bigger office, the corner windows, and the short cab ride home to the Central Park West brownstone. The wind gusted. Gentry clutched his topcoat tighter and hurried on. Dr. Saul Lasky was not home. Gentry was not surprised. He knocked again and stood a while on the narrow landing, listening to the muted garble of televisions and children's wails, smelling the corned beef and cabbage echo of decades gone by. Then he removed a credit card from his wallet and slipped the lock. Gentry shook his head. Saul Lasky was a nationally recognized expert on violence, a survivor of the death camp, but his home security left a lot to be desired. It was a large apartment by village standards, A comfortable living room, small kitchen, smaller bedroom, and a large study. Every room, even the bathroom, had books in it. The study was laden with notebooks, files, shelves of carefully labeled abstracts, and hundreds of books, many in German or Polish. Gentry checked each room, paused a minute to glance through a manuscript stacked near the IBM typewriter, and prepared to leave. He felt like an intruder. The apartment smelled as if it had not been lived in for a week or two. The kitchen was spotless, the refrigerator almost empty. But there was no dust, no stack of accumulated mail, nor other outward signs of absence. Gentry made sure there were no messages near the phone, walked through each room quickly to make sure that he had missed no clues to Saul's whereabouts, and quietly let himself out. He had gone down a flight when he passed an old woman, graying hair done up in a bun. Gentry stopped after she passed, and then tipped his cloth cap and said, "Excuse me, ma'am, might you be Tima?" The woman stopped and squinted suspiciously at him. Her voice held a thick accent of Eastern Europe. "I don't know you." "No, ma'am," said Gentry, and removed his cap. "And I'm sorry for using your first name, but Saul didn't mention your last name." "Mrs. Waliszewski," said the old woman. "Who are you?" "I'm Sheriff Bobby Gentry," he said. "I'm a friend of Saul's, and I'm trying to find him." "Dr. Lasky never mentioned any Sheriff Gentry." She gave his name a hard G. "No, ma'am, I don't suppose he did. We just met a couple of weeks ago when he came down to Charleston. That's South Carolina. Maybe he mentioned that he was coming down there for a visit." "Dr. Lasky just said he had business," snapped the woman. She snorted. "As if the plane tickets weren't right there for a blind person to see. 2 days, he said, maybe 3. Mrs. W., he says, if you would be so kind as to water the plants. 10 days later, his plants would be dead if I did not faithfully come." Mrs. Waliszewski, have you seen Dr. Lasky in the past week?" asked Gentry. The woman tugged her sweater tighter and said nothing. "We had an appointment," said Gentry. "Saul said that he'd call when he got back, probably last Saturday, but I haven't heard from him." "He has no sense of time," said the woman. "His own nephew calls me from Washington last week. Is Uncle Saul all right, he says. He was supposed to come to dinner Saturday, he says. Knowing Dr. Lasky, he just forgot. Went off to a seminar somewhere. Am I to tell his nephew that? His only family in America?" "Is that the nephew that works in Washington?" said Gentry. "Which one else?" Gentry nodded, noticed from the woman's posture and tone that she was uneasy talking, ready to move on. "Saul said I could contact him at his nephew's, but I lost the number. It's right in Washington, isn't it?" No, said Mrs. Waliszewski. "That's the embassy. Dr. Lasky says they live way out in the country now." "Could Saul be at the Polish embassy?" She squinted at him. "Why would Dr. Lasky be at the Polish embassy? Aaron works at the Israeli embassy, but he does not live there. You say you are a sheriff? What business does the doctor have with a sheriff?" "I'm an admirer of his book," said Gentry. He clicked a ballpoint pen and scribbled on the back of one of his poorly printed business cards. "Here's where I'm staying tonight. The other number's my home phone in Charleston. As soon as Saul gets back, have him call me. It's very important." He started down the stairs. "Oh, by the way," he called up to her, "when I call the embassy, does Saul's nephew spell his last name with 1 E in it or 2? "How could there be 2 E's in Eshkol?" clucked Mrs. Waliszewski. "How indeed," said Gentry, and clumped downstairs. Natalie did not call. Gentry waited until after 10, called Charleston, and was rewarded by nothing but her original message and his own tirade. At 10 after 11, he phoned again. Still nothing new. At 1:15 a.m., he gave it up and tried to sleep. The noise through the thin wall sounded like half a dozen Iranians arguing. At 3 a.m., Gentry called Charleston again. Still nothing new. He left another message apologizing for his cursing and emphasizing the importance of her not wandering around Philadelphia alone. Early the next morning, Gentry tried his answering machine again, left the name of the Washington hotel where he had booked a room, and caught the 8:15 shuttle. The flight was too brief for him to do any serious thinking, but he removed his notebook and a file from his briefcase and studied them. Natalie had read about the December 20th bombing at the Senate office building and had been concerned that Saul might have been involved. Gentry had pointed out that not every murder, accident, and terrorist attack in America could be traced back to Lasky's aging Oberst. He reminded her that the television news had suggested that Puerto Rican nationalists had been behind the explosion that had killed 6 people. He pointed out that the attack on the Senate office building had occurred only a few hours after Saul would have arrived in the city, that his name had not been listed among the dead, although the terrorist himself had not been identified, and that she was getting paranoid. Natalie had been reassured. Gentry still had his doubts. It was after 11 by the time Gentry arrived at the FBI building. He had no idea if anyone would be working on a Saturday. A receptionist confirmed that Special Agent Richard Haynes was in, and then kept Gentry waiting several minutes before buzzing the busy man. She announced that Special Agent Haynes would see him. Gentry contained his glee. A young man with an expensive suit and an unsuccessful mustache, a sort of Jimmy Olsen version of a junior G-man, led Gentry to a security area where they took his photograph, recorded pertinent data, passed him through a metal detector, and gave him a laminated visitor's pass. Gentry was glad that he had left the Ruger in the suitcase at the hotel. The young man wordlessly led Gentry down corridors, into an elevator, through an area of 3-sided cubicles, down another corridor, and then knocked on a door clearly marked Special Agent Richard Haynes. When Haynes's voice called, "Come on in," the youth nodded and turned on his heel. Gentry stifled the urge to call him back to give him a tip. Richard Haynes's office was as large and tastefully decorated as Gentry's was small and cluttered. Photographs hung on the walls. Gentry caught a glimpse of a jowled and pig-eyed man who might have been the late J. Edgar Hoover, shaking hands with a somewhat less gray-haired Richard Haynes, and then he was being waved to his seat. Haynes did not stand up or offer to shake hands. "What brings you to Washington, Sheriff Gentry?" Haynes asked in his smooth baritone. Gentry shifted his bulk in the small chair to get more comfortable, decided that the thing had been designed to keep people from getting comfortable, and cleared his throat. "Just on vacation, Dick, and thought I'd drop in to say hello." Haynes raised an eyebrow. He did not stop shuffling papers. "That's nice of you, Sheriff, but it's sort of hectic around here this weekend. If it's about the Mansard House murders, I don't have anything new that I haven't sent to you through Terry and the Atlanta office." Gentry crossed his legs and shrugged. "I was just in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop in. Real impressive setup you boys got here, Dick." Haynes grunted. "Hey," said Gentry, "what happened to your chin? Looks like someone clipped you a good one there. Have trouble making an arrest?" Haynes touched his chin where the butterfly bandage was visible against a broad yellowish bruise. Flesh-colored makeup failed to conceal it. He smiled ruefully. "No Purple Heart for this one, Sheriff. I slipped getting out of the tub on Christmas Day and slammed my chin against a towel rack. Lucky I didn't kill myself." "Yeah, they say most accidents happen in the home," drawled Gentry. Haynes nodded and glanced at his wristwatch. "Say, said Gentry. "Did you get the picture we sent you?" "Picture?" said Haines. "Oh, the one of the missing woman, Mrs. Fuller. Yes, thanks, Sheriff. It's gone out to all of our agents in the field." "Good, good," said Gentry. "Haven't heard any more about where she might be, have you?" "The Fuller woman? No. I still think she's dead. My guess is that we'll never find the body." "Probably right," agreed Gentry. "Say, Dick, I passed the Capitol on the bus coming over here, and right catty-corner across the street was this big building with some police barricades outside and a second-story window being worked on. Is that the whatchamacallit?" "Senate office building," said Haines. "Yeah, isn't that where the terrorists blew up the senator about a week ago?" "Terrorist," said Haines. "Just one. And the senator from Maine wasn't even in town when it happened. His political advisor, fairly important guy in the GOP by the name of Trask, was killed. Nobody else who was important." "I imagine you're involved in that case, huh?" Haines sighed and put down his papers. "It's a pretty large office here, Sheriff. Quite a few agents." "Yeah," said Gentry. "Sure are. They say that the terrorist was a Puerto Rican fellow. That right?" "Sorry, Sheriff, we can't comment on ongoing investigations." "Sure," said Gentry. "Say, remember that New York psychiatrist, Dr. Lasky?" "Saul Lasky," said Haines. "Teaches at Columbia. Yeah, we checked on his whereabouts during the weekend of the 13th. He was on that panel, just as your sources suggested. He probably came down to Charleston to get some publicity for his next book." "Could be," said Gentry. "Thing is, though, he was going to send me some information on this mass murder stuff, and now I can't get hold of him anywhere. You haven't kept track of him, have you?" "No," said Haines, and glanced at his watch again. "Why should we have?" "No reason, but I think Lasky was coming here to Washington. Last Saturday, I think it was. Same day you had that terrorist thing over to the Senate office building." "So?" said Haines. Gentry shrugged. "Oh, just had the feeling this fellow was trying to solve things on his own. Thought he might have showed up here." "He didn't," said Haines. "Sheriff, I'd like to chat with you, but I've got another appointment in a couple of minutes." "Sure, sure," said Gentry, rising and tugging on his cap. "You ought to have somebody see to that." "What's that?" asked Haines. "Your chin," said Gentry. "That's a real nasty bruise." Gentry wandered down 9th Street toward the mall, crossing Pennsylvania Avenue and passing the Department of Justice. He went right on Constitution, up 10th past the IRS building, left on Pennsylvania again, and jogged up to the steps of the old post office. No one seemed to be following him. He continued on up Pennsylvania Avenue to Pershing Park and peered across the street at the roof of the White House. He wondered if Jimmy Carter was in there now, brooding about the hostages and blaming the Iranians for his defeat. Gentry sat on a park bench and took his notebook out of his pocket. He flipped through the pages with their tightly scrawled script, closed the notebook, and sighed. Dead end. Now what if Saul was a fraud, a paranoid nutso? No. Why not? Just no. Okay, then where the hell is he? Walk over to the Congressional Library and check the last week's papers, death notices, accident reports, call the hospitals. And what if he's in the morgue under a Puerto Rican John Doe? Doesn't make sense. What does the old burst have to do with a senator's advisor? What did he have to do with Kennedy and Ruby? Gentry rubbed his eyes. The thing had almost made sense back in Charleston when he was sitting at Natalie Preston's kitchen table listening to Saul's story. Things had clicked into place. the apparently random murders becoming a series of feints and thrusts from 2 or 3 old opponents with truly incredible powers. But now, nothing made any sense. Unless there were more of them. Gentry sat straight up. Saul had to talk to someone here in Washington. Despite all of the recently shared confidences, he would not reveal who he was meeting. Family? For what reason? Gentry remembered the pain with which Saul had discussed the disappearance of his hired detective, Francis Harrington. So maybe Saul had asked for help from a nephew in the Israeli embassy? But maybe someone else also got involved. Who? The government? Saul could think of no reason the federal government would be in the business of protecting an aging ex-Nazi, but what if there were more like the Oberst, Fuller, and Drayton? The sheriff shivered and pulled his coat tighter. It was a clear, bright day. The temperature was in the 30s. Weak winter light added a golden tint to the brown and brittle grass in the park. He found a payphone on the corner near the Washington Hotel and used his credit card to call Charleston. There still was no message from Natalie. Gentry found the number he had copied from his hotel room directory and called the Israeli embassy. He wondered if anyone would be there on their Sabbath day. A woman answered. "Hello," said Gentry, stifling the sudden urge to say shalom. "Could I speak to Aaron Eshcole?" There was a brief hesitation, and the woman said, "Who is calling, please?" "This is Sheriff Robert Gentry." "1 second, please." The second was more like 2 minutes. Gentry stood cradling the phone and stared at the Treasury building across the street. If there were more people, mind vampires like the Oberst, it might explain a lot, such as why the Oberst felt it necessary to fake his own death, and why the Charleston County Sheriff had been followed for a week and a half, and why everything a certain FBI agent said made Gentry want to smash his teeth in. And what happened to a certain scrapbook of grisly newspaper clippings last seen at the scene of a murder? "Hello?" "Oh, hi, Mr. Eshcole, this is Sheriff Bobby Gentry." "No, this is Jack Cohn speaking." "Oh, well, Mr. Cohn, I'm calling for Aaron Eshcole." "I am the supervisor of Mr. Eshcole's department. Please, tell me your business, Sheriff." "Actually, Mr. Cohn, this is sort of a personal call." "Are you a friend of Aaron's, Sheriff Gentry?" Gentry knew something was wrong, but could not put his finger on what it was. "No, sir," he said. "I'm more a friend of Aaron's uncle, Saul Lasky. I need to speak to Aaron." There was a brief silence. "It would be best if you were to come here in person, Sheriff." Gentry glanced at his watch. "I'm not sure if I'll have time, Mr. Cohn. If you could put me in touch with Aaron, I'll see if it's necessary." "Very well. Where are you calling from, Sheriff? Here in Washington?" "Yeah," said Gentry. "A payphone." "Are you in the city itself? Someone can give you directions to the embassy." Gentry tried to control his rising anger. "I'm right near the Washington Hotel," he said. "Just put Aaron Eshcole on or give me his home phone number. If I need to see him at the embassy, I'll grab a cab." "Very well, Sheriff. Please call back in 10 minutes. Cohn hung up before Gentry could protest. He paced back and forth in front of the hotel, irritated, tempted to pick up his stuff at the hotel and fly straight to Philadelphia. This was ridiculous. He knew how hard it was to find a missing person in Charleston, where he had 6 deputies and 10 times that many contacts. This was absurd. He called back 2 minutes before the 10 minutes were up. The woman answered again. "Yes, Sheriff. 1 second, please." Gentry sighed and leaned against the metal frame of the telephone stand. Something sharp poked him in the side. Gentry turned, saw the 2 men standing close, too close, saw the taller of the two smiling broadly at him. Then Gentry looked down and saw the barrel of the small-caliber automatic touching his side. "We're going to walk to that car and get in," said the big man with a hearty grin. He clapped Gentry on the back as if they were two old friends meeting after a long absence. The barrel dug deeper. The tall man was too close, Gentry thought. There was a better-than-even chance that he could slap away the weapon before the man could fire, but his partner had stepped back 5 feet, his right hand in his raincoat pocket, and no matter what Gentry might do, the second man would have a clear field of fire. "Walk now," said the tall man. Gentry walked. It was not a bad tour. They drove around the Ellipse, west of the Lincoln Memorial, around the tidal basin, then up Jefferson Drive to the Capitol, past Union Station, and back around again. No one called out the sights. The limousine was plush, wide, and soundless. The windows were opaque from the outside, the doors locked automatically from the driver's seat. There was a plexiglass partition behind the driver, and the two men from the corner sat on either side of Gentry. Across from him, sprawled on a jump seat, sat a man with poorly cut white hair, sad eyes, and a lumpy, pockmarked face that somehow managed to be handsome. "I'll let you guys in on something," said Gentry. "Kidnapping's against the law in this country." The white-haired man said softly, "Could I see some identification, Mr. Gentry?" Gentry considered several self-righteous and indignant protests. He shrugged and handed over his wallet. No one jumped when he reached for it. The two men had frisked him as he entered the car. "You sound like Jack Cohen," said Gentry. "I am Jack Cohen," said the other, rifling through Gentry's wallet. "And you have all the proper identification, credit cards, and miscellany of a Southern sheriff named Robert Joseph Gentry." "Bobby Joe to my friends and constituents," said Gentry. "There is no place in the world where ID means less than in America," said Cohen. Gentry shrugged. His instinct was to explain to them precisely how little he cared, and to suggest certain airborne carnal acts that they could perform on themselves. He said, "Can I see your identification?" "I am Jack Cohen." "Uh-huh. And are you really Aaron Eshcole's boss?" "I am head of the Communications and Interpretation section of the embassy," said Cohen. "Is that Aaron's department?" "Yes," said Cohen. "Is this news to you?" "As far as I know, one of you three is Aaron Eshcole," said Gentry. "I've never met the man, and from the sound of things, I'm not going to." "Why do you say that, Mr. Gentry?" Cohen's voice was as flat and cold as a killing blade. "Call it a guess," said Gentry. "I phone asking for Aaron, and the entire embassy puts me on hold while you guys leap into the nearest limousine and burn rubber to take me on a tour by gunpoint. Now, if you are who you say you are, and who the hell knows at this point, you're acting a little out of character for ambassadors of our loyal and dependent ally in the Middle East. My guess is that Aaron Eshcole is dead or missing, and you're a bit upset, even to the point of sticking guns in the ribs of duly elected law enforcement officers." "Go on," said Cohen. "Get fucked," said Gentry. "I've said my say. Tell me what's going on, and I'll tell you why I called Aaron Eshcole." "We could invite your participation in this discussion by, other means," said Cohen. The absence of threat in his tone served as a threat. "I doubt it," said Gentry, "unless you're not who you say you are. Either way, I'm saying nothing else until you tell me something worth learning." Cohen glanced out at the passing marble scenery and looked back at Gentry. "Aaron Eshcole is dead," he said. "Murdered. Him, his wife, and 2 daughters." "When?" said Gentry. 2 days ago. Christmas Day, muttered Gentry. This has been a hell of a holiday season. How were they killed? Someone pushed a wire into their brains, said Cohen. From the tone of his voice, he might have been describing a new way to fix an auto engine. Oh, Jesus, breathed Gentry. Why didn't I read about this? There was an explosion and fire, said Cohen. The Virginia coroner ruled accidental death, a gas leak. Aaron's association with the embassy has not been picked up by the news services. Your own doctors found the true cause of death? Yes, said Cohen. Yesterday. But why go apeshit when I call? Asked Gentry. Aaron must have had— No, wait. I mentioned Saul Lasky. You think Saul is connected to Aaron's death in some way? Yes, said Cohen. All right, breathed Gentry. Who killed Aaron Eshcole? Cohen shook his head. Your turn, Sheriff Gentry. Gentry paused to gather his thoughts. You should realize, continued Cohen, that it would indeed be disastrous for Israel to offend American taxpayers at this sensitive period in our country's histories. We are willing to risk the embarrassment when you convince us of your innocence and we release you. If you fail to convince us, it would be much easier for everyone involved if you just disappear. Shut up, said Gentry. I'm thinking. They passed the Jefferson Memorial for the third time and crossed a bridge. The Washington Monument loomed ahead of them. Saul Lasky came to Charleston 10 days ago to inquire about the Mansard House murders. CBS called the mess the Charleston Massacre. You heard about our little trouble? Yes, said Cohen. Several old people murdered for their money and some innocent witnesses eliminated. No? Close enough, said Gentry. One of the old people that was involved was an ex-Nazi living under the name of William D. Borden. A film producer, said the tall, frizzy-haired Israeli on Gentry's left. Gentry jumped. He'd almost forgotten that the bodyguards could speak. Yeah, he said, and Saul Lasky had been hunting for this particular Nazi for 40 years, ever since Helmno and Sobibor. What are they? Asked the young man to Gentry's right. Gentry stared. Cohen snapped something in Hebrew, and the young agent blushed. The German, Borden, died, did he not? Said Cohen. In an air crash, said Gentry. Supposedly. But Saul didn't think so. So Dr. Lasky assumed his old tormentor was still alive, mused Cohen. But what did Borden have to do with the murders in Charleston? Gentry removed his cloth cap and poked at the crown. Settling old scores, said Gentry. Saul didn't know for sure. He just felt that the Oberst, that's what he called Borden, was involved somehow. Why did Lasky meet with Aaron? Gentry shook his head. I didn't know they had met. I didn't even know Aaron Eshcole existed until yesterday. Saul flew from Charleston to be in Washington on December 20th to interview somebody. He wouldn't say who. He was going to stay in touch with me, but I haven't heard from him since he left Charleston. Yesterday I visited Saul's apartment building in New York and talked to his housekeeper. Tima, said the tall man, and silenced himself after a harsh glance from Cohen. Yeah, said Gentry. She mentioned Aaron. Here I am. What did Dr. Lasky want to talk to Aaron about? Asked Cohen. Gentry set his cap on his knee and opened his hands. Damned if I know. I had the impression that Saul was expecting to get more information about Borden's life out in California. Could Aaron have helped him there? Cohen bit his lip for some time before responding.
Aaron took 4 days of personal leave before meeting with his uncle, he said. He spent part of that time in California.
What did he learn there? Asked Gentry.
We don't know.
How did you know about his meeting with Saul? Did Saul come to your embassy?
The tall man said something in Hebrew that sounded like a warning. Cohn overrode him. No, he said. Dr. Lasky met with Aaron a week ago today at the National Gallery. Aaron and Levi Cole, a co-worker in communications, thought the meeting was important. According to friends in the department, Aaron and Levi kept some files that they thought were of great importance in the cryptography safe that week.
What was in them? Asked Gentry, not really believing he would get an answer.
We don't know, said Cohen. A few hours after Aaron's family was murdered, Levi Cole logged into the embassy and removed the files. He's not been seen since. Cohen rubbed the bridge of his nose. And none of it makes sense. Levi is the bachelor. No family here in the States, none left in Israel. He's an ardent Zionist, ex-commando. I cannot imagine what hold they could have used on him. Logic dictates that it was him they should have eliminated. Aaron Eshkol they should have blackmailed. Only the question is, of course, who are they?
Gentry said nothing.
All right, Sheriff, said Cohen. Please tell us anything else that might be of help.
That's about it, said Gentry. Unless you want to hear Saul Lasky's story.
How do I tell it without getting into the old burst's powers, the old lady's abilities? Thought Gentry. They won't believe me, and if they don't believe me, I'm dead. We want everything, said Cohen, from the beginning.
The limousine glided past the Lincoln Memorial and headed for the tidal basin. 21. Germantown, Saturday, December 27, 1980. Natalie Preston used her Nikon with a 135mm lens to record the decaying contradictions of the dying city. Stone homes, brick row houses, a bank designed to blend in with 18th-century buildings on either side, antique stores filled with broken junk, Salvation Army outlets filled with junk, empty lots filled with junk, narrow streets and alleys filled with junk. Natalie had loaded the Nikon with black and white +X, not worried about the graininess, taking long, slow exposures that should bring about every chip and crack in every wall. There was no sign of Melanie Fuller. After she had loaded the film, she had worked her courage up and loaded the .32 Lama automatic. It now lay at the bottom of her big purse, under the clutter and lens caps and cardboard false bottom. The city was not so frightening in the daylight. The previous evening, landing after dark, feeling displaced and disoriented, she had allowed the man who sat next to her on the plane, Jensen Luhar, to drive her to Germantown. He said it was on his way. His gray Mercedes was parked in the long-term lot. At first she was glad she had accepted. The ride was long, down a busy expressway, across a 2-level bridge, into the core of Philadelphia, out another winding, hectic freeway, across the river again, or perhaps it was another river, and then onto Germantown Avenue, a broad brick thoroughfare wandering past dark slums and empty shops. By the time they were approaching the heart of Germantown, nearing the hotel he had suggested she stay at, she was sure the proposition was coming. How about if I come up for a minute? Or, I'd love to show you my place, it's just a little farther. Probably the first. He wore no wedding ring, but that meant nothing. The only thing that Natalie was sure of was that there would be the inevitable proposition and then her clumsy rejection. She was wrong. He parked in front of the old hotel, helped her in with her bags, wished her luck, and drove off. She wondered if he was gay. Natalie had called Charleston before 11 and left her hotel phone and room number on Rob's answering machine. She had expected him to call right after 11, probably suggesting that she go back to St. Louis, but he did not. Disappointed, feeling strangely hurt, fighting sleep, she called Charleston again at 11:30 and used the device Rob had loaned her. There was no message from him, only her 2 calls on the tape. She had gone to sleep, puzzled and a little frightened. It was better in the daylight. Although there was still no message from Gentry, she called the Philadelphia Inquirer, and by invoking her Chicago editor's name, she was able to get a little information out of the city editor. The details of the crime were still largely unknown, but it was certain that some or all of the 4 gang members had been decapitated. The Soul Brickyard Gang had their headquarters in a city-funded settlement house off Bringhurst Street, only a mile or so from Natalie's Chelton Avenue hotel. Natalie looked up the settlement house's phone number, called, and identified herself as a Sun-Times reporter. A minister named Bill Woods gave her 15 minutes at 3 o'clock. Natalie spent the day exploring Germantown, wandering farther and farther down depressing side streets and shooting photographs. The place had a strange charm. North and west of Chelton Avenue, large old homes held their ground in a reduced roll of duplexes, while black and white families carried on a semblance of middle-class life, while east to Bringhurst Street, the neighborhood decayed into burned-out row houses, abandoned cars, and the sightless stare of the hopeless. The sun was out, however, and for a while children followed her in a giggling pack, beseeching her to take their picture. Natalie did so. A train roared by overhead, a woman's voice bellowed from a doorway half a block away, and the entire pack scattered like leaves in a wind. There was no message from Rob at 10, 12, or 2. She would wait until 11 p.m. Damn. At 3, she knocked at the door of a large 1920s-style home set in the midst of rubble, burnt-out apartment buildings, and factory yards. Part of the railing along the wraparound porch had been knocked out. Windows on the 3rd floor had been boarded over, but someone had added a thin coat of cheap yellow paint during the past year. The house looked jaundiced. The Reverend Bill Woods was white and lumpy. He sat with her in a cluttered office on the 1st floor and complained about the lack of city funding, the bureaucratic nightmare of administering a community action project such as Community House, and the lack of cooperation from the youth groups and community in general. He refused to use the word gang. Natalie caught glimpses of young black men coming and going in the halls, and heard shouts and laughter from the basement and 2nd floor. "Can I speak to someone in the Soul Brickyard group?" she asked. No," cried Woods. "The boys do not wish to speak to anyone except the television people. They enjoy being on camera." "Do they live here?" asked Natalie. "Oh, heavens, no. They simply congregate here frequently for fellowship and recreation." I need to talk to them," said Natalie, and rose from her seat. "I'm afraid that won't be— Hey, wait a minute." Natalie strode down the hall, opened a door, and went up a narrow flight of stairs. On the 2nd floor, a dozen black males huddled around a pool table or sprawled on mattresses scattered on the plaster-strewn floor. There were steel shutters on the windows, and Natalie counted 4 pump shotguns propped near them. Everyone froze when she entered. A tall, incredibly lean man in his early 20s leaned on his pool cue and snapped, "What you want, bitch?" "I want to talk to you." "Shit," said a bearded youth lying on one of the mattresses. "Listen that. I want to talk to you. Where the fuck you from, woman? Some crack estate down south somewhere?" "I want to do an interview," said Natalie, marveling that her voice or knees had not yet betrayed her. "About the murders." Silence stretched until it grew mean. The tall youth who had spoken first raised the pool cue and walked slowly toward her. 4 feet away he stopped, extended the cue, and ran the chalky tip between the open flaps of her goose-down jacket, down her blouse, to hook on the belt of her jeans. "I be giving you a interview, bitch, a real in-depth interview, you get what I mean." Natalie forced herself not to flinch. She shifted her Nikon to one side, reached into her coat pocket, and held out a color print of Mr. Hodges's slide. "Have any of you seen this woman?" The man with the cue looked at it and waved over a boy who could not have been more than 14. The boy stared, nodded, and went back to his place by the window. "Get Marvin up here," snapped the one with the pool cue. "Move your ass." Marvin Gale was 19, was strikingly handsome with pale blue eyes, long lashes, skin the exact color of Natalie's, and was a born leader. Natalie knew that the instant he entered the room. Somehow the focus in the room shifted, the posture of the others changed ever so slightly, and Marvin was the center. For 10 minutes, Marvin demanded to know who the white woman was. For 10 minutes, Natalie offered to tell them after they told her about the murders. Finally, Marvin showed beautiful teeth in a broad smile. "You sure you want to know, babe?" "Yes," said Natalie. Frederick called her babe. It disconcerted her to hear it here. Marvin clapped his hands together. "Leroy, Calvin, Monk, Lewis, George," he said. "The rest of you, stay here." There was a chorus of protests. "Shut the fuck up," snapped Marvin. "We still at war, you know. Somebody's still out there waiting to do us. We find out who this honky old bitch is, what she'd do with this. We know who to get. Got it? Get it. Now shut the fuck up." They went back to their mattresses and pool table. It was 4 o'clock and getting dark out. Natalie zipped her coat tight and blamed her sudden attack of shivers on the wind. They went north on Bringhurst, under the train tracks, and west on a street Natalie had thought was an alley. There were no streetlights. It was trying to snow. The night air smelled of sewage and soot. They stopped at an entrance to a real alley. Marvin pointed at the 14-year-old. "Monk, tell what happened, man." The boy put his hands in his pockets and spat into the frozen weeds and tumbled bricks of a vacant lot. "Muhammad, he and the 3 others, they got to right here, you know. I come after them, but wasn't there yet, you know. It was like Christmas at the pit, and Muhammad and Toby was doing a little coke, you know. They left without me to make another score at Zig's brother's place, you know, in Pulaski Town, right? But, like, I was so fucking stoned I didn't see 'em leave and come running after them, you know." "Tell about the white dude," said Marvin. "Fucking white dude, he come out of the fucking alley here, give Muhammad the fucking finger, right here about. I be half a block down the fucking street. Hear old Muhammad say, 'Shit, you believe this shit? Little fucking white dude right there flipping off Muhammad and 3 brothers. "What did he look like?" asked Natalie. "Shut up," snapped Marvin. "I asked the questions. Tell her what he looked like." "He looked like shit," said Monk, and spat again. Hands still in his pockets, he wiped his chin on his shoulder. "Little honky motherfucker looked like he'd been dipped in shit, you know? Like he'd been eating garbage for about a year, man, you know? Stringy hair like, sort of like dirty vines hanging down over his face, you know? All streaked all over like he'd be all bloody or something. Shit." Monk shivered. "Are you sure he was white?" asked Natalie. Marvin glared, but Monk laughed loudly and said, Oh, yeah, he white. He one white honky motherfucking monster, that no lie." "Tell her about the sickle," said Marvin. Monk nodded rapidly. "Yeah, so this white dude, he run down this alley. Muhammad, Toby, and them, they stand there like they don't get it, you know. Then Muhammad, he say, 'Get 'em,' and they all run in there, you know, not packing anything, just their knives, you know. Doesn't matter. They gonna cut that little motherfucker up good." "Tell her about the sickle." "Yeah." Monk's eyes seemed to glaze over. "I hear the noise and come up here and look in. Don't run or nothing, you know. I figure shit on probation with that King Liquor thing. Don't need no murder shit, you know, so I look in to watch the shit go down. But this white dude, he ain't the one bleeding, dig? He got this big sickle thing like in the cartoons." "Which cartoons?" asked Natalie.
Shit, old dude with the skull and stick with a sickle on it, like an hourglass too, comes to dead folks in the cartoon. Shit. A scythe? Said Natalie. Like they used to cut wheat with? Yeah, shit, said Monk and pointed at her. Only this honky monster motherfucker, he be cutting down Muhammad and the bros. He fast. Oh shit, he fast. I see enough, I hide right there. He pointed at a large dumpster. I wait till he done, and then wait till he gone a long time. I don't need that shit, man. Then, when it get light, I go tell Marvin, Marvin crossed his arms and looked at her. Got enough, babe? It was very dark now. Far down the alley, Natalie saw the lights and traffic of what had to be Germantown Avenue. Almost, she said. Did the white dude kill all of them? Monk hugged his arms and laughed. You fucking know it. Took his fucking time, too. He like it. Were they decapitated? Huh? She means did he cut their heads off, said Marvin. Tell her, Monk. Fuck yes, they decapitated. He fucking sawed they fucking heads off with that sickle and shovel, stuck the heads on the parking meters out on the avenue, Dear God, said Natalie. Snowflakes pelted her face and froze on her cheeks and lashes. Wasn't all, said Monk. His laughter was so ragged that it verged on being sobs. He cut their fucking hearts out, man. I think he ate them. Natalie backed away from the alley. She turned to run, saw nothing but bricks and darkness everywhere, and stood stock still. Marvin took her by the arm. Come on, babe. You coming back with us. Time to tell us. Time to talk. 22. Beverly Hills, Saturday, December 27th, 1980. Tony Harrod was deep in an aging starlet when the call came from Washington. Tari Easton was 42, at least 20 years too old for the part she wanted in The White Slaver, but her breasts were the right age and shape for the part. Looking at them from beneath as she labored over him, Harrod thought he could see the faint pink lines where her breasts met her rib cage, showing where the silicone gel had been injected. The breasts were so artificially firm that they barely wobbled as Tari worked up and down, throwing her head back in an excellent simulation of passion, mouth open, shoulders thrust back. Harrod was not using her, just using her. "Come on, baby, give it to me. Come on, give it to me," panted the aging ingenue, whom a 1963 Variety had called the next Elizabeth Taylor. Instead, she had been the next Stella Stevens. "Give it to me," she breathed. "Shoot it in me, baby. Come on, come on." Tony Harrod was trying. Sometime in the past 15 minutes, their passion had descended through mere friction to real work. Tari knew all of the right moves. She performed as well as any porno starlet that Harrod had ever directed. She was a perfect fantasy, anticipating his every wish, giving pure pleasure with every touch, centering the entire act around the self-centered penis worship she had learned long ago resided in every male. She was perfect. Harrod thought that he might as well have been screwing a knothole for all the involvement and excitement he felt. "Come on, baby, give it to me now," she panted, still in character, bobbing up and down like one of those cowgirls on the mechanical bull at Gillies. "Shut up," said Harrod, and concentrated on reaching an orgasm. He closed his eyes and remembered the stewardess on the flight from Washington 2 weeks earlier. Had that been the last one? The two German girls playing with each other in the sauna? No, he didn't want to think about Germany. The harder they both worked, the less erect Harrod became. Sweat dripped from Tari's breasts onto his chest. Harrod remembered Maria Chen going cold turkey 3 years past, the sweat on her brown nude body, the small nipples erect from the cold water Harrod sponged on her, droplets beading in the black triangle of her pubic hair. "Come on, baby," whispered Tari, sensing triumph.
perking up like a trail-savvy pony seeing the stable ahead. "Give it to me, baby!" Herod did. Tari moaned, thrashed, let her whole body go rigid in simulated ecstasy that would have guaranteed a Lifetime Achievement Award if they gave Oscars for orgasms. "Oh, baby, baby, you're so good," she crooned, hands in his hair, face against his shoulder, breasts brushing back and forth against him. Herod opened his eyes and saw the phone light blinking. "Get off," he said. She nestled against him as he told Maria Chen that he would take the call. "Herod, this is Charles Colburn," growled the familiar bully's voice. "Yeah? You're flying out to Philadelphia tonight. We'll meet you at the airport." Herod pushed Tari's hand away from his groin. He stared at the ceiling. "Herod, you there?" "Yeah? Why Philadelphia?" "Just be there." "What if I don't want to?" It was Colburn's turn to be silent. "I told you guys last week, I'm out of this," said Herod. He glanced at Tari Easton. She was smoking a mentholated cigarette. Her eyes were as blue and empty as the water in Herod's swimming pool. "You're out of nothing," said Colburn. "You know what happened to Trask." "Yeah? That means there's a vacancy in the Island Club steering committee." "I'm not sure I'm interested anymore." Colburn laughed. "Herod, you poor dumb fuck. You just better hope to hell that we don't lose interest in you. The second we do, your fucking Hollywood friends are going to be trooping out to Forest Lawn for another memorial service. Be on the 2 a.m. United flight." Herod carefully set the receiver down, rolled out of bed, and pulled on his monogrammed orange robe. Tari stubbed out the cigarette and looked up at him through her lashes. Her sprawled posture reminded Herod of a low-budget Italian nudie flick that Jane Mansfield did not long before she had lost her head in an auto accident. "Baby," she breathed, obviously almost overwhelmed with satisfaction. "You want to talk about it?" "About what?" "About the project, of course, silly." She giggled. "Sure," said Herod, standing at the bar and pouring himself a tall glass of orange juice. "It's called The White Slaver, based on that paperback that was near all the checkout counters last fall. Shu Williams is directing. We're budgeted at $12 million, but Allen expects us to run over $1 million up front plus a straight cut." Herod knew Tari was close to an unsimulated orgasm now. "Ronnie says I'm perfect for the part," she whispered. "That's what you pay him for," said Herod, and took a long gulp of orange juice. Ronnie Bruce was her agent and pet poodle. "Ronnie said you said I'd be perfect." There was a hint of a pout in her voice. "I did," said Herod. "You are." He smiled his crocodile smile. "Not for the lead, of course. You're 25 years too old. You've got cellulite on your ass, and your tits look like they each swallowed a softball." Tari let out a sound as if someone had hit her in the stomach. Her mouth moved, but no words came out. Herod finished his drink. His eyelids were very heavy. "Thing is, we've got a bit part for the girl's middle-aged aunt who's out searching for her. Not much in the way of dialogue, but she's got a good scene where some Arabs rape her in a bazaar in Marrakesh." The words began to come. "Why, you cock-sucking little dwarf bastard!" Herod grinned. "I'll take that as a maybe. Think about it, baby. Have Ronnie give me a call, and we'll do lunch." He put down his glass and padded off to the jacuzzi. "Why a flight in the middle of the night?" asked Maria Chen when they were somewhere over Kansas. Herod looked out at darkness. "I suspect they're just pulling my strings." He leaned back and looked at Maria Chen. Something had changed between them since Germany. He closed his eyes, thought of his own face carved on an ivory chess piece, opened them again. "What is in Philadelphia?" asked Maria Chen. Herod framed a wise-ass comment about W.C. Fields, then decided he was too tired to be flippant. "I don't know," he said. "Either Willie or the Fuller woman."
"What do you do if it's Willie?"
"Run like hell," said Herod. "I expect you to help." He glanced around. "Did you pack the Browning the way I said?"
"Yes."
She put away the calculator she had been using to figure a wardrobe budget.
"What if it is the Fuller woman?"
No one was sitting within 3 rows of them. The few others in the first-class section were asleep. "If it's just her," said Herod, "I'll kill her."
"You will, or we will?"
asked Maria Chen.
"I will,"
snapped Herod.
"Are you sure you can?"
Herod glared at her and had the distinct tactile image of his fist slamming into those perfect teeth. It would be almost worth it. Arrest, exposure, everything, just to break through that fucking Oriental composure. Just once. Slug her and fuck her. Right here in United First Class, LAX to O'Hare to Philly.
"I'm sure," he said.
"She's a goddamn old lady."
"Willie is an old man."
You saw what Willie can do. He must have flown straight from Munich to Washington to waste Trask like that. He's fucking crazy.
"You don't know about the Fuller woman."
Herod shook his head. "She's a woman," he said. "There's no woman in the world as mean as Willie Borden." Their connecting flight arrived in Philadelphia half an hour before dawn. Herod had not been able to sleep. The first-class section had been freezing all the way from Chicago, and the inside of Herod's eyelids felt as if they had been coated with gravel and glue. It made his mood even more murderous to note that Maria Chen looked fresh and alert. They were met by 3 disgustingly clean-cut FBI types. The leader, a handsome man with a butterfly bandage and fading bruise on his chin, said, "Mr. Herod, we will take you to Mr. Colvin." Herod handed his carry-on bag to the handsome agent. "Yeah, well, get a move on. I want to get to a bed." The agent handed the bag to one of the others and led them down escalators, through doors marked "No Access," and out onto the tarmac between the main terminal and a private hangar complex. A smeary streak of red and yellow in the cloudy east promised sunrise, but field lights still glared. "Ah, fuck," said Herod with feeling. It was an expensive 6-passenger helicopter, streamlined and striped orange and white, rotors turning slowly, navigation lights blinking. One agent held the door open while the other stowed Herod's and Maria Chen's luggage. Charles Colvin was visible through the open door. "Fuck," repeated Herod to Maria Chen. She nodded. Herod hated to fly in anything, but he hated helicopters the most. At a time when every fifth-rate director in Hollywood spent 1/3 of his budget leasing the dangerous, insane machines, buzzing, swooping, and hovering over every shot like demented buzzards with Jehovah complexes, Tony Herod refused to fly in them. "Isn't there any goddamn fucking son of a bitch in ground transport?" he screamed over the slow whoop-whoop of the rotors. "Get in," called Colvin. Herod made a few final comments and followed Maria Chen into the thing. He knew the rotors had at least 8 feet ground clearance, but there was no way a sane person walked under those invisible blades without adopting a low crab-like walk. They were still fumbling with seat belts on the cushioned rear bench when Colvin swiveled his chair and gave a thumbs-up signal to the pilot. Herod thought the man at the stick was straight out of Central Casting. Worn leather jacket, thin, craggy face under a red cap, eyes that looked like they had seen combat and were bored by anything less. The pilot spoke into his headset mic, pushed forward on a stick with his left hand, pulled backward on a stick with his right hand, and the chopper roared, rose, pitched, nose down, and taxied forward a steady 6 feet above the ground. "Ah, shit," muttered Herod. It felt like they were riding a board atop 1,000 ball bearings. They reached a zone clear of the hangar and terminal, exchanged babble with the tower, and shot forward and up. Herod glimpsed oil refineries, a river, and the incredible bulk of an oil tanker beneath them before he closed his eyes. "The old woman's here in town," said Colburn. "Melanie Fuller?" said Herod. "Who the fuck you think I mean?" snapped Colburn. "Helen Hayes?" "Where is she?" "You'll see." "How'd you find her?" "That's our business." "What happens next?" "We'll tell you when it's time." Herod opened his eyes. "I like talking to you, Chuck. It's sort of like talking to your own fucking armpits." The bald man squinted at Herod and then smiled. "Tony, baby, I happen to think that you're a piece of dog shit, but for some reason Mr. Barron thinks that you might belong in the club. This is your big chance, punk. Don't blow it." Herod laughed and closed his eyes. Maria Chen watched as they flew along a winding gray river. The tall buildings of downtown Philadelphia receded to their right. Row houses and the brick-brown grid of the city, stitched with expressways, spread out to their right, while a seemingly endless expanse of park, low hills stubbled with bare trees and pockets of snow, paralleled the river to the left. The sun rose, a golden searchlight wedged between horizon and low clouds, and hundreds of windows on high-rises and hillside homes threw back the light. Colburn put his hand on Maria's knee. "My pilot's a Vietnam vet," he said. "He's like you." "I've never been to Vietnam," Maria Chen said softly. "No," said Colburn, and slipped his hand up toward her thigh. Herod seemed to be asleep. "I mean, he's a neutral. Nobody messes with him." Maria Chen tightened her legs, blocked the FBI man's advancing hand with her own. The other three agents in the cabin watched, the man with the bruised chin smiling slightly. "Chuck," said Herod, eyes still closed, "you left-handed or right-handed?" Colburn scowled. "Why?" "I was just curious if you were going to be able to keep pulling your pud after I break your right hand," said Herod. He opened his eyes. The two men stared at each other. The three agents unbuttoned their coats in a movement that seemed to have been choreographed. "Coming in," said the pilot. Colburn removed his hand and swiveled forward. "Put us down near the communications center," he said. It was an unnecessary command. A small city block in the middle of a rundown neighborhood, all row houses and abandoned factories, had been enclosed by a high wooden construction fence. 4 mobile homes had been connected to each other near the center of the lot, and a scattering of cars and vans were parked on the south side of them. One of the vans and 2 of the mobile home units had microwave antennas on the roof. There was a landing site already marked with orange plastic panels. Everyone except Maria Chen duck-walked out of the range of the rotor blades. Herod's assistant walked upright, carefully setting her high heels between puddles and patches of mud, her posture giving no hint of tension. The pilot stayed with the machine, and the rotors kept turning. "Brief stop," said Colburn, as he led the procession into a certain trailer. "Then you've got work to do." "Only work I'm doing this morning is to find a bed," said Herod. The 2 center trailers ran north and south, and were connected by a wide common door at their ends. The west wall was a mass of television monitors and communication consoles. 8 men in white shirts and dark ties sat viewing the monitors, and occasionally whispering into microphones. "It looks like fucking mission control," said Herod. Colburn nodded. "This is our communications and control center," he said with a faint pull of pride in his voice. The man at the first panel looked up, and Colburn said, "Larry, this is Mr. Herod and Ms. Chen. The director asked them to fly out and take a look at our operation." Larry nodded at the supposed VIPs, and Herod got the message that these were regular FBI men, almost certainly ignorant of their real mission. "What are we looking at?" asked Herod. Colburn touched the first monitor.
This is the house on Queen Lane, where the suspect and an unidentified young male Caucasian are staying with a certain Anne-Marie Bishop, 53, unmarried, living alone since her brother died in May of this year. Alpha Team established the surveillance base on the second floor of a warehouse across the street. Number 2 shows the back of the same house, shot from the empty third floor of a row house across the alley. Number 3, the alley from a mobile van, Bell telephone markings. "She there now?" asked Herod, nodding toward the black-and-white image of the small white house. Colburn shook his head and led them down the row to a monitor that showed an old stone home. The camera evidently was looking across a busy street from a ground-floor location, and traffic occasionally obscured the view. "She is currently in Grumblethorpe," said Colburn. "In what?" "Grumblethorpe." Colburn pointed to 2 enlarged photocopied sets of architectural drawings taped to the wall above the monitor. "It's an historic landmark, closed to the public most of the time. She spends a lot of time there." "Let me get this straight," said Herod. "The lady we've been talking about is hiding out in a national landmark?" "Not a national landmark," snapped Colburn. "Just a local site of historic interest. But yes, she does spend most of her time there. In the morning, at least the 2 mornings we've been watching, she and the other old lady and the kid walk over to the Queen Lane house, presumably for showers and hot meals." "Jesus," said Herod. He looked around at the men and equipment. "How many men you got on this little job, Chuck?" 64, said Colburn. "The local authorities know we're here, but they have orders to keep out of it. We may need some traffic control help when it finally goes down." Herod grinned and looked at Maria Chen. 64 G-men, a goddamned helicopter, $1 million of Star Wars shit, all to nail an 80-year-old broad. Larry and a couple of the other agents looked up with quizzical expressions. "Keep up the good work, man," Herod said in his best VIP voice. "Your nation's proud of you." "Let's go into my office," Colburn said coldly. Offices took up all of the trailer that ran east and west on the south end of the complex. Colburn's office was something more than a cubicle, something less than a room. "What's on the other end of this setup?" asked Herod when he and Maria Chen and the FBI assistant director settled around an undersized desk. Colburn hesitated. "Detention and interrogation facilities," he said at last. "You plan to interrogate the Fuller woman?" "No," said Colburn. "She's too dangerous. We plan to kill her." "You detaining and interrogating anybody now?" "Perhaps," said Colburn. "No need for you to know." Herod sighed. "Okay, Chuck. What is there a need for me to know?" Colburn glanced at Maria Chen. "This is confidential. Can you function without Connie Chung here, Tony?" "No," said Herod. "And if you put your mouth or hand on her again, Chucky babe, Barrent'll have another Island Club seat to fill." Colburn smiled thinly. "This is something that we will definitely have to settle later. Meanwhile, we have a mission to complete, and you, for a change, have work to do." He slid a photograph across the desktop. Herod studied it. Polaroid snapshot, color, in outdoor light, of an attractive young black woman, 22 or 23, standing on a street corner waiting for a light to change. She had a full head of curly hair, just too short to be called an afro, rich eyes, delicate oval face, and full lips. Herod's eyes wandered to her breasts, but the camel coat she wore was too bulky to give him a reading. "Decent-looking chick," he said. "Not star status, but I could probably get her a screen test or a bit part. Who the fuck is she?" "Natalie Preston," said Colburn. Herod stared his lack of recognition. "Her daddy got in the way of the Nina Drayton Melanie Fuller spat in Charleston a few weeks ago."
So? So he's dead, and suddenly the young Miss Preston is here in Philly. Now? Yes. Think she's after the Fuller broad? No, Tony, we think that the bereaved daughter left her daddy's corpse, dropped her graduate work in St. Louis, and flew to Germantown, PA, out of sudden interest in early American history. Of course she's on the old lady's trail, you dumb fuck. How'd she find her? Asked Herod. He was staring at the photograph. The gang members, said Colburn. At Herod's blank stare, he said, Jesus Christ, don't they have papers and TV out in Hollywood? I've been busy setting up a $12 million movie project, said Herod. What murders? Colburn told him about the Christmas Eve killings. And 2 more since, he said. Grisly stuff. Why would this luscious piece of chocolate relate some spades killing each other in Philadelphia to Melanie Fuller? Said Herod. And how'd you get on to both her and the old lady being here? We had our own sources, said Colburn. As for this black bitch, we were tapping her phone and the phone of a cracker sheriff she's been shacking up with. They leave cute little messages on his answering machine. We sent a guy in to leave the messages we want left, erase the rest. Herod shook his head. I don't get it. What do I have to do with this shit? Colburn picked up a letter opener and played with it. Mr. Barrett has decided that this is right up your line, Tony. What is? Herod handed the photograph to Maria Chen. Taking care of Miss Preston. Said Herod. Our deal was for the Fuller woman, just her. Colburn raised an eyebrow. What's the matter, Tony? This kid scare you the way flying does? What else scares you, hotshot? Herod rubbed his eyes and yawned. Take care of this detail, said Colburn, and it's possible you won't have to concern yourself with Melanie Fuller. Who says? Mr. Barrett says. Christ, Herod, this is a free ride into the most select club in history. I know you're a schmuck, but this is stupid even for you. Herod yawned again. Has it occurred to any of you intellectual quadriplegics that you don't need me to do your dirty work? He said. You've got the old lady in your camera lens several times a day, you said so yourself. Substitute a telescopic sight on a 30-06, and problem solved. And what's the big deal with little Natalie what's-her-name? She have the ability or something? No, said Colburn. Natalie Preston has a B.A. from Oberlin and 2/3 of a teaching certificate. Very non-violent young lady. Then why me? Dues, said Colburn. We all pay our dues. Herod took the photograph back from Maria Chen. What do you want done? Detained and interrogated? No need, said Colburn. We have all the information she might give us from, another source. We just want her taken out of the game. Permanently? Colburn chuckled. What else do you have in mind, Mr. Herod? I thought perhaps she might like a little involuntary vacation to Beverly Hills, said Herod. His eyes were very heavy. He moistened his lips with a quick movement of tongue. Colburn chuckled again. Whatever, he said. But eventually the solution has to be permanent with regards to this, how'd you put it, this luscious piece of chocolate. What you do with her before that is up to you, Tony baby, just no chance of a slip-up. There won't be, said Herod. He glanced at Maria Chen and then looked back to the photograph. You know where she is, right now? Yes, said Colburn. He picked up a clipboard and glanced at the computer printout on it. She's still at the Chelton Arms, little hotel about 12 blocks from here. Haynes can drive you over now. Said Herod.
First, I want a hotel room for each of us, a good one, suite if possible, and then 7 or 8 hours sleep. But, Mr. Barrent— Screw C. Arnold Barrent, said Herod with a smile. Let him come to get this chick himself if he's not satisfied. Now get Haynes or whoever to drive us to a good hotel. What about Natalie Preston? Herod stopped by the door. I assume the lady is also under surveillance? Of course. Well, tell your boys to try to hang on to her for 8 or 9 more hours, Chuck. He turned toward the door, but then paused again, staring at Colvin. You never answered my question. You've been on top of Melanie Fuller for the past few days at least. Why drag this shit out? Why don't you terminate her and get out of here? Colvin picked up the letter opener. Why, we're waiting to see if there's any connection between little Miss Melanie and your old boss, Mr. Borden. We're waiting for Willie to make a mistake, show his hand. And if he does? Colvin smiled and drew the dull blade of the letter opener across his throat. If he does, when he does, then your friend Willie is going to wish he'd been in that room with Trask when the bomb went off. Herod and Maria got rooms at the Chestnut Hill Inn, an upscale motel 7 miles out of Germantown Avenue, beyond the slums and city, in an area of tree-lined lanes and secluded office parks. Colvin was also registered there. The agent with the bruised chin assigned a blond FBI man to remain there with a car. Herod slept 6 hours and awoke disoriented and wearier than when he arrived. Maria Chen poured him a vodka and orange juice and sat on the edge of the bed while Herod drank it. "What are you going to do about the girl?" she asked. Herod put down the glass and rubbed his face. "What does it matter to you?" "It doesn't." "Then you don't have to know anything about it." "Do you want me along?" Herod thought about it. He did not feel comfortable without someone watching his back, but in this case it might not be necessary. The more he thought about it, the less necessary it seemed. "No," he said. "You stay here and work on the Paramount correspondence. It won't take long." Maria Chen left the room without a word. Herod showered and dressed in a silk turtleneck, expensive wool slacks, and a black bomber jacket with fleece lining. He called the number Colvin had given him. "Natalie What's-Her-Name still around?" Herod asked. "She's been walking around the slums, but she's back at the hotel for dinner," said Colvin. "She spends a lot of time with that nigger gang." "The one that's been losing members?" Colvin laughed heartily. "What's so fucking funny?" said Herod. "Your choice of words," laughed Colvin. "Losing members. That's exactly what's been happening. The last 2 got chopped to bits and had their cocks cut off." "Jesus," said Herod. "And you think Melanie Fuller's doing it?" "We don't know," replied Colvin. "We haven't seen that kid with her leave Grumblethorpe when the murders went down, but she could be using someone else." "What kind of surveillance do you have on Grumblethorpe?" "It could be better," said Colvin. "We can't park a telephone truck in every alley. Even an old lady might get suspicious. But we have good coverage in the front, a camera covering the backyard, and agents all around the block. If the old bitch pokes her head out, we've got her." "Good for you," said Herod. "Look, if I take care of this other detail tonight, then I want to be out of here in the morning." "We'll have to check with Barrent." "Fuck that," said Herod. "I'm not waiting around here for Willie Borden to show up. That would be a long wait. Willie's dead." "It won't be that long," said Colvin. "We've got the go-ahead to take care of the old lady." "Today?" "No, but soon enough." "When?" "We'll tell you if you need to know." "Nice talking to you, armpit," said Herod, and hung up.
A young blonde agent drove Herod into town. He pointed out the Chelton Arms and found a parking space half a block away. Herod tipped him a quarter. It was an old hotel, fighting to retain its dignity in reduced circumstances. The lobby was threadbare, but the bar dining room was pleasantly dark and recently renovated. Herod thought that the place probably got most of the lunch trade from the few remaining white businessmen in the area. The black girl was easy to spot, sitting alone in a corner, eating a salad and reading a paperback. She was as attractive as the Polaroid snap had promised. More so, Herod realized, as he saw the full breasts filling her tan blouse. Herod spent a minute at the bar trying to pick out the FBI tales. The young guy alone at the bar, overpriced three-piece suit and hearing aid, was a sure bet. Herod took a little longer spotting the overweight black man eating clam chowder and looking over at Natalie every few minutes. Did they hire nigger FBI men these days? Wondered Herod. Probably have a quota. He guessed there would be at least one more agent in the lobby, probably reading a newspaper. He picked up his vodka and tonic and walked over to Natalie Preston's table. Hi, you mind if I join you for a minute? The young woman looked up from her book. Herod read the title, Teaching as a Conserving Activity. Yes, she said, I do mind. That's okay, said Herod, and draped his jacket over the back of a chair. I don't mind. He sat down. Natalie Preston opened her mouth to speak, and Herod reached out with his mind and squeezed, lightly. No words came out. She tried to stand and froze in mid-movement. Her eyes grew very large. Herod smiled at her and slumped back in his chair. No one was sitting within hearing range. He folded his hands over his stomach. Your name is Natalie, he said. Mine's Tony. What would you say to a little fun? He relaxed his grip enough to let her whisper, but not to shout or scream. She lowered her head and gasped for breath. Herod shook his head. You're not playing the game right, Natalie, baby. I said, what would you say to a little fun? Natalie Preston looked up, still panting as if she had been jogging. Her brown eyes glinted. She cleared her throat, found that her voice worked, and whispered, You go to hell, you son of a bitch. Herod sat straight up. He said. Wrong answer. He watched as Natalie bent over with a sudden pain in her skull. Herod had suffered terrible migraines as a child. He knew how to share. A passing waiter stopped and said, Are you all right, miss? Natalie straightened up slowly, like a mechanical doll unwinding. Her voice was husky. Yes, she said. I'm fine. Just menstrual cramps. The waiter moved away, embarrassed. Herod had to grin. Jesus, he thought, what a ventriloquist I could have made. He leaned forward and stroked her hand. She tried to pull away. It took a fair amount of Herod's concentration to keep her from succeeding. Her eyes began to take on the trapped animal look that he enjoyed. Let's start again, whispered Herod. What would you like to do this evening, Natalie? I'd like to suck your cock. Each syllable was dragged out of her, but that was all right with Herod. Natalie's large brown eyes filled with tears. What else? Crooned Herod. He was frowning with the concentrated effort of control. This particular piece of chocolate took more work than he was used to. What else? I want you to fuck me. Sure, kid. I don't have anything better to do in the next couple of hours. Let's go up to your room. They rose together. Better leave some money, whispered Herod. Natalie dropped a $10 bill on the table. Herod winked at the two agents in the bar as they left. Another man in a dark suit lowered his newspaper and peered at them as they waited for the elevator. Herod smiled, made a circle with his left index finger and thumb, and ran his right middle finger through it 6 times in rapid succession. The agent blushed and raised his paper. No one followed them into the elevator or down the 3rd-floor hall. Herod took the keys from her and opened the door. He left her standing there, staring vacantly, while he checked out the room. Clean but small, bed, bureau, black-and-white TV on a swivel stand, open suitcase on a low rack. Herod picked up a pair of her underwear, ran it across his face, peered in the bathroom and out the window at fire escape, alley, the low rooftops beyond. "Okay," he said merrily, tossing her underwear aside and pulling a low green chair away from the wall. He sat down. "Showtime, kiddo." She stood between him and the bed. Her arms were down at her sides, her expression slack, but Herod could see the effort she was expending to break free as tiny shudders passed through her. Herod smiled and tightened his grip. "A little striptease before bed is always fun, don't you think?" he said. Natalie Preston continued to stare straight ahead as her hands came up and slowly unbuttoned her blouse. She tugged it off and dropped it on the floor. Her large breasts in the old-fashioned white bra reminded Herod of someone. Who? He suddenly remembered the airline stewardess 2 weeks earlier. Her skin had been as pale as this chick's was dark. Why did they wear those plain, unexciting bras? Herod nodded, and Natalie reached behind her to unsnap the hooks. The bra slid forward, down, and off. Herod stared at the brown areole and licked his lips. She should play a while before she began on him. "Okay," he said softly. "I think it's time to—" There was an explosion of noise, and Herod swiveled in time to see the door crash inward, a large bulk of a body obscure the light from the hallway, in time to realize that he had left the Browning in Maria Chen's luggage. Herod had started to rise, started to raise his arms, when something the size and weight of an anvil landed on top of his head and drove him down, into the chair, through the cushions, through the soft substance of a floor, suddenly taking on the texture of tapioca, down into the warm, waiting darkness beneath.
23. Melanie. Vincent was a hard boy to keep clean. He was one of those children who seems to exude dirt from every pore. His nails were rimmed with black an hour after I had him clean them. It was a constant struggle to keep him in clean clothes. On Christmas Day, we rested. Anne made meals, put holiday records on the Victrola, and did several loads of wash while I read passages from the Scripture and contemplated them. It was a quiet day. Occasionally Anne would make as if to turn on the television. She had watched 6 to 8 hours a day before I met her. But then the conditioning would take over and she would find something else to do. I indulged in a few mindless hours of TV viewing myself the first week we were at Anne's. But one night, while watching the 11 o'clock news, there was a 30-second update on what they were calling the Charleston murders. "State police are still searching for the missing woman," read the young woman. I decided then that there would be no more television viewing at Anne Bishop's house. On Saturday, 2 days after Christmas, Anne and I went out shopping. She had a 1953 DeSoto stored in her garage. It was an ugly green vehicle with a grill that made me think of a frightened fish. Anne drove so hesitantly and cautiously that before we were out of Germantown, I had her pulled over and let Vincent take the wheel. She directed us away from Philadelphia, out to an expensive shopping mall in an area called King of Prussia, possibly the most absurd name I had ever heard of for a suburb. We shopped for 4 hours, and I made several nice purchases, though none so nice, I fear, as the clothes I had left in the Atlanta airport. I did find a pleasant $300 coat, deep blue with ivory buttons, that I thought might help ward off the bone-chilling cold of the Yankee winter. Anne enjoyed buying me these few things, and I did not want to stand in the way of her happiness. That night I returned to Grumblethorpe. It was so pleasant in the candlelight, moving from room to room with nothing but the shadows and the faint whispers to keep me company. That afternoon Anne had purchased 2 shotguns at a sporting goods store in the mall. The young salesman with greasy blonde hair and dirty sneakers had been amused at the naivete of this older woman buying a gun for her grown son. The man had recommended 2 expensive pump shotguns, either the 12-gauge or the 16-gauge, depending on the type of hunting Anne's son was interested in. Anne bought them both, as well as 6 boxes of shells for each. Now, as I carried the candle holder from room to room at Grumblethorpe, Vincent oiled and caressed the weapons in the stony shadows of the kitchen. I had never used anyone quite like Vincent before. Earlier I had compared his mind to a jungle, and now I found the metaphor even more apt. The images that flitted across what remained of his consciousness were almost invariably ones of violence, death, and destruction. I caught glimpses of murders of family members, mother in the kitchen, father sleeping, an older sister on the tile floor of a laundry room. But I do not know if they were reality or fantasy. I doubt if Vincent knew. I never asked him, and he could not have answered if I had. Using Vincent was rather like riding a high-spirited horse. One had only to release the reins to get the beast to do what one wished. He was incredibly strong for his size and frame, almost inexplicably so. It was as if great surges of adrenaline filled Vincent's system at the most mundane of times, and when he was truly excited his strength became almost superhuman. I found it exhilarating to share this, even in a somewhat passive way. Each day I felt younger. I knew that by the time I reached my home in southern France, possibly in the next month, I would be so rejuvenated that even Nina would not recognize me. Only bad dreams about Nina spoiled those days after Christmas Eve. The dreams were always the same. Nina's eyes opening, Nina's face a white mask with a dime-sized hole in the forehead, Nina sitting up in her coffin, teeth yellowed and sharpened, blue eyes rising in their empty sockets on a tide of maggots. I did not like these dreams. On Saturday night I left Anne on the first floor of Grumblethorpe, watching the door, while I curled up on the rollaway in the nursery and let the whispers carry me into a half-sleep. Vincent went out through the tunnel. It suggested images of birth, the long, narrow tunnel, rough walls pressing in, the sweet, sharp smell of soil not unlike the coppery scent of blood, the narrow aperture at the end, the quiet night air seeming like an explosion of light and sound. Vincent glided across the dark alley, over a fence, through a vacant lot, and into the shadows of the next street. The shotguns remained behind in Grumblethorpe's kitchen. He carried only the scythe, its long wooden handle shortened by 14 inches, and his knife. I had no doubt that in summer these streets would be teeming with Negroes, fat women sitting on stoops and chattering back and forth like baboons, or staring dully while ragged children played everywhere, and loose-boned males with no work, no aspirations, and no visible means of support ambled off to bars and street corners. But tonight, deep in the belly of a harsh winter, the streets were dark and quiet. Shades pulled on the narrow windows of the narrow houses, and doors closed in the flat fronts of row houses. Vincent did not move like a silent shadow. He became one, sliding from alley to street, street to empty lot to yard, with no more disruption to the stillness than a dark wind would bring. 2 nights before, he had tracked the members of the gang to a large old home bound around by empty lots, a long stone's throw from the elevated train whose embankment cut through this part of the ghetto like some overgrown great wall, a futile attempt by some more civilized group to wall in the barbarians. Vincent nested in the frozen weeds by an abandoned car and watched. Black shapes moved in front of lighted windows like caricatures of darkies in a magic lantern minstrel show. Eventually 5 of them emerged. I did not recognize them in the dim light, but that did not matter. Vincent waited until they were almost out of sight down the narrow alley by the railway embankment, and then he slipped along behind. It was exhilarating to share that silent stalking, that almost effortless glide through the darkness. Vincent's eyes worked almost as well in near total darkness as most people's do in daylight. It was like sharing the mind and senses of a strong, sleek hunting cat. A hungry cat. There were 2 colored girls in the group. Vincent paused when the group paused. He sniffed the air, actually picking up the strong animal-like scent of the bucks. It is no longer polite in the South to use that word, but few words apply as well. It is a simple fact that a Negro male is quick to excite, and as thoughtless of his surroundings as a stallion or a male dog near a bitch in heat. These 2 colored girls must have been in heat. Vincent watched as they copulated there on the shadowy embankment, the 3rd boy also watching until his turn came, the girl's bare black legs opening and closing against the bobbing haunches of the thrusting males. Vincent's entire body surged with the need to act then, but I made him look away. Wait until the boys were finished with their lust, the girls gone, calling and laughing, as guiltless and guileless as sated alley cats toward their own homes. Then I unleashed Vincent. He was waiting when the 3 turned a corner at the base of Bringhurst Street, near the abandoned shoe factory. The scythe took the 1st boy in the stomach, passed through his body and caught on the spine, coming out. Vincent left it there and went for the 2nd one with his knife. The 3rd one ran. Back when I used to go to the motion picture theater before World War II, before films deteriorated into the obscene, mindless claptrap I read about today, I would always enjoy the scenes of frightened colored servants. I remember seeing Birth of a Nation as a child, and laughing when the colored children were terrified by the sight of someone in a sheet. I recall sitting in a 5-pfennig theater in Vienna with Nina and Willie, watching an old Harold Lloyd film that needed no subtitles, and roaring with the crowd at the dull-witted fright of Step and Fetch It. I remember watching an old Bob Hope movie on television, before the vulgarity of the 1960s made me give up television forever, and laughing out loud at the white-faced fear of Bob Hope's colored assistant in some haunted house farce. The 2nd of Vincent's victims looked like one of these film comedians, huge, white, staring eyes, one hand raised to his open mouth, knees together, feet splayed. Back in Grumblethorpe, I laughed aloud in the silence of the nursery, even as Vincent used his knife to do what had to be done. The 3rd boy escaped. Vincent wanted to go after him, strained to go after him like a dog pulling hard at a leash, but I held him back. The Negro knew the streets better, and Vincent's effectiveness lay in concealment and surprise. I knew how risky this game was, and I had no intention of squandering Vincent after all the work I had put in on him. Before bringing Vincent back, however, I let him have his way with the 2 he had already accounted for. His little games did not take long, and they satisfied something that still lurked in the deepest part of the jungle inside his skull. It was after he removed the jacket of the 2nd boy that the photograph fell out. Vincent was too busy to notice, but I had him set down his scythe and pick up the photograph. It was a picture of Mr. Thorne and me. I sat straight up in bed in the Grumblethorpe nursery. Vincent returned immediately. I met him in the kitchen and took the photograph from his stained and grimy fingers. There was no doubt. The image was fuzzy, obviously a section enlarged from a larger photograph, but I was quite visible, and Mr. Thorne was unmistakable. I knew at once that it had to be Mr. Hodges's doing. For years I had watched that miserable little man and his miserable little camera taking snapshots of his miserable little family. I had thought that I took the necessary precautions to avoid being in his pictures, but obviously this had not been the case. I sat by candlelight in the chill of Grumblethorpe's stone and brick kitchen and shook my head. How had this come into the possession of the young Negro? Obviously someone was searching for me. But who? The police? How could they have any inkling that I was in Philadelphia? Nina? Nothing I could think of made any sense at all. I had Vincent bathe in a large galvanized tub that Anne had brought. She brought in a kerosene heater, but it was a cold night, and the steam rose from Vincent's white flesh as he bathed. After a while I went over and helped to wash his hair. What a picture the three of us must have made. Two dignified aunts bathing the gallant young man just home from the wars, flesh steaming in the cold air, while candlelight threw our shadows 10 feet tall on the rough-hewn wall. "Vincent, my dear," I whispered as I rubbed the shampoo into his long hair, "we must find out where the photograph came from. Not tonight, my dear. The streets will be far too busy tonight when your handiwork is discovered. But soon. And when you find who gave the colored boy that picture, you will bring that person here, to me."
24. Washington, D.C., Saturday, December 27th, 1980. Saul Lasky lay in his steel tomb and thought about life. He shivered in the chill from the air conditioning, raised his knees toward his chest, and tried to remember details of a spring morning on his uncle's farm. He thought about golden light touching the heavy limbs of willows, and about a field of white daisies beyond the stone fortress of his uncle's barn. Saul hurt. His left shoulder and arm hurt constantly. His head throbbed. His fingers tingled with pain, and the inside of his right arm pulsed with the pain of all the injections they had given him. Saul welcomed the pain, encouraged it. The pain was the only dependable beacon he had in a thick fog of medication and disorientation. Saul had become somewhat unhinged in time. He was sometimes aware of this, but could do nothing about it. The details were there, at least up to the second of the explosion in the Senate office building, but he could not set them in sequence. 1 minute he would be lying on his narrow bunk in the chilly stainless steel cell, inset bunk, air conditioner grill, stainless steel bench and toilet, metal door that slid up into the wall. In the next minute he would try to burrow into cold straw, would feel the cold Polish night air coming through the cracked window, and would know that the Oberst and German guards could be coming for him soon. Pain was a beacon. The few minutes of clarity in those first days after the explosion had been forged by pain. The intense pain after they set his broken collarbone, green surgical gowns in an antiseptic environment that might have been any surgery, any recovery room. But then the cold shock of white corridors and the steel cell, men in suits, colorful ID badges clipped to pockets and lapels, the pain of an injection followed by dreams and discontinuities. The first interrogations had offered pain. The two men, one bald and short, another with a blond crew cut, the bald man had rapped Saul's shoulder with a metal baton. Saul had screamed, wept with the sudden pain of it, but welcomed it, welcomed the clearing of fogs and vapors. "Do you know my name?" asked the bald man. No. "What did your nephew tell you?" "Nothing." "Who else have you told about William Borden and the others?" "No one." Later, or earlier, Saul was not sure, the pain gone in the pleasant haze after injections. "Do you know my name?" "Charles C. Colburn, Special Deputy Assistant to the Deputy Director of the FBI." "Who told you that?"
Aaron.
What else did Aaron tell you? Saul repeated the conversation as completely as he could recall it. Who else knows about Willie Borden?
The sheriff, the girl?
Saul explained about Gentry and Natalie.
Tell me everything you know.
Saul told him everything he knew. The fog and dreams came and went. The steel room was frequently there when Saul opened his eyes. The cot was built into the walls. The toilet was too small and had no flush lever. It flushed automatically at irregular intervals. Meals on steel trays appeared when Saul slept. He ate the meals on the metal bench, left the tray. It was gone when he awoke from his next nap. Occasionally, men in the white attendants' uniforms came through the metal doorway to give him shots or to take him down white hallways to small rooms with mirrors on the wall he was facing. Colbin, or someone else in a gray suit, would ask questions. If he refused to answer, there were more shots, urgent dreams in which he desperately wanted to be friends with these people and told them whatever they wished to hear. Several times he felt someone, Colbin, slide into his mind, the old memory of a similar rape rising from 40 years before. These times were rare. The shots were frequent. Saul slid backward and forward in time, calling to his sister Steffa on his Uncle Moshe's farm, running to keep up with his father in the Luge ghetto, shoveling lime onto bodies in the pit, drinking lemonade and talking to Gentry and Natalie, playing with a 10-year-old Aaron and Isaac at David and Rebecca's farm near Tel Aviv. Now, the drug-induced discontinuities were fading. Time stitched itself together. Saul lay curled on the bare mattress. There was no blanket. The air through the steel grill was too cold, and thought about himself and his lies. He had lied to himself for years. His search for the Oberst had been a lie, an excuse not to act. His life as a psychiatrist had been a lie, a way to remove his obsessions to a safe academic distance. His service as a medic in 3 of Israel's wars had been a lie, a way to avoid direct action. Saul lay in the gray hinterland between drug-induced nirvana and painful reality, and saw the truth of his years of lies. He had lied to himself about his rationale for telling the Charleston sheriff and the Preston girl about Nina and Willie. He had secretly hoped that they would act, removing the burden of responsibility for revenge from him. Saul had asked Aaron to look for Francis Harrington not because he was too busy, but because he secretly wanted Aaron and the Mossad to do what had to be done. He knew now that part of his motive for telling Rebecca about the Oberst 20 years ago had been the secret and self-denied hope that she would tell David, that David would handle things in his strong, capable American-Israeli way. Saul shivered, raised his knees to his chest, and stared at the lies that were his life. Except for rare minutes, such as when he had resolved in the Chelmno camp to kill rather than be taken into the night, his entire life had been a paean to inaction and compromise. Those in power seemed to sense this. He understood now that his assignment to the pit detail in Chelmno and the rail yards at Sobibor had been more than chance or good luck. The bastards with power over him had sensed that Saul Lasky was a born capo, a collaborator, someone safe to use. There would be no violence from this one, no revolt, no sacrifice of his life for the others, not even to save his own dignity. Even his escape from Sobibor and from the Oberst's hunting preserve before that largely had been due to accident, allowing events to sweep him along and away. Saul rolled out of bed and stood swaying in the center of the small steel cell. He was wearing gray coveralls. They had taken his glasses, and the metal surfaces only a few feet away seemed blurred and faintly insubstantial. His left arm had been in a sling, but now it hung loose. He moved it tentatively, and the pain shot up through shoulder and neck, a searing, cauterizing, brain-clearing pain. He moved it again. Again. Saul staggered to the steel bench and sat down heavily. Gentry, Natalie, Aaron, and his family, all were in danger. From whom? Saul lowered his head to his knees as dizziness washed over him. Why had he been so stupid as to assume that Willie and the old ladies were the only ones with such a terrible power? How many others shared the Oberst's abilities and addiction? Saul laughed raggedly. He had enlisted Gentry, Natalie, and Aaron without even considering a serious plan of dealing even with just the Oberst. He had vaguely imagined some entrapment, the Oberst unaware, Saul's friends safe in their anonymity. And then what? The sound of the Mossad's little .22 caliber Berettas? Saul leaned back against the cold metal wall, set his cheek against the steel. How many people had he sacrificed because of his cowardice and inaction? Stefa, Joseph, his parents, now, almost certainly, the sheriff and Natalie, Francis Harrington. Saul let out a low moan as he remembered the guttural "Auf Wiedersehen" in Trask's office and the following explosion. For a second before that, the Oberst had somehow given him a glimpse through Francis's eyes, and Saul had sensed the terrified presence of the boy's consciousness, prisoner in his own body, waiting for the inevitable sacrifice. Saul had sent the boy to California. His friends, Selby White and Dennis Leland, two more victims on the altar of Saul Lasky's timidity. Saul did not know why they were allowing the drugs to wear off this time. Perhaps they were finished with him. The next visit could be to take him out for execution. He did not care. Rage coursed through his bruised body like an electric current. He would act before the inevitable long-delayed bullet slammed into his skull. He would hurt someone in retaliation. At that second, Saul Lasky would gladly have given his life to warn Aaron or the other two, but he would have given all of their lives to strike back at the Oberst, at any of the arrogant bastards who ran the world and sneered at the pain of human beings they used as pawns. The door slammed up. 3 large men in white coveralls entered. Saul stood up, staggered toward them, swung a heavy fist at the first one's face. "Hey," laughed the big man as he easily caught Saul's arm and pinned it behind him. "This old Jew wants to play games." Saul struggled, but the big man held him as if he were a child. Saul tried not to weep as the second man rolled up his sleeve. "You're going bye-bye," said the third man, as he stabbed the needle of the syringe into Saul's thin, bruised arm. "Enjoy your trip, old man." They waited 30 seconds, released him, and turned to go. Saul staggered after them, fists clenched. He was unconscious before the door slammed down. He dreamed of walking, being led. There was the sound of jet engines and the smell of stale cigar smoke. He walked again, strong hands on his upper arms. Lights were very bright. When he closed his eyes, he could hear the click, click, click of metal wheels on rails as the train carried them all to Chelmno. Saul came to in the comfortable seat of some sort of conveyance. He could hear a steady, rhythmic thwop, but it took him several minutes to place it as the sound of a helicopter. His eyes were closed. A pillow was under his head, but his face touched glass or plexiglass. He could feel that he was dressed and wearing glasses once again. Men were speaking softly, and occasionally there came the rasp of radio communications. Saul kept his eyes closed, gathered his thoughts, and hoped that his captors would not notice that the drugs were wearing off. "We know you're awake," said a man from very close by. The voice was strangely familiar. Saul opened his eyes, moved his neck painfully, adjusted his glasses. It was night. He and 3 other men rode in the passenger seats of a well-appointed helicopter. A pilot and co-pilot sat bathed in red light from the instruments. Saul could see nothing out the window to his right. In the seat to his left, Special Agent Richard Haines sat with his briefcase on his lap, reading papers by the light of a tiny overhead spot. Saul cleared his throat and licked dry lips, but before he could speak, Haines said, "We'll be landing in a minute. Get ready." The FBI man had the remnant of a bruise under his chin. Saul thought of pertinent questions, discarded them. He looked down and realized for the first time that his left wrist was handcuffed to Haines's right wrist. "What time is it?" he asked, his voice little better than a croak. "About 10. Saul glanced back at the darkness and assumed it was night. "What day?" "Saturday," grunted Haines with a slight smile. "Date?" The FBI man hesitated, shrugged slightly. "The 27th, December." Saul closed his eyes at a sudden dizziness. He had lost a week. It seemed much longer. His left arm and shoulder ached abominably. He looked down and realized that he was dressed in a dark suit and tie, white shirt, not his own. He removed his glasses. The prescription was correct, but the frame was new. He looked carefully at the 5 men. He recognized only Haines. "You work for Colbin," Saul said. When the agent did not respond, Saul said, "You went down to Charleston to make sure the local police didn't find out what really happened. You took Nina Drayton's scrapbook from the morgue." "Tighten your seatbelt," said Haines. "We're going to land." It was one of the most beautiful sights Saul had ever seen. At first, he thought it was a commercial ocean liner ablaze with lights, white against the night, leaving a phosphorescent wake in black-green waters. But as the helicopter descended toward the illuminated orange cross on the aft deck, Saul realized that it was a privately owned ship, a yacht, sleek and white and as long as an American football field. Crewmen with handheld glowing batons waved them down, and the helicopter touched the deck gently in the glare of spotlights. The 4 of them were out and moving away from the helicopter before the rotors began to slow. Several crewmen in white joined them. When they could stand upright, Haines unlocked the handcuffs and dropped them in his coat pocket. Saul rubbed at his wrist just below where the blue numbers were tattooed. "This way." The procession went up stairways, forward along wide walkways. Saul's legs were unsteady, even though there was no motion to the ship. Twice Haines reached out to steady him. Saul breathed in warm, moist tropical air, rich with the distant scent of vegetation, and stared through open doors at the sleek opulence of the cabins, staterooms, and bars they passed. Everything was teaked and carpeted, interior designed and plated with brass or gold. The ship was a floating 5-star hotel. They passed near the bridge, and Saul caught a glimpse of uniformed men on watch, the green glow of electronic equipment. An elevator took them to a private stateroom with a balcony. Perhaps flying bridge was the proper term here. A man in an expensive white jacket sat there with a tall drink. Saul stared beyond him at an island perhaps a mile away across dark waters. Palm trees and a riot of tropical vegetation were festooned with hundreds of Japanese lanterns. Walkways were outlined by white lights. A long beach lay illuminated by a score of torches, while rising above everything else, ablaze in the beams of vertical searchlights that reminded Saul of films of Nuremberg rallies in the 30s, a wooden-walled and red-tiled castle seemed to float above a cliff of white stone. "Do you know me?" asked the man in the canvas chair. Saul squinted at him. "Is this a credit card commercial?" Haines kicked Saul behind the knees, dropping him to the deck. "You can leave us, Richard." Haines and the others left. Saul rose painfully to his feet. "Do you know who I am?"
"You're C. Arnold Barrent," said Saul. He had bitten the inside of his cheek. The taste of his own blood mingled with the scent of tropical vegetation in Saul's mind. "No one seems to know what the C stands for." "Christian," said Barrent. "My father was a very devout man, also something of an ironist." He gestured toward a nearby deck chair. "Please, sit down, Dr. Lasky." "No." Saul moved to the railing of the balcony, bridge, whatever the hell it was. Water moved by in a white bow wake 30 feet below. Saul grasped the railing tightly and looked back at Barrent. "Aren't you taking a risk being alone with me?" "No, Dr. Lasky, I am not," said Barrent. "I do not take risks." Saul nodded toward the distant castle blazing in the night. "Yours?" "The Foundation's," said Barrent. He took a long sip of his cold drink. "Do you know why you are here, Dr. Lasky?" Saul adjusted his glasses. "Mr. Barrent, I don't even know where here is, or why I am still alive." Barrent nodded. "Your second statement is the more pertinent," he said. "I presume the medication is out of your system sufficiently for you to think through to some conclusions on that." Saul chewed at his lower lip. He realized how shaky he actually was, half-starved, partially dehydrated. It would probably take weeks to get the drugs completely out of his system. "I imagine you think that I'm your avenue to the Oberst," he said. Barrent laughed. "The Oberst, how quaint. I imagine that would be the way you think of him, given your, unusual relationship. Tell me, Dr. Lasky, were the camps as bad as the media portrays them? I have always suspected that there's been some attempt, perhaps subliminal, to overstate the case a trifle. Expiate subconscious guilt by exaggeration, perhaps?" Saul stared at the man. He took in every detail of the flawless tan, the silk sports coat, soft Gucci loafers, the amethyst ring on Barrent's little finger. He said nothing. "It does not matter," said Barrent. "You're right, of course. You are still alive because you are Mr. Borden's messenger, and we want very much to talk to the gentleman." "I am not his messenger," Saul said dully. Barrent moved a manicured hand. "His message, then," he said. "There's little difference." A series of chimes sounded, and the yacht picked up speed, turned to port as if it planned to circle the island. Saul saw a long dock lit with mercury vapor lamps. "We would like you to convey a message to Mr. Borden," continued Barrent. "There isn't much chance of that while you keep me doped up in a steel cell," said Saul. He felt a stirring of hope for the first time since the explosion. "This is very true," said Barrent. "We will see to it that you have the best possible opportunity to meet him again, at a place of his own choosing." "You know where the Oberst is?" "We know where, he has chosen to operate." "If I see him," said Saul, "I will kill him." Barrent laughed gently. He had perfect teeth. "This is very unlikely, Dr. Lasky. We would nonetheless appreciate it if you would convey our message to him." Saul took a deep breath of sea air. He could think of no reason why Barrent and his group would require him to carry messages, could see no reason for him to be allowed to use his own free will to do so, and could imagine no way that it would profit them to keep him alive
once he had done what they required. He felt dizzy and slightly drunk.
What's your message? You will tell Willie Borden that the club would be most pleased if he would agree to fill the vacancy on the steering committee.
That's all?
Yes, said Barrett. Would you like something to eat or drink before you leave?
Saul closed his eyes a minute. He could feel the surge of the ship up his legs, through his pelvis. He gripped the railing very tightly and opened his eyes.
You're no different than they were, he said to Barrett. Who is that? The bureaucrats, said Saul. The commandants, the civil servants turned Einsatzgruppenkommandos, the railway engineers, the IG Farben industrialists, and the fat beer-breath sergeants dangling their fat legs in the pit.
Barrett mused a moment.
No, he said at last. I suppose none of us is different in the end. Richard, see Dr. Lasky to his destination, will you please?
They flew by helicopter to the large island's airstrip, then north and west by private jet, as the sky paled behind them. Saul dozed for an hour before they landed. It was his first undrugged sleep in a week. Haines shook him awake. "Look at this," he said. Saul stared at the photograph. Aaron, Deborah, and the children were bound tightly but obviously alive. The white background gave no clue to their location. The flash caught the children's wide eyes and panicked expressions. Haines lifted a small cassette recorder.
"Uncle Saul," came Aaron's voice, "please, do what they ask. They will not harm us if you do what they ask. Carry out their instructions, and we will be freed. Please, Uncle Saul."
The recording ended abruptly.
"If you try to contact them or the embassy, we will kill them," Haines whispered.
Two of the agents were asleep.
"Do what you're told, and they'll be all right. You understand?" "I understand," said Saul.
He set his face against the cool plastic of the window. They were descending over the downtown of a major American city. By the glow of streetlights, Saul glimpsed brick buildings and white spires between office towers. He knew at that second that there was no hope for any of them. 25. Washington, D.C., Sunday, December 28, 1980. Sheriff Bobby Joe Gentry was angry. The rented Ford Pinto had an automatic transmission, but Gentry slammed the shift selector from second to third gear as if he were driving a sports car with a 6-speed transmission. As soon as he exited the Beltway to I-95, he kicked the protesting Pinto up to 72, defying the green Chrysler that was following him to keep up, and daring the Maryland Highway Patrol to pull him over. Gentry tugged his suitcase into the front seat, fumbled in the outer pocket a minute, set the loaded Ruger in the center console, and tossed the suitcase into the back seat. Gentry was angry. The Israelis had kept him until dawn, interrogating him first in their damned limousine, then in a safe house somewhere near Rockville, then in the damned car again. He had stayed with his original story, Saul Lasky hunting for a Nazi war criminal to settle an old score, Gentry trying to tie it all into the Charleston murders. The Israelis never resorted to violence, or, after Cohen's first remarks, the threat of violence, but they worked in teams to wear him down through sheer repetition. If they were Israelis, Gentry felt that they were, believed Jack Cohn to be exactly who he said he was, accepted the fact that Aaron Eshkol and his entire family had been murdered, but Gentry knew nothing for sure anymore. He knew only that a huge and dangerous game was being played by people who must view him as little more than a minor nuisance. Gentry whipped the Pinto up to 75, glanced at the Ruger, and slowed to a steady 62. The green Chrysler stayed 2 cars behind. After the long night, Gentry had wanted to crawl into the huge bed in his hotel room and sleep until New Year's Eve. Instead, he used a lobby payphone to call Charleston. Nothing on the tape. He called his own office. Lester told him that there had been no messages, and how was his vacation? Gentry said great, seeing all the sights. He called Natalie's St. Louis number. A man answered. Gentry asked for Natalie. "Who the hell is this?" rasped an angry voice. "Sheriff Gentry, who's this?" "God damn it, Nat told me about you last week. Sounds like your basic southern asshole cop to me. What the fuck do you want with Natalie?" "I want to talk to her. Is she there?" "No, God damn it, she's not here, and I don't have time to waste on you, cracker cop." "Frederick," said Gentry. "What? You're Frederick. Natalie told me about you." "Cut the crap, man." "You didn't wear a tie for 2 years after you got back from Nam," said Gentry. "You think mathematics is the closest thing to eternal truth there is. You work in the computer center from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. every night but Saturday." There was a silence on the line. "Where's Natalie?" pressed Gentry. "This is police business. It concerns the murder of her father. Her own safety may be in jeopardy." "What the hell do you mean, her? Where is she?" snapped Gentry. "Germantown," came the angry voice. "Pennsylvania." "Has she called you since she arrived there?" "Yeah, Friday night. I wasn't home, but Stan took the message. Said she was staying at a place called the Chelton Arms. I've called 6 times, but she's never in. He hasn't returned my calls yet." "Give me the number." Gentry wrote it in the little notebook he always carried. "What kind of trouble's Nat in?" "Look, Mr. Noble," said Gentry, "Miss Preston is searching for the person or persons who killed her father. I don't want her to find those people, or those people to find her. When she comes back to St. Louis, you need to make sure that A, she doesn't leave again, and B, she isn't left alone for the next couple of weeks. Clear?" "Yeah." Gentry heard enough solid anger in the voice to know that he never wanted to be on the receiving end of it. He had wanted to go up to bed then, get a fresh start that evening. Instead, he had called the Chelton Arms, left his own message for the absent Miss Preston, arranged for a rental car, no easy trick early on a Sunday morning, paid his bill, packed his bag, and driven north. The green Chrysler stayed 2 cars back for 40 miles. Just out of Baltimore, he exited onto the Snowden River Parkway, took it a mile to Highway 1, and stopped at the first diner he saw. The Chrysler parked across the highway at the far end of a large lot. Gentry ordered coffee and a donut, and stopped a busboy as the youngster walked by with a tray of dirty dishes. "Son, how would you like to earn $20? The boy squinted suspiciously at him. "There's a car out there I'd like to know more about," said Gentry, pointing out the Chrysler. "If you'd get a chance to take a stroll that way, I'd like to know what the license number is and anything else you could notice." The boy was back before Gentry finished his coffee. He reported breathlessly, finished with, "Geez, I don't think they noticed me. I was just taking out the garbage to the dumpster like Nick usually has me do at noon. Geez, who are they anyway?" Gentry paid the boy, went to the restroom, and used the payphone in the back hallway to call the Baltimore Harbor Tunnel Authority. The main offices were closed on Sunday morning, but a tape recording gave a number for emergencies. A woman with a tired voice answered. "Shit, I shouldn't be calling you, 'cause they'd kill me if they knew," started Gentry, "but Nick, Lewis, and Delbert just left here to start the revolution by blowing up the harbor tunnel." The woman's voice no longer sounded tired as she demanded his name. Gentry heard a background beep as a tape recorder started. "No time for that! No time for that!" he said excitedly. "Delbert, he got the guns, and Lewis got 36 sticks of dynamite from the construction site, and they got it stuck in the hidden compartment in the trunk. Nick says the revolution starts today. He got 'em the phony IDs and everything." The woman squawked a question, and Gentry interrupted her.
I gotta get out of here. They'll kill me if they find out I told. They're in Delbert's car, a green 76 LeBaron, Maryland license DB7269. Delbert's driving. He's the one with the mustache wearing a blue suit. Oh, Jesus, they all got guns and the whole damn car's wired to go up.
Gentry broke the connection, ordered a coffee to go, paid his bill, and sauntered back to the Pinto. He was only a few miles from the tunnel and in no particular hurry to get there, so he drove up to the University of Maryland campus, let the Pinto wander through the Loudon Park Cemetery, and drove down along the waterfront. The Chrysler had to stay far back because of the sparse Sunday traffic, but the driver was good, neither completely losing sight of Gentry's car nor becoming too obvious. Gentry followed signs to the Harbor Tunnel Thruway, paid his toll, and watched in the rearview mirror as he pulled slowly into the lighted tunnel. The Chrysler never got to the toll booth. 3 highway patrol vehicles, a black van with no markings, and a blue station wagon boxed it in 50 yards from the tunnel entrance. 4 other police cruisers stopped traffic behind them. Gentry caught a glimpse of men leaning across hoods with shotguns and pistols leveled, saw the 3 men in the Chrysler waving arms out windows, and then he was busy driving as fast as he could to get out of the tunnel. If it was the FBI behind him, they could probably extricate themselves in a few minutes. God help them if they were Israelis and armed. Gentry got off the thruway as soon as he was out of the tunnel, got lost for a few minutes near the downtown, oriented himself when he saw Johns Hopkins, and took Highway 1 out of town. Traffic was light. He noticed an exit to Germantown, Maryland, a few miles out of town, and had to smile to himself. How many Germantowns were there in the United States? He hoped that Natalie had chosen the wrong one. Gentry reached the southwest environs of Philadelphia by 10:30 and was in Germantown by 11. There had been no sign of the Chrysler, and if someone else had picked up the surveillance, they were too smooth for Gentry to pick out of the traffic. The Chelton Arms looked as if it had seen better days on the avenue, but would not last long enough to see them return. Gentry parked the Pinto half a block away, slipped the Ruger into his sports coat pocket, and walked back. He counted 5 winos, 3 black, 2 white, huddled in doorways. Ms. Preston did not answer a call from the front desk. The clerk was an officious little white man, mostly nose, who combed his 3 remaining strands of hair from just above his left ear to just above his right ear. He clucked and shook his head when Gentry asked for a passkey. Gentry showed his badge. The clerk clucked again. "Charleston? Friend, you're going to have to do a lot better than some dime store badge. A Georgia policeman wouldn't have any jurisdiction here." Gentry nodded, sighed, looked around at the empty lobby, and turned back around to grasp the clerk's greasy tie 4 inches below the knot. He jerked only once, but it was sufficient to bring the man's chin and nose to within 8 inches of the countertop. "Listen, friend," Gentry said softly. "I'm here working liaison through Chief of Detectives Captain Donald Romano, Franklin Street Precinct homicide. That woman may have information leading to the apprehension of a man who murdered 6 people in cold blood, and I've been awake for 48 hours getting here. Now, do I call Captain Romano after I bounce your goddamn face off the wood a few times just for the hell of it, or do we do it the simple way?" The clerk fumbled behind himself and produced a passkey. Gentry released him, and he bounced up like a jack-in-the-box, rubbing his Adam's apple and swallowing tentatively. Gentry took 3 steps toward the elevator, wheeled, took 2 long strides back to the counter, and got a second grip on the clerk's tie before the red-faced man could back away. Gentry pulled him close, smiled at him, and said, "And son, Charleston County is in South Carolina, not Georgia. Remember that. There'll be a quiz later." There was no corpse in Natalie's room, no bloodstains other than a few remnants of squashed bugs near the ceiling, no ransom notes. Her suitcase lay open on the fold-out rack, clothes neatly packed, a pair of dress shoes on the floor. The dress she had worn to the Charleston airport 2 days earlier was hanging in the open closet. There were no toiletries set out in the bathroom. The shower was dry, although one bar of soap had been unwrapped and used. Her camera bag and cameras were not there. The bed either had been made already or not slept in the previous night. Guessing at the efficiency of the Chelton Arms, Gentry thought that it had not been slept in. He sat down on the edge of the bed and rubbed his face. He could think of nothing clever to do. The only path that made much sense was to start walking through Germantown, hoping for a chance encounter, checking back at the hotel every hour and hoping that the clerk or manager would not call the Philly police. Well, a few hours of walking in the brisk weather wouldn't hurt him. Gentry took off his coat and sports coat, lay back on the bed, set the Ruger next to his right hand, and was asleep in 2 minutes. He awoke in a dark room, disoriented, feeling that something was terribly wrong. His Rolex, a gift from his father, read 4:35. There was a dim gray light outside, but the room had become dark. Gentry went into the bathroom to wash his face and then called down to the front desk. Miss Preston had not come in or called for her messages. Gentry walked the half-block to his car, transferred his suitcase to the trunk, and went for a walk. He went southeast on Germantown Avenue for a couple of blocks, past a small fenced park. He would have loved to stop somewhere for a beer, but the bars were closed. It did not feel like a Sunday to Gentry, but he could not decide what day of the week it did feel like. It was snowing lightly as he stopped to get his suitcase and walked back to the hotel. A much younger and more polite clerk was on duty. Gentry checked in, paid $32 in advance, and was ready to follow a porter to his room when he thought to ask about Natalie. Gentry still had the passkey in his pocket. Perhaps Potato Nose had gone off duty without mentioning it to anyone. Yes, sir," said the young clerk. Miss Preston picked up her messages about 15 minutes ago." Gentry blinked. "Is she still here?" She went up to her room for a few minutes, sir, but I believe I just saw the lady go into the dining room." Gentry thanked him, tipped the bellhop $3 to carry his bag up, and walked over to the entrance of the small dining-room bar. He felt his heart leap as he saw Natalie sitting at a small table across the room. He started toward her, and then stopped. A short man with dark hair and an expensive leather jacket was standing by her table, talking to her. Natalie stared up at the man with a strange look on her face. Gentry hesitated only a second, then got in line for the salad bar. He did not look in Natalie's direction again until he was seated. A waitress bustled over and took his order for coffee. He began eating slowly, never looking directly at Natalie's table. Something was very wrong. Gentry had known Natalie Preston for less than 2 weeks, but he knew how animated she was. He was just beginning to learn the nuances of expression that were so much a part of her personality. He saw neither animation nor nuance now. Natalie stared at the man across from her as if she had been drugged or lobotomized. Occasionally she spoke, and the rigid movements of her mouth reminded Gentry of his mother's last year after her stroke. Gentry wished he could see more of the man's face, something other than the black hair, jacket, and pale hands folded on the tabletop. When he did turn around, Gentry caught a glimpse of hooded eyes, sallow complexion, and a small, thin-lipped mouth. Who was he looking for? Gentry picked up a newspaper from a nearby table and spent several minutes becoming a lonely, overweight salesman eating his salad. When he looked over toward Natalie again, he was sure that the man with her was the focus of attention of at least 2 others in the room. Cops? FBI men? Israelis? Gentry finished the last of his salad, speared a runaway cherry tomato, and wondered for the 1,000th time that day what he and Natalie had blundered into. What next? Worst-case scenario, the man with the lizard eyes was one of them, one of Saul's mind monsters, and his intentions toward Natalie were not friendly. The stakeout in the restaurant was a backup for whatever move this guy made, probably more in the lobby. If they left and Gentry followed, he would be immediately visible. He had to precede them to follow them. But which way? Gentry paid his bill and returned for his topcoat, just as Natalie and the man rose from their seats. She looked straight at Gentry from 20 feet away, but there was no recognition in her eyes. There was nothing there. Gentry moved quickly through the lobby and paused by the front door to make a show of tugging on his coat. The man led Natalie to the elevator, pausing to make an obscene gesture at another man seated on a worn couch. Gentry took a chance. Natalie was in room 312. Gentry had asked for room 310. The hotel had only 3 floors of guest rooms. If the man with the dead eyes was taking her anywhere but her room, Gentry would lose them. He crossed quickly to the stairway, took the stairs 2 and 3 at a time, stood panting for 10 seconds on the top landing, and opened the door in time to see the man follow Natalie into 312. He stood there for almost a minute, waiting to see if any of the others from the lobby were following. When no one appeared, he moved lightly down the hall to pause with 3 fingers touching the door to Natalie's room. He found the grip of the Ruger, and then decided against it. If this man was like Saul's Oberst, he could make Gentry use the revolver on himself. If he wasn't like the Oberst, Gentry did not think he would need the weapon. Jesus, thought Gentry, what if I break in and this is some good friend of Natalie's who she's inviting up? He remembered the expression on her face and silently slid the passkey into the lock. Gentry went in fast, filling the short interior hallway, seeing the man seated, turning, opening his mouth to speak. Gentry took half a second to notice Natalie's semi-nakedness and the terror visible on her face, and then he swung his arm up and then down, bringing his fist down on top of the man's head, as if he was driving a huge nail with the base of his hand. The man had been rising. Now he went deep into the sagging cushion, bounced twice, and sprawled unconscious across the left arm of the chair. Gentry made sure the man was out of action, and then he turned to Natalie. Her blouse was unbuttoned, bra undone, but she made no move to cover herself. Her entire body began shaking as if she were in the beginning of a seizure. Gentry pulled off his coat and draped it around her, just as she collapsed forward into his arms, her head snapping from side to side in silent negation. When she tried to speak, her teeth were chattering so hard that Gentry could hardly understand her.
"Oh, Rob, tried. I couldn't do anything."
Gentry held her, supported her, and stroked her hair. He was wondering feverishly what the next move should be.
"Oh, God, I'm going to be sick."
Natalie rushed into the bathroom. Gentry could hear retching sounds from behind the closed door as he bent over the unconscious man, lowered him to the floor, frisked him quickly and efficiently, and lifted his billfold. Anthony Herod, Beverly Hills. Mr. Herod had about 30 credit cards, a Playboy key card, a card identifying him as a member in good standing of the Writers Guild of America, and other plastic and paper tying him to Hollywood. There was a key to a Chestnut Hills hotel in his jacket pocket. Herod was beginning to stir very slightly when Natalie came out of the bathroom, her clothing set right, her face still damp from washing. Anthony Herod moaned and rolled over on his side.
"God damn you,"
Natalie said with feeling, and unleashed a kick at the fallen man's groin. She was wearing solid low-heel loafers, and the energy behind the kick would have served well in a 40-yard field goal attempt. She aimed for Herod's testicles, but Herod was rolling over, and the blow took him just inside the hip, flipping him over twice and bringing his head hard up against the wooden leg of the bed. "Easy, easy," said Gentry, and knelt to check the man's pulse and breathing. Anthony Herod of Beverly Hills, California, was still alive, but was quite unconscious. Gentry moved to the door. The room had no bolt and chain. The other lock was on. He came back and put his arm around Natalie.
"Rob,"
she gasped.
"he was in my mind. He made me do things, made me say things."
"It's all right," said Gentry. "We're going to get out of here right now." He gathered up her extra shoes, snapped her suitcase shut, helped her into her coat, and threw her camera bag over his own shoulder. There's a fire escape going down to that alley. You think you can get down there with me all right?
Yes, but why do we have to?
We'll talk when we're out of here. My car's just down the block. Come on. It was dark out. The fire escape was sagging and slippery, and Gentry expected half the hotel staff to come rushing out when he dropped the screeching, rusted ladder the last 8 feet. No one appeared at the back door. He helped Natalie down the last few rungs, and they moved quickly down the dark alley. Gentry smelled snow and rotting garbage. They emerged on Germantown Avenue, went west 30 yards, and came around the corner 10 yards from Gentry's Pinto. No one was in sight. No one emerged from the dark storefronts or distant hotel as Gentry turned on the ignition, shifted gear, and swung onto Chelton Avenue.
"Where are we going?"
asked Natalie. "I don't know. We'll just get the hell out of this place and talk it over."
All right."
Gentry turned east on Germantown Avenue and had to slow for a trolley going the same direction. "Hell," he said.
"What?"
"Oh, nothing. I just left my suitcase in a room at your hotel."
Anything important in it?"
Gentry thought of the changes in shirt and slacks and chuckled. "Nope, and I'm sure in hell not going back."
"Rob, what's going on?"
Gentry shook his head. "I thought maybe you could tell me." Natalie shivered.
"I never felt anything like that before. I couldn't do anything. It was like my body wasn't my own anymore."
"So, we know they're real," said Gentry. Natalie laughed a little too loudly.
"Rob, the old lady, Melanie Fuller, she's here, somewhere in Germantown. Marvin and the others have seen her, and she killed 2 more of the gang members last night. I was with—"
"Wait a minute," said Gentry, passing the trolley in a city bus marked SEPTA. The brick street lay straight and empty ahead. "Who's Marvin?"
"Marvin's the leader of the Soul Brickyard Gang," said Natalie.
Something hit the Pinto hard from behind. Natalie bounced forward, using her hands to keep from hitting her head against the windshield. Gentry cursed and swiveled to look behind him. The huge grill of the city bus filled the Pinto's rear window as it accelerated to hit them again. "Hang on!" shouted Gentry, and floored the accelerator. The bus came on fast, tapping the Pinto's rear end again before the little car began moving ahead. Gentry got the Pinto up to 55, shaking and bouncing over the irregular brick surface and the ruts of trolley tracks. Even through the closed windows he could hear the roar of the bus's diesel as the huge vehicle accelerated through 6 gears to catch up. "Oh, damn," said Gentry. A block ahead, a semi-trailer was backing into a loading space, temporarily obstructing the avenue. Gentry considered going up onto the sidewalk on the right, saw an old man rummaging through a trash container, and took a hard left into a narrow street, the rear end of the Pinto bouncing off the curb in a controlled slide. From the sound of it, Gentry guessed that the rear bumper had been torn loose during the first collision and was dragging behind them. Row houses flashed by on either side. Junkers, new model cars, and wheelless derelicts lined the right curb.
"It's still coming!"
cried Natalie. Gentry checked the rearview mirror in time to see the huge bus take the turn by bouncing up onto the sidewalk, taking out 2 no parking signs and a mailbox, then accelerating down the hill after them in a cloud of diesel fumes. Gentry saw the small dent in the wide front bumper from the first tap. "I really don't believe this," said Gentry. The street came to a T intersection at the bottom of the hill, a snowy railroad embankment ahead of them, vacant lots and warehouses to the east and west. Gentry took a hard left, heard the rear bumper tear loose, listened to the little 4-cylinder engine revving its heart out.
"Can they catch us?"
breathed Natalie as the bus crashed around the corner behind them and roared partway up the embankment before bounding back onto the pavement. Gentry caught a glimpse of a driver in khaki, straight-arming the large steering wheel, dark figures lurching in the aisle behind him. "It can't catch us unless we do something stupid," said Gentry. The narrow street cut sharply to the right in front of an abandoned factory, ran 50 yards downhill between empty tenements and brick-strewn lots, and dead-ended at the railway embankment. There had been no dead-end sign.
Like this?
said Natalie. Yeah. Gentry skidded the Pinto to a stop in the narrow turnaround. Gentry knew that there was no way the Pinto was going to climb 30 feet of junk-strewn hillside. To their left, an empty brick building offered a high gate and 20 feet of chain-link fence separating a muddy parking lot from the street. Gentry thought it was possible that the Pinto could crash through the gate, but he doubted that the lot would be an improvement over their present position. To their right, a row of empty two-story buildings showed boarded-up windows and doors covered with graffiti. A narrow alley ran east from the street. Behind them, the bus made the right turn and started down the hill. It growled like some gut-shot beast as the driver shifted down 2 gears. "Out!" shouted Gentry. He had time to grab Natalie's suitcase. She took the camera bag. They ran for the alley on their right. The bus was moving fast when it struck the Pinto a glancing shot on the left rear fender. The smaller vehicle spun completely around, metal flying, rear window popping out as the bus bounced left, almost tipping over as the right wheels gouged up the embankment, brake lights flashing as it crashed through the chain-link fence and came to a stop in the frozen mud of the parking lot. Gears ground, and the bus backed over the flattened fence, caught the Pinto squarely in the passenger side door, and shoved the rental car backward until it caught on the curb not 20 feet from the alley where Gentry and Natalie watched. The Pinto struck a fire hydrant and flipped over with a great tearing of metal. No water came from the fractured hydrant, but the stink of gasoline filled the night air.
"This is a nightmare,"
said Natalie. Gentry realized that he had pulled the Ruger free and was holding it in his right hand. He shook his head and dropped it into the pocket of his topcoat. The bus shifted gears and pulled into the center of the street, dragging tatters of chrome and engulfing them in diesel fumes. Gentry pulled Natalie a few feet deeper into the 4-foot-wide alley.
"Who's doing this?"
whispered Natalie.
"I don't know."
For the first time, Gentry believed in his gut rather than just in his consciousness that human beings were capable of doing what Saul and Natalie had actually experienced. He remembered reading The Exorcist years before and understanding the agnostic priest's glee at witnessing a power that could only be demonic in nature. The existence of demons suggested, if not proved, the existence of a god the priest had doubted. But what did this incredible series of events prove? Human perversity? The perfection of some parapsychological power that had always been part of being human?
"It's stopping,"
said Natalie. The bus had backed to the embankment and turned left sharply enough to be facing back up the hilly street.
"Perhaps it's over,"
said Gentry. He put his arm around the shivering young woman next to him.
"Whatever happens, the damn bus can't get at us here."
The doors of the bus were on the opposite side of the vehicle, but both of them heard the compressed air hiss. Gentry could see silhouettes against the pale glow of the interior lights as the passengers moved forward or to the rear. What must they be thinking as they were released after such an insane ride? What was the driver doing now? Gentry could make out only a tall shadow hunched over the wheel. Then he saw the 7 passengers moving hesitantly, 3 around the front of the bus, 4 around the back. They walked like polio victims with steel braces, like awkwardly handled marionettes. The rest would pause as one shuffled forward, then another. An old man in the lead dropped to all fours and scuttled toward the alley, seeming to sniff the pavement as he came.
"Oh, dear God,"
breathed Natalie. They ran up the narrow alley, jumped over debris, scraping their arms and shoulders against brick. Gentry realized that he was still carrying Natalie's suitcase in his left hand while he gripped her hand with his right. The end of the alley had rusted wire mesh across it. Behind them, Gentry heard a heavy animal-like panting as someone entered the narrow passage. He let go of Natalie's hand, used the suitcase and his body as a battering ram, and tore the wire loose. They emerged on a street that dead-ended to their right, but to their left it ran downhill under a dark railway overpass and continued north past lighted row houses. Gentry turned left and ran, Natalie passing him before they reached the broken sidewalk. Someone clawed through the wire behind them. Gentry looked over his shoulder and saw a man with white hair and a business suit scramble over tilted slabs of concrete like a frenzied Doberman. Gentry pulled the Ruger out and ran. There was ice in the darkness under the railroad bridge. Natalie reached it first. Gentry saw her feet fly out from under her and heard her hit hard in the blackness. He had time to slow, but still spun and went to one knee. "Natalie, I'm all right." He felt toward her voice and helped her up. "I'm going to leave your suitcase here," he said. Natalie barked a laugh. "Let's go." They came up out of the darkness into a street made narrower by parked cars, most of them derelicts. Burned-out buildings mixed with row houses with lights on in the windows. There were no street lights. Gentry could hear footsteps clapping down the hill, echoing under the railroad bridge. There were no shouts or curses when the figure fell heavily, only scrabbling sounds on ice and brick. "Over there!" called Gentry, and half-pushed Natalie uphill toward the first lighted house 100 feet away. He was panting, half-staggering by the time they reached the 3-step concrete stoop. He turned and stood guard as Natalie pounded on the door and called for help. A dark silhouette pulled a torn shade aside for a second, but no one appeared at the door. "Please!" screamed Natalie. "Natalie!" called Gentry. The man in the torn and soiled business suit was rushing the final 30 feet at them. In the light from the single window, Gentry could see the wide white eyes and the mouth agape, saliva streaming down over chin and collar. Gentry aimed the Ruger and applied enough pressure to pull the hammer back. Then he lowered the hammer and the gun. "To hell with it," he said, and lowered his shoulder to meet the man's charge. The attacker hit Gentry's shoulder at full speed and flipped into the air, landing on his back on the sidewalk and lowest step. There was a sickening sound as the man's head bounced. Gentry leaned toward him, and the older man was on his feet at once, blood streaming from his disarrayed hair, his dentures clacking as he went for Gentry's throat. The sheriff picked him up by the lapels and swung him out over the street, let him fall. The man hit, rolled, let out an inhuman snarl that was part laugh, and immediately was on his feet, lunging. Gentry clubbed him down with the barrel of the Ruger. The body lay on its face, twitching. Gentry sat on the lowest step and lowered his head between his knees. Natalie kicked and pounded at the door. "Please let us in!" "I'm a police officer!" yelled Gentry with the last of his breath. "Let us in!" The door remained locked. More footsteps echoed from under the bridge. "God!" gasped Gentry. "I thought Saul said the Oberst could control only one at a time." The figure of a tall woman emerged from the shadows under the bridge. She was running in her stocking feet and held something sharp in her right hand. "Come on," said Gentry. They had run 30 feet uphill when they heard the roar of the city bus around the bend in the street. Headlights flashed off brick row houses across the street to their left. Gentry looked for an alley, a vacant lot, anything, but there was only the solid facade of uninterrupted row houses for the 120 feet back down to the railroad bridge. "Back down there!" he shouted. "Up the embankment to the tracks!" He turned just as the tall blonde woman silently covered the last 10 feet on stocking feet and crashed into him. They both went over, rolling onto the wet street. Gentry dropping the Ruger in an attempt to hold her head and snapping teeth away from his throat, trying to get a chokehold on her. The woman was very strong. She swiveled her head and bit deeply into his left hand. Gentry made a fist, struck at her jaw, but she was able to get her head down in time for her skull to take most of the impact. Gentry pushed her away, trying to decide how to knock her out without permanently injuring her, just as her right hand came around and under his arm. He felt a cold shock and did nothing but watch as the scissors slashed in a second time. She pulled back her arm to strike a third time, and Gentry swung a roundhouse that would have taken her head off if it had connected. It did not connect. The blonde woman danced back 2 paces and raised the scissors to eye level, just as Natalie brought her loaded camera bag down full force on the woman's head. She crumpled bonelessly to the street, just as Gentry was able to get to one knee. His left side and left hand were on fire. There was a rising roar, and the headlights of the oncoming bus froze them in their glare. Gentry felt around for the Ruger, knew it must be there somewhere. The bus was 50 feet from them and accelerating downhill. Natalie had the gun. She had dropped the camera bag, and now she took a wide stance, cradled the weapon with both hands, and fired 4 times, the way Gentry had taught her. "No!" shouted Gentry, even as the first bullet struck, taking out a headlight. The second one starred the broad windshield just to the left of the driver's position. Recoil made the other 2 go high. Gentry grabbed the camera bag and pulled Natalie toward the curb in a row house stoop, even as the bus swerved left toward them. It caromed off the stoop, sparks flying, the right wheels rolling over the unconscious blonde woman without a noticeable bounce. Natalie and Gentry pulled each other up as the bus hit ice, spun 90 degrees to the left, and went under the railroad bridge broadside. There was a scream of metal on wood. "Now!" gasped Gentry, and they ran for the embankment. Gentry ran in a half-crouch, holding his left arm against his side. A diesel engine roared, gears screamed, and a single skewed headlight beam lanced out of the far side of the underpass as the rear wheels of the bus spun, found purchase, spun again. A wooden timber gave way with a shriek, and the rear end of the bus emerged just as Gentry and Natalie reached the embankment and began to scramble up the littered, frozen slope. A rusted loop of wire caught Gentry around the ankle and brought him down heavily. For a second he was in the full beam of the crazy headlight, and he looked down to see his coat slashed to tatters and hanging open, blood dripping down his arm onto his chewed hand. He looked over his shoulder as Natalie grasped his right arm and helped him up. "Give me the Ruger," he said. The bus was backing up the hill, getting a run at the slope. "The gun!" Natalie handed him the pistol just as the driver slammed the big vehicle into first gear. Both of the bodies on the street looked flattened now. "Go!" Gentry commanded. Natalie turned and began climbing, using her hands. Gentry followed. They were less than halfway up the slope when they came to the fence. The bus picked up speed quickly, shifting gears, the noise echoing off brick buildings, the single headlight cocked upward at such an angle that it illuminated Gentry and Natalie on the slope. The fence had been invisible from below. It had sagged and rolled until it resembled concertina wire. Natalie was snagged on the second tier of ripped metal. Gentry pulled wire loose from Natalie's pant leg, heard cloth rip, and pushed her uphill. She took 4 steps and stopped, snagged again. Gentry turned, braced his feet on the slope, and raised the Ruger. The city bus was almost as long as the embankment was high. Gentry's coat hindered him. He took it off and turned sideways, raising the Ruger, feeling the weakness in his arm. The bus rolled over the bodies, shifted gear, bounced enough on an unseen curb to avoid burying its nose in the cold ground, and began climbing the hill. Gentry lowered his aim to compensate for the tendency to shoot high when firing downhill. The light reflected from the snowy hillside clearly illuminated the driver. It was a woman in khaki, eyes very wide. He won't let her live anyway, thought Gentry, and fired the last 2 rounds. 2 stars appeared directly in front of the driver. The entire windshield went white and collapsed into powder, and Gentry turned and ran hard. He was 10 feet from Natalie when the bus caught him, the grill hitting him hard, sending him flying out and upward like an infant carelessly tossed skyward. He hit hard on his left side, felt Natalie next to him, leaned across a cold rail, and watched. The bus came to within 5 feet of the top of the embankment, lost traction, and went slewing back down with its headlight swinging like a frenzied searchlight. The right rear fender caught the pavement with a solid final sound, and the long bus tried to stand on its end, the nose hitting and bouncing 30 degrees off the slope, before it rolled slowly to its right, went almost over on its back, and settled on its side with wheels spinning. "Don't move," whispered Natalie, but Gentry fought his way to his feet. He looked down and almost laughed aloud to see the Ruger still clenched in his cold hand. He went to put it in his coat pocket, found that he was no longer wearing topcoat or sports coat, and tucked it in his waistband. Natalie held him up. "What do we do?" she said very softly. Gentry tried to clear his head. "Wait for the cops, the fire department, ambulances," he said. He knew something was wrong with the idea, but he was too tired to think through it. Lights had gone on in more row-house windows, but no one had emerged. Gentry stood leaning on Natalie for several long, cold minutes. It began to snow. There was no sign of ambulances. Below them, there was the hollow sound of pounding, and a window on the side of the toppled bus popped out and fell to the ground. At least 3 dark forms emerged, scurrying like huge dark spiders across the metal carcass of the bus. Without saying anything, Gentry and Natalie turned and began hobbling quickly down the rail bed. Once he fell against the rail and felt a solid, persistent humming. Natalie pulled him up and urged him into a run. He could hear distant footsteps on the cinders behind them.
"There!"
Natalie suddenly gasped.
"There! I know where we are!"
Gentry opened his eyes to see an old 3-story home sandwiched between empty lots. Lights burned from a dozen windows. He stumbled and fell down the steep hillside. Something sharp tore at his right leg. He staggered to his feet and helped Natalie up as a commuter train roared by above them. There were people on the porch. Black-sounding voices shouted challenges. Gentry saw 2 young men with shotguns. He fumbled for the Ruger, but his fingers failed to close on the grip. Natalie's voice came from very far away, urgent, insistent. Gentry decided to close his eyes for a second or two, just long enough to get his strength back. Strong hands closed on him as he collapsed. 26. Germantown, Monday, December 29th, 1980. Natalie looked in on Rob throughout the day Monday. He was feverish, vague about his whereabouts, and occasionally he would talk in his sleep. She had lain next to him during the night, being careful not to brush against his taped ribs or bandaged left hand. Once in his sleep, he had put out his right hand and gently stroked her hair. Marvin Gale had not looked overjoyed when she and Gentry had staggered up to the front door of Community House on Sunday night. "Who your fat friend, babe?" Marvin had called from the top step. He was flanked by Leroy and Calvin, carrying sawed-off shotguns.
"It's Sheriff Rob Gentry,"
said Natalie, regretting at once that she had identified him as a lawman.
"He's hurt."
"I see that, babe. Why don't you take him out to the white folks' hospital?"
"Someone's after us, Marvin. Let us in."
Natalie knew that if she could get through to the charismatic young gang leader, he would listen. Natalie had spent most of the weekend at Community House. She had been there on Saturday night when word came that Monk and Lionel had been killed. At Marvin's request, she had gone with them and photographed the dismembered bodies. Then she had staggered around a corner to be quietly sick in the dark. Only later did Marvin tell her that Monk had been carrying a print of the Melanie Fuller photograph, showing it to inactive members in the neighborhood, trying to track down the old lady. The photograph was not on Monk's body. Natalie's skin had gone absolutely icy when she heard that. Incredibly, neither the police nor the news media responded to the murders. There had been no witnesses other than George, the terrified 15-year-old who had escaped, and George had told no one except Soul Brickyard. The gang kept it that way. The 2 mutilated bodies were wrapped in shower curtains and stored in a freezer in Lewis Taylor's tenement basement. Monk had lived alone in a condemned building off Pastoria Street. Lionel lived with his mother on Bringhurst, but the old woman was in an alcoholic stupor much of the time and would not miss him for days.
"First, we fix the honky motherfucker that did this. Then we tell the cops and TV people,"
Marvin said late that Saturday night.
"We tell them now. They won't be enough room to move around here."
The gang had followed orders. Natalie had stayed with them through Sunday afternoon, repeating her edited description of Melanie Fuller's powers again and again, then listening to their war plans. The plans were simple. They were going to find the Fuller woman and the honky monster with her and kill them both. On Sunday night, the snow falling heavily, she stood on the sidewalk while trying to support the semi-conscious bulk of Rob Gentry and pleaded,
"There are people after us."
Marvin made a motion with his left hand. Lewis, Leroy, and a gang member Natalie did not recognize jumped from the porch and faded into the night.
"Who's after you, babe?"
"I don't know. People."
"They be voodooed like the honky monster?"
"Yes."
"Same old woman be the one doing it?" Maybe, I don't know, but Rob's hurt. There are people out there after us. Let us in, please.
Marvin had stared at her with those cold, beautiful blue eyes, and then stepped aside and motioned them in. Gentry had to be carried to a mattress in the basement. Natalie had insisted on calling a doctor or ambulance, but Marvin had shaken his head. Babe, we got 2 dead we ain't telling nobody about till we find the voodoo lady. No way we bringing a man down on us for your hurt cracker boyfriend. We'll get Jackson. Jackson was George's 30-year-old half-brother, a quiet, balding, competent man who had been a medic in Vietnam, and who had finished 2.5 years of medical school before dropping out. He arrived with a blue rucksack filled with bandages, syringes, and drugs.
2 ribs broken, he said softly after inspecting Gentry. Deep cut there, but that's not what broke his ribs. 1/2 inch lower, 1.5 inches deeper, and he would have been dead from the puncture wound. Somebody's been chewing on his hand for sure. Probable concussion. Can't tell how bad without some x-rays. Look out, please, so I can work on the man.
He had proceeded to staunch the bleeding, clean and dress the deeper cuts and lacerations, tape the broken ribs, and give Gentry a shot for the bite that had almost chewed through the webbing on his left hand. Then he broke a capsule under Gentry's nose, bringing the sheriff awake almost instantly.
How many fingers?
3, said Gentry.
Where the hell am I?
They had spoken several minutes, long enough for Jackson to decide it was not a severe concussion, and then he had given Gentry another shot and allowed him to float back into sleep.
He'll be all right. I'll check with you tomorrow. Why didn't you finish med school? Natalie asked, blushing at her own inquisitiveness.
Jackson shrugged.
Too much bullshit. Came back here instead. Keep waking him up every couple of hours.
She had wakened Gentry briefly every 90 minutes in the curtained corner of the basement where Marvin let them sleep. Natalie's watch read 4:38 when she shook him awake for the last time, and he gently touched her hair.
Bunch of strange dudes around this neighborhood,
said Leroy. A dozen of the gang members sat around the kitchen table, dangled legs from the counter, or leaned against cabinets and walls. Gentry had slept until 2 p.m. and awakened ravenous. By 4, the War Council was convened, and Gentry was still eating, nibbling on Chinese food he had paid one of the young members to bring back. Natalie was the only female in the room except for Marvin's silent girlfriend, Kara.
What kind of strange dudes? Asked Gentry around a mouthful of mooshu pork.
Leroy looked at Marvin, received a nod, and said,
Strange white police dudes, pigs, like you, man.
In uniform? Asked Gentry. He stood at a counter, his taped ribs and bandaged side making him look bulkier than he was.
Gee, no, said Leroy. They in plain clothes, real subtle motherfuckers, black pants, windbreakers, them little pointy Florsheim shoes. Fuckers blending in with the neighborhood.
Where are they? Marvin answered. Man, they're all over the place. Couple unmarked vans each end of Bringhurst. Got a phony telephone truck been in the alley off Green and Queen for 2 days now. Got 12 dudes in 4 unmarked cars between church and here. Whole mess of 'em hanging around on second floor of some buildings on Queen and Germantown.
How many all told? Asked Gentry. Figure 40, maybe 50.
Working 8-hour shifts?
Yeah, dudes think they invisible sitting out there near the laundromat on Ashmead. Only honkies on the fucking block, punching in and out like they work for fucking Bethlehem Steel, man. One dude does nothing but run and get donuts for them.
Philadelphia police? The tall, thin one named Calvin laughed.
Shit, no, man. Local pigs wear that Banlon suit, white socks, orthopedic shoes, all that shit when they on a stakeout.
Besides, said Marvin, there are too many of 'em. All of vice and homicide and local knocks with the kitty cops thrown in don't put 50 of 'em on the street. Got to be like the federal knocks or something.
Or FBI, said Gentry.
He rubbed absently at his left temple. Natalie noticed the slight wince of pain. Yeah. Marvin's eyes lost their intense focus for a few minutes as he pursued a thought. Could be. I don't understand it, man. Why so many? I thought like maybe they were after Zig and Mohammed's and everybody's killers, but no, they don't give a shit who off some niggers, unless they already after the voodoo lady and the honky monster. That it, babe?
That could be it, said Natalie. Only it's more complicated.
How come? Gentry moved up to the table, his upper body stiff. He laid his bandaged left hand on the table. There are others with voodoo power, he said. There's a man who's probably hiding somewhere here in the city. Others in positions of authority have the same power. There's a sort of war going on.
Man, I love the way you talk,
snorted Leroy, and imitated Gentry's slow, soft tones.
There's a sort of war going on.
I find your patois equally agreeable, drawled Gentry. Leroy half rose, scowling fiercely.
What the fuck you say, man?
He say you shut the fuck up, Leroy, Marvin said softly. Do it. He shifted to look at Gentry. Okay, Mr. Sheriff, tell me this. That man who's hiding, he white? Yep. The dudes after him, they white? Yep. Other dudes might be in this, they white? Uh-huh. They all as rat's-ass mean as this voodoo lady and her honky monster? Yes. Marvin sighed. It figures. He reached into the loose pocket of his fatigue jacket, extracted Gentry's Ruger, and laid it on the table with a solid thunk. Fucking big piece of iron you carry, Mr. Sheriff. Ever think of putting bullets in it? Gentry did not reach for the weapon. I have extra cartridges in my suitcase.
Where your suitcase, man? It in the squashed Pinto. It gone. Marvin went back to get my bag from the alley, said Natalie. It was gone. So was the wreck of your rental car. So was the bus.
The bus? Gentry's eyebrows shot up so high that he winced and held his head. The bus was gone? How soon after we got here did you go back?
6 hours,
said Leroy. We got to take Babe's word for it that you was chased by a big, bad city bus, said Marvin. She says you had to shoot and kill it. Maybe it crawled off into the bushes to die, Mr. Sheriff. 6 hours, said Gentry. He leaned against the refrigerator for support. The news? Must be on the national networks by now.
No news, said Natalie. No TV coverage, not even a sidebar inside the Philadelphia Inquirer.
Jesus Christ, said Gentry. They must have incredible connections to clean it up and cover it up so fast. There must have been at least 4 people killed.
Yeah, man, and Septa be pissed, said Calvin, referring to the transit authority. I don't recommend you take any mass transit while you here. Killing their buses really piss off old Septa.
Calvin laughed so hard that he almost fell off his chair. So where's your suitcase, man? Said Marvin. Gentry shook himself out of reverie. I left it at the Chelton Arms, room 310, but I only paid for 1 night. They would have picked it up by now. Marvin swiveled in his chair. Taylor, you work in the old Chicken Arms. You get into their storage room, man?
Sure, man.
Taylor was a 17 or 18-year-old with dark scars of acne on a gaunt face. It may be dangerous, said Gentry. It may not be there at all, and if it is, it's probably watched. By some of the voodoo pigs? Asked Marvin. Among others. Taylor, said Marvin. It was a command. The boy grinned, lowered himself from the counter, and was gone. We got other business to discuss, said Marvin. White folk can adjourn themselves. Natalie and Gentry stood on the small back porch of a community house and watched as the last of the gray winter light faded to night. The view was of a long lot filled with mounds of broken, snow-covered bricks and the backs of 2 condemned apartment buildings. The glow of kerosene lamps through several begrimed windows showed that the condemned building was still occupied. It was very cold. Occasional flurries of snow were visible around the solitary, undamaged streetlight half a block away. "We're staying here, then?" asked Natalie. Gentry looked at her. Only his head was visible outside of the army blanket he had thrown over his shoulders in lieu of a jacket. "It makes as much sense as anything for tonight," he said. "We may not be among friends, but we have a common enemy."
"Marvin Gale is smart," said Natalie.
"As a whip," agreed Gentry.
"Why do you think he's wasting his life with a gang?"
Gentry squinted at the dirty twilight. "When I was in school in Chicago, I got to do some work with city gangs there. A few of their leaders were jerks. One of them was a psychopath, but most were pretty smart individuals. Put an alpha personality in a closed system, and he or she'll rise to the top of whatever represents the most competitive power ladder. In a place like this, that's the local gang."
"What's an alpha personality?"
Gentry laughed, but stopped abruptly and touched his ribs. "Students of animal behavior look at pecking order, group dominance, and call the top ram or sparrow or wolf or whatever the alpha male. Didn't want to be sexist, so I think of it in terms of personality. Sometimes I think discrimination and other stupid social roadblocks breed an inordinate number of alpha personalities. Maybe it's a sort of natural selection process by which ethnic and cultural groups affirm their fair places in unfair societies." Natalie reached out and touched his arm through the blanket.
"You know, Rob, for a good old boy sheriff, you have some interesting thoughts."
Gentry looked down. "Not terribly original thoughts. Saul Lansky discussed something similar in his book, The Pathology of Violence. He was talking about how downtrodden and often unlikely societies tend to produce incredible warriors when national or cultural survival depends upon it. Sort of specialized alpha personalities. Even Hitler fit that description in a sick, perverted way." A snowflake landed on Natalie's eyelid. She blinked it away.
"Do you think Saul's still alive?"
"Logic suggests that he shouldn't be," said Gentry. He had told Natalie about his last few days during a long talk after he awoke that afternoon. Now he tugged the blanket tighter around him and rested his bandaged hand on the splintered porch rail. "But still," he said, "something makes me think he is still alive. Somewhere."
"And somebody has him?"
"Yeah, unless he was able to drop out of sight completely, but he would have warned us."
"How?"
said Natalie.
"You and I left messages on your phone machine that somebody erased. How could Saul get through if we couldn't, especially if he's on the run?"
"Good point," said Gentry. Natalie shivered. Gentry moved closer and enclosed her in the blanket. "Thinking about yesterday?" he asked. She nodded. Every time she began to feel in the least bit secure, some part of her remembered the sensation of Anthony Herod's consciousness in her mind, and her entire body shuddered as if recalling a brutal rape. It had been a brutal rape. "It's over," he said. "They won't get at you again."
"But they're still out there,"
whispered Natalie. "Yes, which is another reason we probably shouldn't try to get out of Philadelphia tonight."
"And you still don't think it was Herod who made the bus, who set them after us?"
"I don't see how it could be," said Gentry. The man was truly and sincerely unconscious when we left. He may have come to 10 minutes later, but he would have been in no shape to do mental gymnastics. Besides, didn't you say that you got the impression that he used his voodoo power only on women?
Yes, but that's just a feeling I had when he was—
Trust the feeling, said Gentry. Whoever was sicking those folks on us last night used men, too.
If it wasn't this Anthony Harrod, who was it?
It was dark now. Somewhere in the city, a siren howled. The street light, the dimly lit windows, the low-cloud reflection of the city's countless mercury vapor lamps, all seemed unreal to Natalie, as if light had no place in the canyons of dirty brick, rusted metal, and darkness.
I don't know, said Gentry.
But I know that our job right now is to hunker down and survive. The one good thing about yesterday is that now that I've thought about it, I'm almost certain that whoever was after us wanted to keep us here, but didn't want to kill us. Or at least not kill you. Natalie's mouth opened in surprise.
How can you say that? Look at what they did. The bus, those people, look at what they did to you.
Yep, said Gentry, but think of how they could have handled it in a much simpler way.
How?
Even as Natalie spoke, she realized what Rob was going to say. If they could see us to chase us, said Gentry, they could see us to physically control us. I had a gun the entire time. They could have made me use it on you and then turn it on myself. Natalie shivered under the blanket. Gentry put his right arm around her. She said,
So you think they weren't really trying to kill us?
That's one possibility, said Gentry, and stopped abruptly. Natalie sensed that he did not want to complete the thought.
What is the other possibility? She pressed.
Gentry pursed his lips and then smiled weakly. The other possibility, and this fits the evidence too, is that they're so sure we can't get away that they're having a little fun and playing with us. Natalie jumped as the door crashed open behind her. It was Leroy.
Hey, Marvin said you two get in here. Taylor's back and he got your bag, man. Louis back and he got some good news. He and George and them, they found where the voodoo lady live and track her down. Wait till she asleep and get her, man. Honky monster, too.
Natalie's heart pounded against her ribs.
What do you mean they got them?
Leroy grinned at them.
They killed them, woman. Louis cut the old voodoo lady's throat while she asleep. George and Setch, they got the honky monster with their knives. 10, 12 times, man. Cut 'em to shit, man. That fucker not gonna cut on soul brickyard people no more.
Natalie and Gentry looked at each other and followed Leroy into a house filled with the sounds of celebration. Louis Solars was heavy-set and light-skinned, with large, expressive eyes. He sat at the head of the kitchen table while Kara and another young woman worked to clean and bandage his throat. The front of the young man's yellow shirt was dappled with blood.
"What happened to your throat, man?"
asked Marvin. The gang leader had just come downstairs.
"I thought you said you cut her throat."
Louis nodded excitedly, tried to speak, managed only a croak, and started again in a hoarse whisper.
"Yeah, I did. Honky Monster cut me before we did him."
Kara slapped Louis's hand away from the cut and set a dressing in place. Marvin leaned on the table.
"I don't get it, man. You say you get the voodoo lady while she asleep, but the honky motherfucker had time to cut you. Where the fuck is George and Setch?" "They still there, man." "They okay?" "Yeah, they okay. George wanted to cut the honky monster's head off, but Setch say wait."
"Wait for what?" said Marvin.
"Wait for you, man."
Natalie and Gentry stood near the rear of the crowd. She looked at Rob with a questioning look. He shrugged under the blanket. Marvin crossed his arms and sighed.
"Okay, tell it again, Louis. Whole thing."
Lewis touched his bandaged throat.
"This hurts."
"Tell it," snapped Marvin.
Okay. George, Setch, and me, we out talking to people just like you say, and we thought we had enough, like nobody seen nothing, you know. Then we on Germantown when she come out of that store on corner of Worcester.
"Sam's Deli?" said Calvin.
"Yeah, that's the one,"
said Lewis, and grinned.
"It be the voodoo lady herself."
"You recognized her from my photo?" asked Natalie. Everyone turned to look at her, and Lewis gave her a long, strange look. Natalie wondered if women were supposed to keep their mouths shut in a war council. She cleared her throat and said again, "Did my photo help?"
Yeah, that it,"
Lewis whispered huskily.
"But the honky monster with her, too."
"You sure it was him?" snapped Leroy.
"Yeah, I sure,"
said Lewis.
"And George seen him before, 'member? Skinny dude, long greasy hair, weird eyes. How many dudes like that walking around with old lady, not be voodoo lady and honky mofo?"
There was a loud laughter from the 25 people in the room. Natalie thought it sounded like the laughter of anxiety release.
"Go on,"
said Marvin.
"We followed them, man. They go to an old house. We follow them, man. Setch say, get you, but I say, let's see what's going down. George, he go up a tree on the side and see the voodoo lady sleeping. I say, let's do it. Setch say, okay. He got the lock open. We go in."
"Where the house?" asked Marvin.
"I'll show you, man."
"Tell me," snapped Marvin, and grabbed Lewis by the collar. The heavier boy whimpered and held his throat.
"It'd be on Queen Lane, man, not far from the avenue. I'll show you, man. Setch and George be waiting."
"Finish the story," Marvin said softly.
"We go in quiet,"
said Lewis.
"It only 4 o'clock, you know, but the voodoo lady, she be asleep upstairs in a room full of dolls."
"Dolls?"
"Yeah, like a kid's room, you know. Only she not exactly asleep, more like she do too much dope, you know."
"In a trance," said Natalie. Lewis looked at her.
"Yeah, like that."
"Then what?" said Gentry. Lewis grinned at everyone.
"Then I cut her throat, man."
"She dead?" said Leroy. Lewis's grin got wider.
"Oh, yes, she dead."
"What about the honky monster?" asked Marvin.
"Setch, George, and me, we find him in the kitchen. He be sharpening that big curved blade of his."
"The scythe?" said Natalie.
"Yeah,"
said Lewis.
"And he had a knife, you know. That what cut me when we took it away. Then Setch and George cut him, got him good, cut his fucking throat, man."
"He dead?"
"Yeah."
"You sure?"
"Fuck yeah, we sure. You think we don't know when somebody dead, man?"
Marvin stared at Lewis. There was a strange gleam to the gang leader's startling blue eyes.
"This honky motherfucker killed 5 good brothers, Lewis. Muhammad be 6'2", mean dude. How come you and Setch and little George take this motherfucker so easy?"
Lewis shrugged.
"I don't know, man. When the voodoo lady dead, the honky, no monster, just a skinny little white kid. He crying when Setch cut his throat."
Marvin shook his head.
"I don't know, man. Sounds too easy. What about the pigs?"
Lewis stared.
"Hey, man," he said at last. "Setch say bring you right away. You want to see them or not?"
"Yeah," said Marvin. "Yeah."
"You're not going," said Gentry. "What do you mean I'm not going?" said Natalie. "Marvin wants photographs taken."
"I don't give a damn what Marvin wants," said Gentry. "You're staying here." They were on the 2nd floor in the curtained alcove. All the gang members were downstairs. Gentry had carried his suitcase up and was changing to corduroy slacks and a sweater. Natalie saw where blood had soaked through the bandages above his ribs.
"You're hurt," she said. "You shouldn't be going either."
"I have to see if the Fuller woman is dead."
"I want to see, too."
"No." Gentry pulled a goose-down vest over the sweater and turned to her. "Natalie." He raised one huge hand and touched her cheek gently. "Please, you're important to me." Natalie moved gently against him, careful not to brush against his side. She raised her face to kiss him. Afterward, nestling her face against wool, she whispered,
"You're important to me too, Rob."
"All right. I'll be back as soon as we see what's going on."
"But the pictures—"
"I'll use your Nikon, okay?"
"All right, but I don't feel right about—"
"Look," said Gentry, and shifted into his thickest drawl. "This here Marvin fella ain't no fool. He isn't going to take no chances."
"Don't you take chances."
"No, ma'am. I gotta go." He pulled her to him for a long, full kiss that made her forget about his ribs as she put her arms around him and held on tightly. Natalie watched from the second-story window as the group set out. With Lewis went Marvin, Leroy, the tall youth named Calvin, a sullen-faced older gang member called Trout, twin boys Natalie did not know, and Jackson. The ex-medic had shown up just as the expedition was departing. Everyone was armed except Lewis, Gentry, and Jackson. Calvin and Leroy carried sawed-off shotguns under their loose coats. Trout carried a long-barreled .22, and the twins had small, cheap-looking pistols that Rob had called Saturday night specials. Gentry had asked Marvin for the Ruger, but the gang leader had laughed, finished loading the heavy weapon, and slid it into the pocket of his own army jacket. Gentry looked up and waved the Nikon at her when they left. Natalie sat on the mattress in the corner and fought the urge to cry. She went through all of the possibilities and permutations in her mind. If Melanie Fuller was dead, they might be able to leave. Might. But what about the authorities Rob had talked about? And the Oberst? And what about Anthony Herod? Natalie tasted bile when she thought about that lizard-eyed little son of a bitch. The memory of the fear and hatred of women she had sensed during those few minutes under his control made her gorge rise. She wished that she had kicked his ugly face in when she had had the chance. A noise on the stairs made her stand up. Someone was emerging into the dim light at the head of the stairs. The second floor was empty except for her. Taylor had been left in charge, some of the gang members had gone off to alert others, and Natalie heard laughter from the first floor. The person at the top of the stairs moved hesitantly toward the light, and Natalie caught a glimpse of a white hand, pale face. She looked around quickly. No weapons had been left upstairs. She ran to the pool table, brilliantly lit under the single hanging lamp, and lifted a pool cue, swinging it slightly to find the balance of it. She held it in both hands and said, "Who is it?" "Only me." Bill Woods, the minister who supposedly ran Community House, stepped into the light. "I'm sorry if I scared you." Natalie relaxed her posture, but did not put down the pool cue. "I thought you were gone." The frail-looking man leaned over the table to play with the white cue ball. "Oh, I've been in and out all afternoon. You know where Marvin and the other boys have gone?" "No." Woods shook his head and adjusted thick glasses. "It's terrible, the discrimination and exploitation these children suffer. Did you know that unemployment among black teenagers in this area is over 90%? "No," said Natalie. She had moved around the table from this thin, intense man, but she sensed nothing in him but a burning desire to communicate. "Oh, yes," said Woods. "The shops and stores along the avenue are owned almost exclusively by whites, mostly Jews. They no longer live around here, but they continue to control what business remains. Nothing new there." "What do you mean?" said Natalie. She wondered if Rob and the group were there yet. If the dead woman was not Melanie Fuller, what would Rob do? "The Jews, I mean," said Woods. He perched on the edge of the pool table and tugged his pant leg down. He touched his little mustache, a fuzzy black line that looked like a nervous caterpillar on his upper lip. "There's a long history of the Jews exploiting the underprivileged in America's cities. You are black, Miss Preston. You must understand this implicitly."
"I don't know what the hell you're talking about,"
said Natalie, just as an explosion rocked the front of the home.
"Good heavens!"
cried Woods as Natalie ran to one of the windows. 2 abandoned automobiles along the curb were burning fiercely. Flames leaped 30 feet into the air and illuminated empty lots, abandoned row houses across the way, and the railroad embankment to the north. A dozen gang members ran into the front sidewalk, shouting and brandishing shotguns and other weapons.
"I had better get back to the youth center and call the fire department," said Woods. "The phone here was not working earlier when—"
Natalie turned to see why the minister had stopped talking. Woods was staring at someone standing at the head of the stairs, just at the edge of the circle of light. He was young and thin, almost cadaverous, dressed in a torn and stained army jacket. His gaunt cheeks glowed whitely, and long, tangled hair hung down over eyes set so deeply that they seemed to burn out of pits in a fleshy skull. The mouth was wide and open, and Natalie could see the stub of a tongue moving like a small, pink, mutilated creature in a dark hole. He held a scythe taller than himself, and when he stepped forward, his shadow leaped 10 feet high onto the patched and plastered wall.
"You don't belong here,"
began the Reverend Bill Woods. The scythe actually whistled as it completed its arc. Woods's head was not completely severed. Rags of tissue and a shred of spinal cord connected it loosely as the body slowly toppled over onto it. There was a soft thump, and blood pumped across the green felt top of the pool table, pooling in the nearest pocket. The silent, long-haired figure jerked the scythe blade from the body and turned toward Natalie. Even as Woods had said his last absurd words, Natalie was using the pool cue to shatter the window. There were metal bars on all of the windows. She screamed as loudly as she could, the hysteria she heard there surprising her, bringing her back to herself. The flames and shouts outside masked her screams. No one looked up. Natalie flipped the pool cue so the heavy side was farthest from her, and she ran toward the table. The thing with the scythe edged to its right. Natalie edged to her right, keeping the table between them, glancing toward the stairway. There was no way she could reach the stairs in time. Her legs went weak, threatening to drop her to the floor. Natalie screamed, yelled for help, swung the heavy cue, feeling the adrenaline beginning to pump inside her. The long-haired nightmare shuffled quickly to its right. Natalie shifted, keeping the table between them, moving ever so slightly closer to the stairs. The thing lifted the scythe, breaking the glass shade on the hanging lamp and setting it swinging. There was the sound of water lapping. Natalie looked down and realized that it was blood still pumping from the neck of the corpse on the table. Even as she watched, it stopped. The swinging light threw incredible shadows on the wall and changed the color of the blood and vase from red and green to black and gray with every swing. Natalie screamed just as the thing across the table leaped, seemed to fly over the top of the pool table, and brought the scythe down in a wide arc. She jumped in under the blade and staff, flipping the pool cue and bringing it up like a spear, feeling the point bury itself in the thing's jacket, even as he crashed down on her. The base of the pool cue hit the floor as she went to one knee, and the stick acted like a lever, vaulting the figure over her. He landed on his back with a thump and swung the scythe at her legs as he lay there, the blade rattling along the boards. Natalie jumped high, clearing the blade by 2 feet, and ran for the stairs even as the jacketed shadow rolled to his feet. She threw the pool cue at him, heard it hit, and did not wait to see the result. Natalie went down the stairs 3 at a time. Heavy footsteps clattered behind her. She crashed into the hallway, bounced off Kara at the entrance to the kitchen, and kept running.
"Where the hell you going, girl?"
called Kara.
"Run!"
The staff of the scythe came through the kitchen doorway and caught Kara solidly between the eyes. The beautiful young woman went down without a sound, her head striking the base of the stove. Natalie slammed through the back door, vaulted the railing, landed and rolled on the frozen ground 4 feet below, and was up and running before the door crashed open behind her. Natalie ran through the cold night air, across the tumbled wasteland behind Community House, down a pitch-black alley, across a street, and down another alley. Behind her, the footsteps grew heavier and closer. She heard heavy breathing, an animal's raspy panting. Natalie put her head down and ran. 27. Germantown, Sunday, December 28, 1980. Tony Harrod was only half aware of what Colburn and Kepler were talking about as they drove him back to the Chestnut Hills Inn on Sunday evening. Harrod was half reclining in the back seat of the car, holding an ice pack in place. His attention seemed to slip in and out of focus with the tides of pain that ebbed and flowed through his head and neck. He was not sure why Joseph Kepler was there, or where he had come from. "Pretty damn sloppy, if you ask me," said Kepler. "Yeah," said Colburn. "But tell me you didn't enjoy it. Did you see the look on the passengers' faces when that bus driver floored it?" Colburn barked a peculiarly childish laugh. "Now you have 3 dead civilians, 5 injured, and a crashed bus to explain." "Haynes is handling it," said Colburn. "No sweat. We have backing all the way to the top on this one, remember?" "I can't imagine Barrent is going to enjoy hearing about it." "Barrent can go fuck himself." Harrod moaned and opened his eyes. It was dark, the streets almost empty. Every bounce on the bricks or trolley tracks sent spasms of pain up through the base of his skull. He started to speak, but discovered that his tongue seemed too thick and too clumsy to function. He decided to close his eyes. "Important part was keeping them in the secure area," Colburn was saying. "And what if we hadn't been there as backup?" "We were there. You think I'm going to leave anything important to that putz in the back seat?" Harrod kept his eyes closed and wondered who they were talking about. Kepler's voice came again. "You're sure those 2 are being used by the old man?" "By Willie Borden?" said Colburn. "No, but we're sure the Jew was, and we're sure that these 2 were involved with the Jew. Barrent thinks the Kraut's up to something bigger than settling Trask's hash." "Why would Borden go after Trask in the first place?" Colburn barked his laugh again. "Old Neiman baby sent a few of his plumbers to Germany to terminate Borden. They ended up in body bags, and you saw what happened to Trask." "And why is Borden here? To get the old woman?" "Who the hell knows? All those old farts were crazy as cockroaches." "Do you know where Borden is?" "You think we'd be dicking around like this if we did? Barrent says the Fuller broad is the best bait we have, but I'm getting goddamn tired of the waiting. It takes a hell of a lot of effort to keep the local cops and city authorities out of all this." "Especially when you use city buses the way you do," said Kepler. "The way we do," said Colburn, and both men laughed. Maria Chen looked up in surprise as Colburn and the man she did not know half-carried Tony Harrod into the sitting room of the motel suite. "Your boss bit off more than he could chew tonight," said Colburn, dropping Harrod's arm and letting him drop to a sofa. Harrod tried to sit upright on the edge of the couch, swayed, and fell back into the cushions. "What happened?" asked Maria Chen. "Tony, baby, got caught in a lady's bedroom by a jealous boyfriend," laughed Colburn. "We had the doctor at Operation Headquarters look at him," said the other man, the one who looked a little bit like Charlton Heston. "He thinks it may be a mild concussion, nothing more serious." "We have to get back," said Colburn. "Now that your Mr. Harrod has fucked up this part of the operation, all hell is ready to break loose in Spade City." He pointed at Maria Chen. See to it that he's down at the command trailer by 10 o'clock in the morning. Got that?" Maria Chen said nothing, showed nothing by her expression. Colburn grunted as if satisfied, and the two men left. Herod was fully aware of only parts of that evening. He distinctly remembered throwing up repeatedly in the small tiled bathroom. He recalled Maria Chen tenderly undressing him, and he remembered the cool slide of sheets against his skin. Someone applied cold cloths to his forehead during the night. He awakened once to find Maria Chen in bed next to him, her skin brown in white bra and panties. He reached for her, felt vertigo rise in him, and closed his eyes for a few more seconds. Herod awoke at 7 a.m. with one of the worst hangovers of his life. He felt for Maria Chen, found no one there, and sat up with a groan. He was sitting on the edge of the bed and wondering what Sunset Strip motel he was in when he remembered what had happened. "Ah, Christ," said Herod. It took him 45 minutes to shower and shave. He was reasonably certain that any sudden movement would send his head falling to the floor, and he had no interest in crawling around on all fours in the headless dark to find it. Maria Chen entered loudly just as Herod shuffled out to the sitting room in his orange robe. "Good morning," she said. "Bullshit." "It's a beautiful morning." "Screw it." "I brought some breakfast from the coffee shop. Why don't we have something to eat?" "Why don't you shut the fuck up?" Maria Chen smiled and set the white carry-out sacks on the counter at the far end of the room. She reached into her purse and pulled out the Browning automatic. "Tony, listen, I'm going to suggest once more that we have breakfast together. If I get another obscenity from you, or the slightest hint of a sullen response, I'm going to fire this entire pistol load of bullets into that refrigerator. I would guess that the noise would not be helpful to your precarious state of health at this moment." Herod stared at her. "You wouldn't dare." Maria Chen pulled back the slide, aimed the cocked weapon at the refrigerator, and looked away with eyes half shut. "Wait," said Herod. "Would you care to have breakfast with me?" Herod brought both hands to his temples and rubbed. "I'd be delighted," he said at last. Maria had brought 4 covered styrofoam cups, and after they finished the eggs, bacon, and cold hash browns, they each had a second cup of coffee. "I'd pay $10,000 to know who hit me," said Herod. Maria Chen produced Herod's checkbook and the cross pen he used for initialing contracts. "His name is Sheriff Bobby Joe Gentry. He comes from Charleston. Barrett thinks that he's here after the girl. The girl is here after Melanie Fuller, and they've all got something to do with Willie." Herod set the cup down and mopped at spilled coffee with a flap of his robe. "How in hell do you know that?" "Joseph told me." "Who the fuck is Joseph?" Ah, said Maria Chen, and pointed a finger at the refrigerator. "Who is Joseph?" "Joseph Kepler." "Kepler? I thought I dreamed that he was here. What the goddamn hell is Kepler doing here?" "Mr. Barrett sent him down yesterday," said Maria Chen. "He and Mr. Colburn were outside the hotel yesterday when Haynes's men radioed about the sheriff and the girl getting away. Mr. Barrett did not want the two to leave. It was Mr. Colburn who first used the bus." "The what?" Maria Chen explained. "Ah, fan-fucking-tastic," said Herod. He closed his eyes and slowly massaged his scalp. "That goddamn cracker cop gave me a goose egg the size of Warren Beatty's ego. What the fuck did he hit me with?" "His fist." "No shit?" "No shit," said Maria Chen. Herod opened his eyes. "And you heard all this from that inflammable hemorrhoid J.P. Kepler? Did you spend the night with him?" "Joseph and I went jogging together this morning." "He's staying here?" "Room 1010, next to Haynes and Mr. Colburn." Herod stood up, caught his balance, and lurched toward the bathroom. Maria Chen said, "Mr. Colvin requested that you be at the command trailer at 10 a.m. Herod smiled, returned to pick up the automatic, and said, "Tell him to stuff it up his ass." The ringing began at 10:13. At 10:15, 10:30, Tony Herod sat up and groped for the phone. "Yeah?" "Herod, get the hell down here." "Chuck, that you?" "Yeah." "Stuff it up your ass, Chuck." Maria Chen answered the second call that evening. Herod had just finished dressing to go out to dinner. "I believe you'll want to take it, Tony," she said. Herod grabbed the phone. "Yeah, what is it?" "I think you'll want to see this," said Kepler. "What?" "The sheriff you went waltzing with yesterday is out and moving." "Yeah? Where?" "Come down to the command trailer and we'll show you." "Can you send a goddamn car?" "One of the agents at your motel will drive you down." "Yeah," said Herod. "Look, don't let that shithead get away. I have a score to settle with him." "You'd better hurry then," said Kepler. It was dark, and snow was coming down heavily by the time Herod stepped into the cramped control room. Kepler looked up from where he leaned over one of the video screens. "Good evening, Tony, Ms. Chen." "Where the fuck is this cracker cop?" said Herod. Kepler pointed to a monitor showing Ann Bishop's home and an empty street. "They went up Queen Lane past the Blue Team observation post about 20 minutes ago." "Where's he now?" "We don't know. Colvin's men were unable to follow." "Unable to follow?" said Herod. "Jesus Christ! Colvin must have 30 or 40 agents in the area." "Almost 100, interrupted Kepler. "Washington sent reinforcements in this morning." 100 fucking G-men, and they can't follow a fat white cop in a ghetto full of jigaboos? Several of the men at consoles looked up disapprovingly, and Kepler motioned Herod and Maria Chen into Colvin's office. When the door was closed, Kepler said, "Gold Team was ordered to follow the sheriff and the young blacks who were with him, but Gold Team was unable to carry out orders because their surveillance vehicle was temporarily disabled." "What the hell does that mean?" "Someone had slashed the tires on the fake AT&T truck they were in," said Kepler. Herod laughed. "Ha! Why didn't they follow on foot?" Kepler sat back in Colvin's chair and folded his hands across his flat stomach. "First, because everyone on Gold Team was white that shift, and they thought they would be too conspicuous. Second, they had standing orders not to leave the truck." "Why's that?" Kepler smiled ever so slightly. "It's a bad neighborhood. Colvin and the others were afraid that it might be stripped." Herod roared. Finally he said, "Where the hell is Chucky, baby, anyway?" Kepler nodded toward a radio receiver on the console along the north wall of the office. Static and radio babble muttered from it. "He's up in his helicopter." "Figures," said Herod. He folded his arms and scowled. "I want to see what this damn sheriff looks like." Kepler keyed the intercom and spoke softly. 30 seconds later, a video monitor on the console lit and showed a tape of Gentry and the others passing. A light enhancement lens spotlighted the scene in a green-white haze, but Herod could make out the heavy-set man among the young blacks. Pale numerals, codes, and a digital time record were superimposed along the bottom of the screen. "I'm gonna see him again soon," whispered Herod. "We have another team out on foot looking," said Kepler. "And we're fairly certain the whole group will be going back to that community center where the gang's been congregating." Suddenly the radio band monitor began squawking, and Kepler turned it up. Charles Colvin's voice was almost quaking with excitement.
Red Leader to Castle. Red Leader to Castle. We have a fire on the street near CH1. Repeat, we have a... Negative. Make that 2 fires on the street near CH1.
What's CH1? Asked Maria Chen. Community house, said Kepler, switching channels on the monitor. The big old house I just mentioned where the gang's headquartered. Charles calls it Coon Hole 1. The monitor showed the flames from half a block away. The camera seemed to be in some vehicle parked along the curb. The light enhancement equipment turned the 2 burning cars into pyres of light that blobbed out the entire image until someone changed the lens. Then there was still enough light to see dark figures scurrying from the house and brandishing weapons. Kepler switched on the audio. Negative, Red Leader. This is Green Team near CH1. No sight of the intruder.
Well, God damn it, came Colbin's voice. Get yellow and gray to cover the area. Purple, you have anybody coming from the north?
Negative, Red Leader.
Castle, you copying this?
Affirmative, Red Leader, came the bored tones from the agent in the control room of the trailer.
Get the EM van we used yesterday over there to douse that fire before the city gets involved.
Affirmative, Red Leader.
What's the EM van?
Herod asked Kepler. The emergency medical van. Colbin brought it down from New York. It's one reason this operation is costing $200,000 a day.
Herod shook his head. 100 federal cops, helicopter, emergency vans, to corner 2 old people who don't even have their own teeth anymore.
Maybe not, said Kepler as he put his feet up on Colbin's desk and made himself comfortable. But at least one of them can still bite. Herod and Maria Chen turned their chairs and sat back to watch the show. On Tuesday morning, Colbin called a conference to be held at 9 a.m. at 5,000 feet. Herod showed his disgust, but boarded the helicopter. Kepler and Maria Chen smiled at each other, both still slightly flushed from their 6-mile run through Chestnut Hill. Richard Haynes sat in the co-pilot seat, while Colbin's neutral pilot remained expressionless behind his aviator glasses. Colbin swiveled his jump seat around and faced the 3 on the rear bench as the helicopter followed a pattern south to the river and Fairmount Park, east to the expressway, and then north and west to Germantown again.
We still don't know what that little gang fight was about last night, said Colbin, with the coons shooting each other up. Maybe it's something Willie or the old broad is involved in. But the mounting casualty rate around here must have helped Barrett decide. He's given us the go-ahead. The operation's on.
Great, said Herod, because I'm getting the fuck out of here by tonight.
Negative, said Colbin. We have 48 hours to flush your friend Willie out. Then we move on the Fuller bitch.
You don't even know Willie's here, said Herod. I still think he's dead.
Colbin shook his head and leveled a finger at Herod. No, you don't. You know as well as we do that old son of a bitch is around here and up to something. We don't know if the Fuller woman is working with him or not, but by Thursday morning it won't matter.
Why wait so long? Asked Kepler. Herod's here. Your people are in place.
Colbin shrugged. Barrett wants to use the Jew. If Willie rises to the bait, we'll move immediately. If not, we'll terminate the Jew, finish the old woman, and see what develops.
What Jew?
Asked Tony Herod. One of your friend Willie's old cat's paws, said Colbin. Barrett did one of his $29.95 conditioning jobs on him and wants to turn him loose on the old kraut.
Quit calling him my friend, snapped Herod.
Sure, said Colbin. Does your boss sound better?
You two knock it off, Kepler said emotionlessly. Tell Herod what the plan is. Colbin leaned over and said something to the pilot. They hovered motionless 5,000 feet above the gray-brown geometries of Germantown.
Thursday morning, we'll seal the entire area, said Colbin. Nobody in, nobody out. We'll have the Fuller woman located precisely.
Most of the time she spends the night in that Grumblethorpe shack on Germantown Avenue. Haynes will lead a tactical team in a forced entry. Agents will take care of the Bishop woman and the kid she's been using. That leaves Melanie Fuller. She's all yours, Tony. Herod folded his arms and looked down at the empty streets. Then what? Then you terminate her. Just like that. Just like that, Herod. Barrett says that you can use anybody you want, but you have to be the one to do it. Why me? Dues, Herod, dues. I would think you'd want to interrogate her. Kepler spoke. We considered it, but Mr. Barrett decided that it was more important to neutralize her. Our real goal is to bring the old man out of hiding. Herod chewed on his thumbnail and looked down at rooftops. And what if I don't succeed in terminating her? Colburn smiled. Then we take her out, and the club still has a vacant seat. It's not going to break anybody's heart, Herod. But we still have the Jew to try, said Kepler. We don't know what results that may bring. When does that go down? Asked Herod. Colburn looked at his watch. It's already started, he said. He motioned to the pilot to go lower. Want to see what happens?
28. Melanie. We had a quiet weekend. On Sunday, Anne made a pleasant dinner for the three of us. The stuffed pork chops were quite good, but I felt that she had a tendency to overcook the vegetables. Vincent cleared the table while Anne and I sipped tea from her best china cups. I thought of my own Wedgwood gathering dust in Charleston and felt a twinge of loss and homesickness. I was too tired to send Vincent out that evening despite my curiosity about the photograph. Everything could wait. More important were the voices in the nursery. Every evening they became clearer, bordering on the understandable now. The previous night, after bathing Vincent and before going to sleep, I'd been able to separate the whispers into discrete voices. There were at least 3, a boy and 2 girls. It did not seem unlikely that children's voices were to be heard in the 2-century-old nursery. Late Sunday night, after 9, Anne and Vincent returned to Grumblethorpe with me. Sirens wailed nearby. After securing the doors and shutters, I left Anne in the parlor and Vincent in the kitchen and went upstairs. It was a cold night. I crawled under the covers and watched the heater filaments glow in the shadowy room. The eyes of the life-size boy reflected the light, and his few remaining tufts of hair glowed orange. The voices were very clear. On Monday I sent Vincent out. I did not like to let him go out in the daytime. It was a bad neighborhood. But I needed to know about the photograph. Vincent carried his knife and the revolver I had borrowed from the Atlanta cab driver. He squatted in the torn-out back seat of an abandoned car for several hours, watching colored teenagers pass. Once a stubble-cheeked drunk thrust his face in the rear window and yelled something, but Vincent opened his mouth and hissed, and the drunk quickly disappeared. Finally, Vincent saw someone we recognized. It was the 3rd boy, the young one who had run away on Saturday night. He was walking with a heavy-set teenager and an older boy. Vincent let them get a block ahead and followed. They passed by Anne's house and continued south to where the commuter train line created an artificial canyon. A narrow street ran east and west, and the 3 boys entered an abandoned apartment building there. The structure was a strange caricature of an antebellum mansion. 4 disproportionate columns falling from a flat overhang, tall windows with rotting lintels, and the remnants of a wrought-iron fence demarcating a plot of frozen weeds and rusted tin cans. The windows on the ground floor were boarded up and the main door chained, but the boys went to a basement window where bars had been bent, the pane broken out, and slipped in there. Vincent jogged the 4 blocks back to Anne's house. I had him take the large feather pillow on Anne's bed, stuff it in his oversized rucksack, and jog back to the apartment building. It was a gray, tired day. Snow fell in desultory flurries from a low sky. The air smelled of exhaust fumes and old cigars. There was little traffic. A train roared by as Vincent stuffed the backpack in ahead of himself and slipped through the shattered window. The boys were on the 3rd floor, crouched in a tight circle among shards of fallen plaster and pools of icy water. Windows had been broken, and there were glimpses of gray sky through the rotted ceiling. Graffiti covered every inch of the walls. All 3 of the boys were on their knees, as if worshipping the white powder that bubbled in spoons held over a single can of sterno. Their left arms were bare. Rubber cords were bound tightly around their biceps. Syringes were set out on dirty rags before them. I looked through Vincent's eyes and realized that this was a sacrament, the holiest sacrament in the urban Negro's modern church of despair. 2 of the boys looked up and saw Vincent just as he stepped out of hiding, holding the pillow in front of him like a shield. The young boy, the one we had let get away on Saturday night, started to shout something just as Vincent shot him through his open mouth. Feathers fluttered like snow, and there was the smell of the scorched pillowcase. The older boy pivoted and tried to run away on his knees, scrabbling over chunks of plaster. Vincent fired twice more, the first shot slapping the youth onto his stomach, the second one missing. The boy rolled over, clutching his stomach and writhing like some sea creature thrown up on an inhospitable shore. Vincent set the pillow firmly over the Negro's terrified face, pressed the pistol deep, and fired again. The writhing ceased after one more violent kick. Vincent lifted the revolver and turned to the 3rd boy. It was the heavy-set one. He continued to kneel where he had been, syringe still poised above his left arm, eyes wide. There was a look approaching religious awe and reverence on his fat, black face. Vincent dropped the pistol into his jacket pocket and flipped open his long knife. The boy began to move, slowly, every movement as exaggerated as if he were underwater. Vincent kicked him in the forehead, toppling him over backward and kneeling on his chest. The syringe spun away on the filthy floor. Vincent inserted the point of the blade under the skin of the boy's throat, just to the right of the Adam's apple. It was here that I realized I had a problem. Much of my energy at that moment went toward restraining Vincent. I needed this boy to tell me about the photograph, who brought it to Philadelphia, how this colored riffraff received it, and what they were using it for. But Vincent could not ask the questions. I had vaguely considered using the boy directly, but this now seemed unlikely. It is possible to use someone you have not seen firsthand. Difficult, but possible. I have done it on several occasions where I have used a conditioned cat's paw as the instrument of making contact. The difficulty here was twofold. First, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to interrogate someone while using them, although there is a glimmer of the surface of their thoughts, especially at the second of contact. The very act of suppressing their will so necessary to using them also has the effect of inhibiting or eliminating rational thought processes in the subject. I could no more read the subtleties of this fat Negro's mind than he could read mine. Using him would be like sitting in a repugnant but necessary vehicle for a short drive. It would take me to my destination, but could not answer my questions. Second, if I shifted my focus sufficiently to use the boy, perhaps to return him to Anne's house, I was not sure that my conditioning of Vincent was sufficient to keep him from following his own impulses and cutting the Negro's throat. A dilemma. In the end, I had Vincent keep the boy there, while I sent Anne to join them. I was not comfortable with staying alone, even in Grumblethorpe, but I had little choice. I did not want to bring the boy back to either house while there was a chance of him or Vincent being seen. Anne drove the DeSoto and parked it down the street, taking care to lock the car. It was difficult for her to go through the basement window, so I had Vincent drag the heavy-set boy downstairs, and the two broke the lock on a side door. It was quite dark in the first-floor room when Anne began asking questions. "Where did the photograph come from?" The boy's eyes widened further, and he licked his lips. "What photograph?" Vincent struck the boy, low, very hard. The Negro gasped, struggled. Vincent brought the blade up against a raw throat. "The photograph of the elderly woman. It was on one of the boys who died Saturday," Anne said softly. Because of the conditioning, it was not difficult to use her while restraining Vincent. "You mean the voodoo lady?" gasped the boy. "But you ain't her." Anne smiled when I did. "Who is the voodoo lady?" The boy tried to swallow. His expression was comical. "She be the lady who make the honky-monk, who make this dude do what he does. That is what the woman say." "What woman is that?" "The one that talks funny." "How is it that she speaks funny?" "You know." The boy was panting as if he had run a race. "Like the fat honky pig, like they from down south somewhere." "And she brought the photograph, or did the overweight police officer?" "She did. Day before yesterday. She be looking for the voodoo lady. Marvin saw the picture. He remembered right away. Now we all looking." "For the woman in the photograph? The voodoo lady?" "Yeah." The boy began to twist away. Vincent struck him on the side of the head with the heel of his hand, rolled him over, slammed him against the wall twice, and lifted him by his torn shirt front. The knife blade was an inch from the Negro's eye. "We're going to talk again," Anne said softly. "You're going to tell me everything I would like to know." The boy did as he was told. In the end, I sent Vincent out of the room before using the boy. There was no difficulty. I could not approximate the youth's loose-jointed, exaggerated style of walking, but there was no reason to do that. Of more concern were his speech patterns, tone, vocabulary, syntax. I had him speak to Anne for over an hour before I began to use him directly. There was no real resistance. At first the voice and phrasing came only with difficulty, but by relaxing, allowing some of the boy's subconscious flair for dialect to come through, I was able to speak through him in a way I hoped would be believable. Anne drove the two back to the vicinity of Grumblethorpe, where she dropped Vincent and the boy, Louis, off on the corner. Vincent disappeared for a few minutes and then returned with cartridges for the revolver. I sent Louis back to the community house while Vincent came in through the tunnel, and Anne returned the car to the garage behind her house on Queen Lane. The charade with the gang members went very well. Once or twice I felt my control slipping for a split second, but concealed it by having Louis simulate problems with his throat. I recognized the gang leader, Marvin, at once. It had been his blue eyes that stared at me so pitilessly on Christmas Eve as I lay in the dog feces. I looked forward to settling accounts with this boy. In the middle of the discussion, just when I was beginning to feel secure, a young black woman in the back of the crowd said, "You recognized her from my photo?" And I almost lost control of Louis. Her voice was free of the flat, ugly northern dialect. It reminded me of home. Next to her, wrapped in an absurd blanket, was a white man whose face seemed very familiar to me. It took me a minute to realize that he also must be from Charleston. It seemed to me that I had seen his photograph in one of Mrs. Hodges's evening papers years before. Something about an election. "Sounds too easy," Marvin was saying. "What about the pigs?" He meant police. I knew from interrogating Louis that there were plainclothes officers in the neighborhood. He had no more idea why they were there than I did, although I assumed that the elimination of 5 people, even worthless gang members, would bring some official reaction. But his use of the ugly vernacular pigs for police sparked the connection. The red-faced white man was a Charleston police officer, the sheriff, if I remembered correctly. I had read an article about him some years ago. "Hey, man," I had Lewis say to Marvin, "such say bring you right away. You want to see them or not?" Although the presence of these 2 Charleston people and the knowledge that there were numerous plainclothes police in the area created deep anxiety in me, the rush of concern was counterbalanced by a thrill approaching true exhilaration. This was exciting. I felt younger each hour this game was played. The timing was very tricky. Vincent set off the gasoline bombs in the abandoned vehicles just when Lewis led the gang leader, the sheriff, whose name I could not remember, and 6 others onto the street near the apartment building. I stayed with Vincent then as he ran around behind the community house, eliminated the single gang member remaining on the back porch, and went upstairs with his awkward scythe. I had hoped the girl would go with Lewis and the others. It would have been helpful. But I learned long ago to deal with reality as it was, not as I wished it to be. But I wanted the girl alive. There was a brief scuffle on the 2nd floor of the community house. Just when Lewis needed my attention, I found myself working to restrain Vincent from being too rough. Because of that temporary awkwardness, the girl escaped into the streets behind the house. I let Vincent follow in pursuit and returned my attention to where Lewis stood swaying on the curb near the apartment building. "What the fuck the matter, man?" The gang leader's name was Marvin something. "Nothing, man," I had Lewis say. "Road hurts." "You sure they in there?" the one called Leroy said. "I don't hear nothing." "They in back," I had Lewis say. The white sheriff stood nearby in the light from the only working street lamp on the block. As far as I could tell, he was unarmed, except for a camera much like the one Mr. Hodges used to drag out at every opportunity. 2 trains roared by, out of sight in their cement canyon. "The side door's open," Lewis said. "Come on, I'll show you." He had unzipped his jacket moments earlier. Under the sweater and rough wool shirt, I could distinctly feel the cold steel of the cab driver's revolver. Vincent had reloaded it in the dark alley earlier. Marvin hesitated. "No," he said. "Leroy Jackson, him and me will go." He jerked a thumb at the sheriff. "Lewis, you stay here with Cal and Trout and GR and GB." I had Lewis shrug. The sheriff gave me a long look before he turned and followed Marvin and the other 2 around to the side door. "They on the 3rd floor, man," I had Lewis call after them. "In the back." They disappeared into the snowy darkness. I did not have much time. Part of my consciousness was aware of the warm glow of the heater and the staring eyes of the mannequin in the nursery. Part of me ran with Vincent through the darkened alleys, heard the labored panting of our tired quarry ahead, while part of my attention had to be with Lewis as the one called Calvin shifted from foot to foot and said, "Shit, it's cold. You got something to smoke, man?" "Yeah," I had Lewis say. "I got something good here." He reached under his shirt, pulled the pistol free, and shot Calvin in the stomach from 2 feet away. The tall boy did not go down. He staggered backward, but put his hand to the hole in his coat front and said, "Fuck, man." The twins took one look and ran back toward Queen Lane. The 20-year-old named Trout tugged the long-barreled revolver from under his coat. Lewis swiveled, leveled the pistol, and shot Trout in the left eye. There was no way to muffle the noise. Calvin had gone down to his knees in the street, holding his stomach with both hands and looking irritated. He grabbed at Lewis's leg when I tried to walk by. "Hey, Jesus fuck, man! Why'd you do that?" There were 3 sharp, flat sounds from the direction the twins had run, toward parked cars on Queen Lane, and something hit Lewis in the upper part of his left arm. I blocked the pain for both of us, but felt the numbness there. He raised the pistol and emptied it in the direction from which the shots had come. Someone screamed, and there was another shot, but no impact. I had Lewis drop the revolver and rip open Calvin's coat, pulling the shotgun free. He stepped over and pried the pistol out of Trout's clenched hand. 3 more shots slapped from the direction of Queen Lane, and something struck Calvin with the sound of a hammer hitting a side of beef. Incredibly, the tall boy still clung to Lewis's leg. "Oh, fuck! Why, man?" he kept repeating softly. Lewis shoved him away, slid the target pistol in his coat pocket, hefted the shortened shotgun, and ran for the side of the apartment building. There were no more shots from the direction of Queen Lane. Vincent had cornered the girl in a burned-out row house not far from Germantown Avenue. He stood just inside the doorway and listened to her stumble around amid the charred timbers and tumbled stairways in the rear of the structure. The windows were boarded. As far as we knew, there was no exit except for the single doorway. I used the full force of my will to make Vincent move just inside the door and to squat in the darkness there, listening, sniffing the air, smelling the faint, sweet scent of the woman's fear, and moving the scythe blade gently back and forth. Lewis stepped through the side door of the apartment building, moving quickly so as not to silhouette himself against the lighter doorway. Those inside must have heard the shots, or found the bodies on the 3rd floor. There were no shots as Lewis moved quickly down the hall. He stopped outside the first room and peered in. There was no light. Something moved down the hall in the direction of the main stairway, and Lewis fired the shotgun, the recoil flinging his right arm up. He braced the short stock against his thigh to pump another shell into the chamber and then squatted, watching for shadows. For a second I had the sense-impression overlay of the 2 young men, Vincent and Lewis, more than a mile apart, squatting in almost identical positions, ears straining to hear the slightest sound. Then there was a flash and an echoing roar. Plaster pelted Lewis's cheeks, and Vincent and I flinched reflexively even as I had Lewis up and running toward the flash, firing, pausing to pump in another shell, running again. There was a sound of footsteps on the littered stairs. Someone shouted from the 2nd floor. Lewis squatted at the base of the stairs while I thought it out. Lewis was eminently expendable. Already his reflexes had been dulled by the shock of the small bullet in his left upper arm. I would love to use one of the others in the building, but that was too much to ask. Already I was straining to keep Anne alert on the 1st floor of Grumblethorpe, hold Vincent in check in the burned-out row house, and keep Lewis functioning. I wanted the blue-eyed Negro. I wanted him very badly. I also wanted to see the sheriff again, to get as close as possible. I had questions to ask of him, and possible uses for him after I received the answers. A large handgun flashed from the next landing, and a piece of banister splintered away. Lewis crouched lower. There were 4 of them. Marvin, who had loaded a heavy revolver and laughed when the sheriff had asked for it back in the community house. Leroy, the bearded one, who had been carrying a shortened shotgun identical to the one Lewis now held. The sheriff, who had no weapon visible. And Jackson, the older Negro, who had been carrying a blue backpack. Also GB and GR, the young twins, might at that minute be returning with their cheap little pistols. Lewis ran up the stairs, stumbling once, missed a step and fell forward onto the 2nd floor landing. A shotgun blasted from 15 feet away. Something ripped at Lewis's scalp and the side of his face. I blocked the pain, but used the back of his hand to touch his cheek and left ear. The left ear was gone. Lewis extended the shotgun straight-armed and fired in the direction of the flash. "God damn it!" shouted a black voice I thought was Leroy's. A handgun roared from the opposite direction, and a bullet pierced Lewis's calf and struck a railing slat. I had him run in the direction of the handgun flash, pumping the shotgun by bracing it against his chest. Someone ran down the dark hallway ahead of him and then created a racket, slipping and falling. Lewis stopped, found a lighter shadow against the dark background, raised the shotgun. The figure rolled into a black rectangle of a doorway just as Lewis fired. The muzzle flash showed the one named Marvin rolling out of sight even as the doorway splintered. Lewis pumped, extended the shotgun around the corner, and squeezed the trigger. Nothing. He pumped and fired again. Nothing. I had him throw the useless weapon even as the handgun flashed again and something struck Lewis hard on the left collarbone, spinning him around. He struck a wall and slid to the floor, pulling out the long-barreled pistol as he fell. There was another shot, high, striking the wall 3 feet above Lewis's head. I helped him aim carefully, very carefully, precisely where the muzzle flash had been. The pistol did not fire. Lewis fumbled for a safety catch, found a lever, pushed it down. He fired twice toward the corner, and then rolled to his left over his dead arm, struggling to his feet. Lewis ran into someone, felt the breath go out of himself and heard it go out of the other man, even as the two crashed into the corner. I knew from the size of the figure that it was the sheriff. I raised the pistol until it touched his chest. Light exploded into our eyes. Lewis backed away, and I had the frozen image of the sheriff standing there, triggering the electronic flash on the camera at his side. There was a second flash, a third. Lewis tried to blink away blue retinal echoes, and I turned him toward the real threat, pistol extended, but too late. Even as we turned and squinted through blue haze, the gang leader was crouching with a heavy revolver braced in both hands, squeezing. I felt no pain, but sensed the impact as the first bullet caught Lewis in the groin, and the second one struck his chest with the sound of splintering ribs. I would have used him still if the third bullet had not struck him in the face. There was a loud rushing noise, and I lost the contact. As many times as I have experienced the death of someone I was using, it remains an unsettling experience, like being cut off in mid-conversation on the telephone. I rested a moment, sensing only the hiss of the heater, the scabbed face of the life-size doll, and the now audible whispering of the nursery walls. "Melanie," they called. "Melanie, there is danger. Listen to us." I listened even as I returned my attention to Vincent. The noises in the back of the charcoal-smelling row house had all but stopped. The girl had nowhere to go. I felt the adrenaline surge through Vincent's powerful body as he stood, hefted the balanced deadliness of the scythe, and moved surely and silently toward her through the darkness.
29. Germantown, Monday, December 29th, 1980. They operated on Saul Lasky on Monday afternoon. He was unconscious about 20 minutes and woozy for another hour. When he was aware of his surroundings, the same small cell he had been in since Sunday morning, he peeled back the dressings and inspected the incision. They had cut into the fleshy part of the inside of his lower left arm, about 3 inches above the faded tattoo of his camp number. The surgery had been competently carried out, the stitches carefully done. Despite the post-operative soreness and swelling, Saul could make out a lump that had not been there before. They had inserted something about the size of a thick quarter beneath the large muscle of his forearm. Saul replaced the dressings and lay back to think. He had had much time to think. It had been a surprise when they had not released him or used him for some purpose on Sunday morning. He was certain that they had brought him to Philadelphia for a reason. The helicopter had landed at a remote section of a large airport, and Saul had been blindfolded and transferred to a limousine. From the stops and starts and muffled street sounds, he was sure that they had driven through busy parts of the city. Once he heard the hum of bridge metal under tires. They had bumped across a rough area before stopping. If it had not been for city sounds, a distant siren, shouts, the rush of a commuter train moving up to speed, Saul would have thought that they were out in the country. Not the country, then, but an open, muddy, rutted area in the middle of a city. An empty lot, construction site, parkland. He had gone up 3 steps before being led through a door, right down a narrow corridor, right again. He had bumped the wall twice, and something about the feel of it and the echoes in the narrow room made him believe he was in a trailer or mobile home. The cell was less sturdy and impressive than the one in Washington. There was a cot, a chemical toilet, a small ventilator grill through which came muted voices, occasional laughter. Saul would have killed for a book. It was odd how the human organism adapted to almost any condition, but he could never get used to going entire days without reading. He remembered as a boy in the Lodz ghetto how his father had taken it upon himself to list available books and set up a sort of lending library. Sometimes those who were being shipped to the camps brought the books with them, and Saul's father scratched the title off the list with a sigh. But usually the tired men and sad-eyed women returned them religiously, sometimes with a bookmark still in place. "You will finish it when you return," Saul's father would say, and the people would nod. 2 or 3 times Colburn came in to carry on a half-hearted interrogation, but Saul felt the man's lack of interest. Like Saul, Colburn was waiting. Everyone in the complex of trailers was waiting. Saul could feel it. Waiting for what? Saul used the time to think. He thought about the Oberst, Melanie Fuller, Colburn, Berendt, and the unknown others. For years he had labored under a basic and fatal misperception. He had thought that if he could understand the psychology of such evil, that he could cure it. He realized that he had been searching for the Oberst not only for his own clouded personal reasons, but also with the same eager scientific curiosity that an immunologist at the Centers for Disease Control would try to track down and isolate a new and lethal virus. It was interesting, intellectually stimulating. Find it, understand it, cure it. But there would be no antibodies for this plague bacillus. For years, Saul had been aware of the research and theories of Lawrence Kohlberg. Kohlberg had devoted his life to studying ethical and moral development. For a psychiatrist steeped in post-war psychotherapy theory, Kohlberg's musings seemed simplistic to the point of childishness. But lying in his cell listening to the whisper of ventilation, Saul realized how much sense Kohlberg's theory of moral development made in this situation. Kohlberg had discovered 7 levels of moral development, supposedly consistent through disparate cultures, times, and places. A level 1 was the essential infant, no sense of good or bad, all actions regulated by needs and wants, actions inhibited only by negative stimuli, the classic pleasure-pain basis for ethical judgments. By level 2, humans responded to right and wrong by accepting the authority of power. The big people know best. A level 3 person was fixated on rules. I followed orders. Level 4 ethics were dictated by the majority. A level 5 person devoted his or her life to creating and defending laws that best served the widest common good, while defending the legal rights even of those whose views the level 5 person could not accept. Level 5 people made wonderful ACLU lawyers. Saul had known his share of level 5s in New York. Level 6s were able to transcend the legalistic fixation of level 5s, focusing on the common good and higher ethical realities across national, cultural, and societal boundaries. Level 7s responded only to universal principles. Level 7s appeared to be represented by the occasional Jesuses, Gandhis, and Buddhas. Kohlberg was not an ideologue. Saul had met him several times and enjoyed his boyish sense of humor. And the researcher enjoyed pointing out simple paradoxes arising from his own hierarchy of moral development. America, Kohlberg had said at one cocktail party at Hunter College, was a Level 5 nation, established and founded by the most incredible assortment of practical Level 6s in any nation's history, and was populated primarily by Level 4s and 3s. Kohlberg stressed that in day-to-day decisions we often ranged below our highest level of moral development, but we never went higher than our developmental level. Kohlberg would sadly cite the inevitable destruction of all Level 7's teachings. Christ handing his legacy to the Level 3 Paul, the Buddha being represented by generations of priests never capable of rising above Level 6, and rarely reaching that. But the one thing Kohlberg never joked about was his later research. He found, to his early amazement and disbelief fading to acceptance and shock, that there was a Level 0. There were human beings beyond the fetal stage who had no moral bearings whatsoever. Not even pleasure-pain stimulus was a reliable guide to these people, if people was what they were. A Level 0 could walk up to a fellow citizen on the street, kill that person on a whim, and walk away without the slightest trace of guilt or afterthought. Level 0s did not want to be caught and punished, but did not base their actions upon avoidance of punishment. Nor was it a simple case of the pleasure of the forbidden criminal act outweighing fear of punishment. Level 0s could not differentiate criminal acts from everyday functions. They were morally blind. Hundreds of researchers were testing Kohlberg's hypotheses, but the data seemed solid, the conclusions convincing. At any given time, in any given culture, 1 or 2% of the population was at a Level 0 stage of human moral development. They came for Saul on Monday afternoon. Colban and Haynes held him while a third man injected him. He was unconscious in 3 minutes. When he awoke later with a headache and sore left arm, someone had inserted something in his flesh. Saul inspected the incision, shrugged, and rolled over to think. It was sometime Tuesday, he did not know when, that they released him. Haynes blindfolded him while Colban spoke. "We're going to let you go. You're not to go 6 blocks in any direction beyond the place where we release you. You're not to use the telephone. Someone will be in touch later to tell you what to do next. Talk to no one who does not speak to you first. If you break any of these rules, it will go hard on your nephew Aaron, Deborah, and the children. You understand this perfectly?" "Yes." They led him to the limousine. The ride lasted less than 5 minutes. Colban pulled the blindfold off and pushed Saul out the open door. Saul stood on a curb and blinked stupidly in the dim afternoon light. He looked too late to make out the license plate on the retreating limousine. Saul stepped back, bumped into a black woman carrying a shopping bag, apologized, and could not stop grinning. He walked along the narrow sidewalk, taking in every detail of the brick city street, worn shops, gray clouds, a paper blowing against a copper-green lamppost. Saul walked quickly, ignoring the pain in his left arm, crossing against the light, waving inanely to a cursing trolley driver. He was free. Saul knew it was an illusion. Undoubtedly, some of the people he was walking past on the street were watching him, following him. Some of the passing cars and vans almost certainly carried humorless men in dark suits whispering into their radios. The bump on his arm probably contained a radio transmitter or explosive device, or both. It simply did not matter. Saul's pockets were empty, so he walked up to the first man he saw, a huge black man in a worn red mackinaw, and asked for a quarter. The black man stared at the strange bearded apparition, raised a massive hand as if to swat Saul away, and then shook his hand and handed Saul a $5 bill. "Get help, brother," growled the giant. Saul went into a corner coffee shop, changed the 5 for quarters, and used the payphone in the foyer to call the Israeli embassy in Washington. They could not connect him with Aaron Eshkol or Levi Cole. Saul gave his name. The receptionist did not audibly gasp, but her voice tone shifted as she said, "Yes, Dr. Lasky, if you can hold 1 minute, I'm sure that Mr. Cohn would like to speak to you." "I'm calling from a payphone in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania," said Saul. He gave the number. "I'm out of quarters. Can you call me back so we can keep this line open?" "Of course," said the Israeli embassy receptionist. Saul hung up. The phone rang. The receiver buzzed once when he lifted it, and the line went dead. He moved to a second phone, tried to make a collect call to the embassy, and listened to the second line go dead. He stepped out onto the sidewalk, walking aimlessly. Moody and his family were dead. Saul had known it in his heart, but now he knew it. They could do little else to him now. Saul stopped, looked around, tried to spot the agents following him. There were few white men visible, but that meant nothing. The FBI had black agents. A handsome black man in an expensive camel coat crossed the street and approached Saul. The man had strong, broad features, a wide smile, and large mirrored sunglasses. He carried an expensive leather briefcase. The man grinned as if he knew Saul, stopped, and removed a deerskin glove before offering his hand. Saul took it. "Welcome, my little pawn," the man said in perfect Polish. "It is time you joined our game." "You're the Oberst." Saul felt a strange rippling, shifting sensation deep inside himself. He shook his head, and the feeling faded somewhat. The black man smiled and spoke in German. "Oberst, an honorable title, and one I have not heard in too long a time." He stopped in front of a Horn and Hardart restaurant and gestured. "You hungry?" "You killed Francis." The man idly rubbed his cheek. "Francis, I'm afraid I do not—" "Oh, yes, the young detective. Well," he smiled and shook his head. "Come, I will treat us to a late lunch." "You know they are watching us," said Saul. "Of course, and we are watching them. Not the most productive of activities at the best of times." He opened the door for Saul. "After you," he said in English. "My name is Jensen Luhar," said the black man as they sat at a table in the almost empty restaurant. Luhar had ordered a cheeseburger, onion rings, and a vanilla malt. Saul stared at a cup of coffee. "Your name is Wilhelm von Borchert," said Saul. "If there ever was a Jensen Luhar, he is long since destroyed." Jensen Luhar made a curt motion with his hand and removed his sunglasses. "A matter of semantics at this point. Are you enjoying the game?" "No." "Is Aaron Eshkol dead?" "Your nephew, yes, I am afraid he is." "Aaron's family?" "Also deceased." Saul took a deep breath. "How?" "As far as I can tell, your Mr. Colbin sent his pet hens and some others to your nephew's home. There was a fire, but I feel sure that the unfortunate family was dead before the first flames were lit." "Hens." Jensen Luhar sipped from his long straw. He took a large bite of cheeseburger, delicately dabbed at his mouth, and smiled. "You play chess, Doctor." It was not a question. Luhar offered Saul an onion ring. Saul stared at him. Luhar swallowed it and said, "If you have any feel for the game, Doctor, you must appreciate what is going on at this moment." "Is that what this is for you? A game?" "Of course. To view it as anything more would be to take life and oneself far too seriously." "I'm going to find you and kill you," Saul said softly. Jensen Luhar nodded and took another bite of his cheeseburger. "Were we to meet in person, you would certainly try. You have no choice in the matter now." "What do you mean?" "I mean that the esteemed president of what is euphemistically known as the Island Club, a certain Mr. C. Arnold Barrent, has conditioned you to fill that single purpose, killing a film producer whom the world thinks already dead." Saul sipped cold coffee to hide his confusion. "Barrent did no such thing." "Of course he did," said Luhar. "He would have had no other reason for seeing you in person. How long do you think your interview with him lasted?" A few minutes," said Saul. "A few hours is more likely. The conditioning would have had two purposes: to kill me on sight, and to make certain that you would never be a threat to Mr. Barrent." "What do you mean?" Luhar finished the last of his onion rings. "Play a simple game. Visualize Mr. Barrent, and then visualize yourself attacking him." Saul frowned, but did so. It was very difficult. When he recalled Barrent as he last saw him, relaxed, tanned, sitting on the ship's balcony overlooking the sea, he was amazed to find a blend of friendship, pleasure, and loyalty stirring in him. He forced himself to imagine hurting Barrent, swinging a fist toward those smooth, handsome features. Saul doubled over with a sudden pain and sickness. He gasped on the verge of vomiting. Cold sweat erupted on his brow and cheeks. Saul fumbled for a glass of water and swallowed convulsively, thinking of other things, slowly untwisting the knot of pain in his belly. "Interesting, yeah?" said Luhar. "It is Mr. Barrent's single greatest strength. No one who spends time with him could ever wish to do him harm. Serving Mr. Barrent is a source of pleasure to a great many people." Saul finished the water and used a napkin to wipe the sweat off his brow. "Why are you fighting him?" "Fighting him? No, my dear pawn. I am not fighting him. I am playing him." Luhar looked around. "As of yet, they have no microphones close enough to pick up our conversation, but in a minute a van will park outside and our privacy will disappear. It is time for us to take a walk." "And if I don't go?" Jensen Luhar shrugged. "Within a few hours, the game will grow very interesting indeed. There is a part for you in it. If you wish to do anything about the people who terminated your nephew and his family, it would serve your purposes to accompany me. I offer you freedom, at least from them." "But not from you." "Nor from yourself, dear pawn. Come, it is time to decide." "I will kill you someday," said Saul. Luhar grinned and pulled on his gloves and sunglasses. Yeah. Are you coming?" Saul stood up and looked out of the window. A green van had pulled to the curb. Saul followed Jensen Luhar outside. The streets off Germantown Avenue were narrow and contradictory. At one time, the tall, skinny buildings might have been pleasant houses. Some reminded Saul of the narrow houses of Amsterdam. Now they were overcrowded slum dwellings. The small shops and businesses might once have been the nucleus of a true community. Small delicatessens, tiny grocery stores, family shoe stores, small businesses. Now they advertised dead flies in the windows. Some had been turned into low-rent apartments. A grimy 3-year-old stood in a display window and pressed her cheek and smudgy fingers against the glass. "What did you mean when you said you were playing Barrent?" asked Saul. He looked over his shoulder, but caught no sight of the green van. It did not matter. Saul was sure that they were still under surveillance. It was the Oberst he wanted to find. "We play chess," said Luhar. The big man turned his face, and Saul could see his own reflection in the dark glasses. "And the stakes are our lives," said Saul. He desperately tried to think of a way to cause the Oberst to reveal his location. Luhar laughed, showing broad white teeth. "No, no, my little pawn," he said in German. "Your lives mean nothing. The stakes are nothing less than who makes the rules of the game." "The game," echoed Saul. They had turned onto another side street. No one was visible except a pair of heavy black women coming out of a laundromat at the end of the street. "Surely you are aware of the Island Club and its annual games?" said the Oberst. "Herr Berendt and the rest of those cowards have been afraid to let me play. They know that I would demand a wider scope to the play, something that would befit a race of Ubermenschen." "Didn't you get enough of that in the war?" Luhar grinned again. "You seek to provoke me," he said softly. "A foolish goal." They had stopped in front of a nondescript cinder-block building next to the laundromat. "The answer is no," he said. "I did not get enough of it in the war. The Island Club thinks that it has some claim to power merely because it influences leaders, nations, economies. Influences." Luhar spat on the sidewalk. "When I set the rules to the game, they will see what real power can do. The world is a piece of rotted, worm-ridden old meat, pawn. We will cleanse it with fire. I will show them what it is to play with armies rather than their pitiful little surrogates. I will show them what it is like to see cities die at the loss of a piece, entire races captured and utilized for projects at the whim of the user. And I will show them what it means to play this game on a global scale. We all die, pawn, but what Herr Berendt fails to see is that there is no reason for the world to survive us." Saul stood on the sidewalk and stared. The cold wind tugged at his coat and made his skin crawl with gooseflesh. "Here we are," said Luhar, and produced a ring of keys to open the door of the featureless building in front of them. He stepped into the darkness and gestured to Saul. "Are you coming, pawn?" Saul swallowed. "You're more insane than I had dreamed," he whispered. Luhar nodded. "Perhaps," he said softly. "But if you come with me, you will have a chance to continue in the game. Not the larger game, regretfully. You will have no place in that, but your inevitable sacrifice will allow that game to be played. If you come with me now, of your own free will, we will remove those impediments which Herr Berendt has shackled you with, so that you might continue to serve me as a loyal pawn." Saul stood in the cold, clenching his fist and feeling the pain in his left arm where the surgical implant throbbed. He stepped into the darkness. Luhar grinned and bolted the door behind them. Saul blinked in the dim light. The first floor was empty except for sawdust and stacks of loading skids on a wide expanse of warehouse floor. A wooden staircase led to a loft. Luhar pointed, and Saul went up the stairs. "Good God," said Saul. In the loft, a single table and 4 chairs were visible in the dim light filtering through a begrimed skylight. 2 naked corpses occupied 2 of the chairs. Saul stepped closer and inspected the bodies. They were cold and locked in the vice of rigor mortis. One was a black man, about Luhar's height and weight. His eyes were opened and filmed with death. The other corpse was a white man a few years older than Saul, bearded and balding. His mouth hung open. Saul could see the exploded capillaries of cheeks and nose that suggested advanced alcoholism. He watched as Luhar took off his expensive camel's hair coat.
"Our doppelgangers?"
said Saul.
"Of course," said the Oberst through Luhar. "I have already removed all or most of the compulsion which Herr Berendt has set in place in your mind. Are you ready to continue upon?"
"Yes," said Saul. "To continue to seek to find a way to kill you," he thought.
"Very good,"
said Luhar. He glanced at his watch.
"We have about 30 minutes before Mr. Colburn decides that he should join our party. It should be enough time."
He set his briefcase on the table near the black corpse's left arm. When he snapped it open, Saul saw that it was filled with the same type of plastic explosive that Harrington had worn.
"Should be enough time for what?"
said Saul.
"Preparations. This building has an unmarked crawl space that connects to the basement next door. The basement next door has an access to a short segment of the city's old storm sewer system. It will take us only a block, but it should be outside of the immediate circle of vigilance. A car will be waiting for me. You are welcome to go wherever you wish."
"You're so damned clever it makes me want to vomit," said Saul. "It won't work."
"Oh?"
Luhar raised heavy eyebrows. Saul took off his coat and rolled up his shirt sleeve. The bandages had a slight yellow stain from ointment they had used.
"They inserted something yesterday. I guess it's a radio transmitter."
"Of course it is," said Luhar. From the briefcase he removed a bundle wrapped in green cloth and unrolled it. A bottle of iodine and surgical instruments gleamed in the dim light from above.
"The procedure should not take more than 20 minutes, should it?"
Saul picked up a scalpel in its sterile pack.
"And you will do the honors, I presume?"
"If you insist," said Luhar.
"But I should point out that I have never had medical training."
"So, I have the pleasure," said Saul. He looked in the briefcase and glanced up.
"No syringes, no local anesthetic?"
Jensen Luhar's mirrored sunglasses reflected the room. There was no expression on the heavy face.
"Unfortunately, no. How much do you value your freedom, Dr. Lasky?"
"You are insane, Herr Oberst," said Saul. He sat at the table, laid out the instruments, and pulled the bottle of iodine closer. Luhar pulled a gym bag out from under the table.
"First, we change clothes," he said, "in case you do not feel like it later."
When the corpses were dressed in their clothes, and Saul was wearing slightly baggy jeans, a black turtleneck sweater, and heavy shoes a half-size too small, Luhar said,
"About 18 minutes remaining, Doctor."
"Sit down," said Saul. "I'm going to explain precisely what to do if I pass out." He pulled packaged gauze and dressings from a clear bag.
"You're going to have to close it up."
"Whatever you say, Doctor." Saul shook his head, raised his eyes to the skylight for a moment, and then looked down and, with a single sure move of the scalpel, made the initial incision. Saul did not pass out. He did scream twice, and just after the transmitter filaments were separated from muscle fibers, he leaned over and vomited. Luhar closed the wound with rough stitches and butterfly bandages, wrapped gauze and tape around it, and tugged a bulky coat on the semi-conscious psychiatrist.
"We are 5 minutes over schedule,"
hissed Luhar.
"Hurry!"
The seemingly solid concrete floor had a trap door under wooden skids in a far corner. As Luhar pulled the door down, Saul could hear the roar of a helicopter and distant pounding.
"Move!"
hissed the big man in the cramped darkness. Saul tried to crawl, cried out as his arm burned with pain, and fell forward. A tremendous explosion from above shook the earth and sent powder and spiderwebs dropping into Saul's face and hair. "Move!" hissed Luhar, and shoved Saul ahead of him. Loose cement blocks. Luhar kicked them out of the way, pulled Saul to his feet in a dark basement smelling of mildew and old newspapers, kept him moving. They squeezed between a grate and bricks, and then they were crawling again, Saul's hands and knees submerged in icy water, touching slick, slimy things in the dark. Saul tried to cradle his left arm to him and crawl on 3 limbs. Twice he slipped and banged his left shoulder, soaking his jacket. Luhar laughed and shoved from behind. Saul closed his eyes and thought of Sobibor, the shouting masses, the quiet of the forest of the owls. Finally, they could stand. Luhar led 100 paces, turned right down a narrower conduit, and paused under a grill. His strong arms strained to move the iron lattice. Saul squinted in the gray light, concentrated on keeping the vertigo at bay, and slipped his hand in his coat pocket to feel the cold handle of the scalpel he had palmed, while Luhar was making final adjustments to the timing device in the briefcase. "Ah, there," panted Luhar, and shoved the grate aside. Both arms were still raised. The big man's jacket hung open, exposing belly and chest underneath thin cloth. Saul braced himself and lunged with the scalpel, imagining a target for the blade somewhere beyond the man's spine. Jensen Luhar's left arm came down in a blur. A massive hand closed on Saul's forearm, and the blade halted 3 inches above the black man's sternum. "Tisk, tisk," said Luhar. With his right hand he chopped at Saul's bleeding left arm. Saul gasped and dropped to his knees while red circles swam in his narrowing field of vision. Luhar gently lifted the scalpel out of his limp right hand. "Naughty, naughty, meine kleine Juda," he whispered. "Auf Wiedersehen." The light was blocked for a second, and Luhar was gone. Saul knelt in the darkness, lowering his forehead to the water and cold stone for several minutes, fighting to stay conscious. "Why?" he thought. "Why stay awake? Sleep a while." "Shut up," he snarled at himself. After an eternity, he stood up, raised his good arm to the grate above, and tried to pull himself up and out. It took 5 tries, and his jeans were soaked from falling, but eventually he clawed his way into sunlight. The storm drain was behind a metal dumpster a dozen feet into a narrow alley. He did not recognize the street he staggered onto. Row houses stretched up a long hill. Saul made half a block before dizziness claimed him. He stopped and held his left arm. The wound had opened. The bleeding had soaked through the thick jacket, dripped down his arm, and stained the entire left side of his coat. He looked back from where he had come and laughed to see a distinct trail of crimson spatters. He squeezed the arm and staggered against the plate glass window of an abandoned store. The sidewalk was rising and falling like the deck of a small ship on a rough sea. It was getting dark. Snow flurries glowed like fireflies in front of a distant streetlight. A large, dark figure was walking downhill on Saul's side of the street. Saul staggered backward into the doorway of the shop, slid down the rough wall, pulled his knees up, and tried hard to be as invisible as any wino who had ever sought such shelter. Just as the man walked slowly past, Saul felt something else tear in the muscles of his left arm. He clutched at it and gritted his teeth until their grinding was audible. The man walked past, carrying something heavy and metallic in his right hand. Saul felt the blackness winning, even as the heavy footsteps stopped a few yards down the hill, and then slowly returned. Saul rolled to his left, only distantly feeling his head strike the door. His left arm was on fire, and he felt the blood soaking his wrist and hand. A flashlight beam stabbed into his eyes. The big man leaned over him, blotting out the street, the world. Saul clenched his right fist and fought to stay above the whirling vortex of unconsciousness. A heavy hand closed on his right shoulder. "Sweet Christ," said a slow, familiar voice. "Saul, is that you?" Saul nodded and felt his head continue forward, his chin on his chest, his eyes closing, even as the soft voice continued saying things that he did not understand, and the strong arms of Sheriff Bobby Joe Gentry lifted him and cradled him as easily as one would carry a sleeping child. 30. Germantown, Tuesday, December 30th, 1980. Gentry wondered if he was going insane. As he rushed back to Community House, he wished Saul was conscious so they could talk about it. It seemed to Gentry that the world had become a paranoid nightmare where cause-effect chains had broken down completely. The twin called GB stopped Gentry half a block from the house. The sheriff stared at the muzzle opening of the crude pistol and snapped, "Let me through. Marvin knows I'm coming back." "Yeah, but he don't know you bringing some dead honky dude back with you." "He's not dead, and he may be able to help us. If he does die, I'll make sure that Marvin holds you responsible. Now let me through." GB hesitated. "Fuck you, pig," he said at last, but stood aside. Gentry had to pass 3 more sentries before getting to the house. Marvin had extended their defensive perimeter 100 yards in each direction. Any unknown vehicle on the block was to be firebombed if it did not get moved. A green van with 2 whites in front and God knows how many in back had spent 30 seconds considering Leroy's ultimatum before moving out at high speed. Perhaps it was the liter bottle of Shell unleaded in Leroy's right hand that convinced them. Monday night had been entry into nightmare. Marvin and the others had returned to Community House through alleys and backyards, Leroy bleeding from a dozen shotgun pellet wounds, all of them except Marvin semi-hysterical in the aftermath of the gun battle in the dark apartment building. They had dragged Calvin's and Trout's bodies into the building, and Marvin had planned to send Jackson or Taylor back with Jim Woods's panel truck, but the confusion they returned to sidelined that for hours. By the time they did send a truck shortly before sunrise, the 5 bodies were gone, and only anonymous pools of blood remained on the 2nd and 3rd floors. No authorities were on the scene. The Community House was bedlam when they returned. Shots were being fired at every shadow. Someone had put out the fires in the derelict autos, but smoke still hung over the block like a cloud of death. "He was here, man. The honky monster, man. Here, like in the house. He got like the wimp Woods and hit Kara real hard, man. And Raji, like saw him chasing the camera chick across the yard, man, and—" babbled Taylor when they arrived. "Where is Kara?" roared Marvin. It was the first time Gentry had heard the young man shout. "Kara was upstairs," said Taylor, "on the mattress behind the curtain, hurt real bad." Gentry followed them upstairs. Most of the gang members there were staring at Woods's headless body on the pool table, but Marvin and Jackson went straight to where Kara lay unconscious, being tended to by 4 other girls. "Doesn't look good," said Jackson. The girl's beautiful face was almost unrecognizable, the forehead swollen grotesquely, eyes darkened with draining blood. "Should be